Excellent.
Inspiring.
Busy.
Brilliant.
Enjoyable.
Organised.
Amazing.
Fellowship.
Variety.
Enthusiasm.
Enjoyable.
Busy.
Very professional.
Fantastic.
All-encompassing.
Excellent.
Enjoyable.
Development. That's it.
Pilgrimage.
Inspiring.
Wonderful.
Diversity.
Enjoyable.
Great fun. Sociable.
It's got to be fun.
Conventions. Excellent.
Awesome. I really enjoyed it, so yeah, that's probably the best word.
Good morning and welcome to this, the Society's first online convention. Whichever way you look at it, 2020 has been a challenging year and many of us have experienced great sadness and loss. Whilst for most of the population, lockdown and isolating has meant just that, as radio amateurs we've been able to stay in touch with others around the UK and the world, supporting and helping each other, thanks to the wonders of wireless radio and an RSGB NHS initiative called Get on the Air to Care. Through that campaign and the introduction of remotely invigilated exams, we've seen thousands of people gain their foundation licence and take their first steps in amateur radio. We've also seen hundreds more progress to the intermediate licence or return to be active on the air. If you're in either of those groups, or if this is your first RSGB convention, I'd like to give you a very special welcome and hope you enjoy the day. Extraordinary circumstances lead to extraordinary solutions, and today is another one of those. Whilst we'll all miss the social interaction of a normal convention, we hope that today's range of expert lectures will provide something interesting for everyone. After our keynote presentation by the co-founder of Elicraft, Eric Swartz, Whiskey Alpha 6 Hotel Quebec, today's programme will split into two streams. The first is called An Introduction To, and if you're new to amateur radio, this is probably the stream for you. If you're an experienced radio amateur looking for something different to try, you'll also find some great presentations in this stream. Our second stream is called Learn More About and includes more technical content for radio amateurs who've been enjoying the hobby for a while. Both streams will run live throughout the day and you can change between them as you wish. The web links to find each stream will appear on screen after Eric has finished his presentation, and they're also on the convention webpage. You can ask questions via the live chat window that will appear alongside each presentation. I'd like to thank in advance our expert speakers, our stream hosts, and everyone who's put an enormous amount of effort to create this event. In particular, I'd like to highlight the volunteers who are doing the technical wizardry behind the scenes to make the streams work smoothly. Whilst we hope we'll all be back together in person at the convention in 2021, we'd still like your feedback about this year's online event. You can find a form online at www.rsgb.org/feedback. It'll appear on screen at various times throughout the day as a reminder, so don't worry if you don't catch the web address now. So, let's all settle down with a nice cup of tea or coffee and enjoy what I'm sure will be a great set of presentations.
Thank you very much, Dave. Enjoy your coffee. I actually have my tea in the RSGB Centenary mug from 2013. Anyway, good morning. As Dave said, the RSGB convention online is about to get underway. An hour from now, 10 a.m. UK time, we'll split into those two streams. One hosted by David, G7URP, is the Introduction To stream, starting with Joe, M1MWD, explaining how there's lots of fun to be had operating with modest radio equipment. I'll be hosting the Learn More About stream, where Rail M0RTP will be offering an insight into magnetic loop antennas. If you have any questions for our speakers today, as Dave said, please write them on the YouTube chat facility and we'll do our best to pick them out and, depending on time available, put them to the guests on your behalf. And I'm looking at YouTube now, which is running about 3 minutes behind with me, I can tell you. So now it's time to meet our keynote speaker, joining us from the United States, for a behind-the-scenes look at a 22-year adventure of hard work, luck, technology and excitement at Elicraft. Let's welcome to the 2020 RSGB Convention Online, Eric Swartz, WA6HHQ. Eric, you'll have to imagine the huge round of applause that's taking place now. It must be the middle of the night for you. Where are you?
Yeah, it's about 1:03 in the morning here, so I have a little bit of caffeine keeping me going here too. So hopefully that won't make me talk too fast, but as I usually do. But I'm looking forward to it. It should be fun.
Well, you're very welcome, Eric. The floor is yours.
Well, thanks, Jim, and I'm glad to be with everybody this morning. Welcome, and I'm looking forward to talking to you this morning. Hopefully, it'll be interesting. Rather than giving a heavy technical talk or of course, a sales talk or anything like that. I'm going to give you a little bit of a background in Elecraft since we've actually been around, as the title you can see up on the screen there, 22 years now. It's a little scary that we've made it this far, but it's been quite a journey and a fun ride. So I wanted to give you a little history, walk you through from Wayne and I when we started the company, and sort of some pictures of products and other things along the way. And of course, we'll talk about the K4 a little bit at the end, of course, because that's certainly been at the top of a lot of questions we've been getting lately. So thanks very much for coming. And I wish I was there in person. I was out last year at the National Ham Fest and enjoyed myself quite a bit meeting people and talking to everybody. And certainly we'll be trying to get back out to one of the shows as soon as we can when they start letting us do that again. Things out here in California have calmed down a bit. It's been a bit smoky, as you probably heard in California from some of the fires. Fortunately, nothing impacted us directly at the factory. We were far enough from them, but we did have some employees and other folks affected. And that certainly disrupted things for a while, but we're back to normal now, which is great, and been running at full speed. So I'd like to talk about 22 years of Elecraft and have some fun along the way here, giving you a feel for how we started the company. Some of our philosophy and how we actually run the business, and let you see, give you a little peek at what's coming up here with the K4 course at the end. You get set up here. So first of all, who are we? I think many folks may be familiar with Wayne and myself, but just a little bit of background. Both of us actually got our ham radio license in California. We didn't know each other back in 1971 when we were both 14 years old. Wayne's original call was WN6HQH. Interestingly enough, mine was the novice version of my current call, WN6HHQ. I used to joke with people, it was California karma that we would eventually bump into each other and start a company. Of course, Wayne changed his call to something much shorter, N6KR. And I used to joke with him because he's mostly a QRP guy, though he does get on at 100 watts too. So we used, when you operated field day, I would use the phonetics N6 kilowatt radio, which would drive him crazy, but it worked great for the contests. Wayne's a very good hardware and firmware designer, worked in Silicon Valley in a number of places prior to us meeting. His degree actually is in cognitive science and also has some computer science as part of that too. An excellent designer, been designing radios actually since really when he first got his ham radio license. So he's got just incredible skills and creativeness in terms of radio design. Myself, I'm from the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area originally, so which is very close to where we're located, which is just outside of Silicon Valley on the coastal area of Monterey Bay for Elecraft. I grew up in the Bay Area, went back east to school on the East Coast, and then came back out as an engineer and worked my way up through engineering design and management and startups and all the usual Silicon Valley story. And started another company prior to Elecraft, and then went crazy back when I got together with Wayne and started this company. So I've been having a lot of fun in that area in that time. My background, I would say, is design engineering and business management. Wayne and I, of course, designed the K2 together, and also helped him on some of his original QRP rigs for the NorCal QRP Club. I'll show you in a second. And it really, our philosophies of design and also starting a business meshed quite well. So it was one of those things we figured out pretty quickly that we worked well together, and we've been enjoying working together now for 22 years and certainly growing the company as we did that. It all started around this little radio. Some of you folks may have this. This is a NorCal 40, which Wayne designed actually for the NorCal QRP Club back in the mid 90s, I think. And this is a single board design with no interconnect cables or anything, clean mechanical design, simple front panel, back panel, and U-shaped top and bottom covers with, of course, all through-hole design. But a pretty good performance 4-watt QRP radio on 40 meters. I happened to pick it up at a ham fest, which I had not met Wayne at that time or even heard of him, on a lark because I've been chasing DX with much bigger radios, and a friend and I thought this would be fun to do something on QRP, so we went that route. But we were both down. My friend Stan N6LU at the time and myself were down in Monterey, California, down near Carmel, just in the southern part of Monterey Bay, 30 minutes from here, back in 1994. And we both picked up a couple of these kits, actually ordered them from the club stand there at the Hamfest, and built them. And actually we're chasing each other, trying to work countries the next year. And both of us actually got over 100 countries at 4 watts. And unfortunately, Stan had the bigger antenna, and he worked 120. I helped put that antenna up, so that's my fault. But in 1994, around that time, I started just for fun on every first Saturday, I think it was, of each month. The NorCal QRP Club met out after a local ham radio flea market out in Livermore on the eastern side of Silicon Valley, and ended up bumping into Wayne there at the club meetings, which were held at a place called the California Burger restaurant, fast food restaurant, hamburger place that the club would take over in the mornings, and we get breakfast there and have people bring their projects and things. It was mostly a builders club and operating, but we'd meet people there and have, big social event too. So we met there, and through the next couple of years operating field day together. We'd brainstorm middle of the night radio ideas for the ultimate field day radio. And actually that's how the design for the K2 came about, is we wanted low current drain, reasonably, actually very good performance because you have more than one transmitter usually nearby. And one thing led to another, and we convinced ourselves we actually could sell a product around this. So we first sort of floated it before we actually started the company in 1997 at the West Coast ARRL Ham Fest called Pacificon outside of Silicon Valley, and managed to have got a good crowd. We had about 50 or 70 people in the room. We had a little projector showing the slides of this proposed radio we hadn't built yet. And people thought we were crazy, but we gave them a feel for where we were going, and showed them how the radio was put together, including internal pictures like this. Though we did not put the 12-volt internal battery at that mounting, we discovered that if you drop the radio, a sealed lead acid battery can do a lot of damage inside a radio. So we ended up with, for the people who bought internal batteries on the K2, mounting it to the top cover, which worked out fine. But we had a little foam mock-up, actually real size, with printed out color circuit board drawings on the cards. And a lot of things changed from our original design. We did not do vertical plug-in cards like you saw here. We actually went to more horizontal and plug-in modules inside. But overall, the basic concept was the same from the start, and led to the K2. Early on, typical Silicon Valley guys, I lived over in the Monterey Bay. Wayne lives about an hour north of me, over in the San Francisco Bay Area on the peninsula near Stanford and Palo Alto, and I think in San Carlos. He lives in Belmont. And we would meet halfway at a restaurant called the Good Earth. And this was the first circuit boards that we had made for the K2. And I was giving him a set so he could build a set and I would build a set, and we'd get this thing working. When we started the company, we talked a lot about what that meant, what we wanted to do to get the company going. And really a couple things. And having been through some startups in Silicon Valley, I had some pretty strong beliefs of what worked, what didn't work. Made a lot of them, we all make a lot of mistakes and you learn from those. But certainly you've got to work hard. Not a lot of sleep sometimes, but the energy and the adrenaline keeps you going sometimes. One really important thing is whenever you start a business and something that's been your hobby, you've got to realize it's not a hobby anymore for you. I mean, you certainly have the hobby aspect when you're doing off on your own playing with it, but inside the business, you've got to think of it as a business. And that's a different mindset. You still have fun with it, you still enjoy it, but you've got to pay attention to the cash flow, getting good people on board, really looking at what your costs are and bringing a product to market and pricing it accordingly, or you won't survive once you try to grow. And you start bringing overhead for people to build it for you and manage accounting and keep track of purchasing and you name it. And that adds a lot more than when you're in a basement just buying it by yourself. So you have to design the profitability in from the start. We did that. Cash flow, you always, you can go bankrupt and show a profit, but not have the cash flow to support the business. We managed to support the company pretty much with internal financing from day one. We haven't had to go outside for bank financing or venture capital. So it's been a nice steady growth for us. And actually, you can go through the ups and downs of the economy when that happens. If you've got your own company cash balance that you saved up over the years, which we have, and that's helped a lot. Obviously, good employees. We also hire them outside. With the internet, we can have people virtual, and we did this even starting back in 2000. Our first customer support engineer was in Arizona, Gary Surrency, who was actually helping out customers on our email discussion list. And we needed somebody when it was too much work for myself to keep doing customer support and grow the business. I was the first customer support guy, I guess. And Gary came on board and operated from down there for, gosh, about 18 years for us before he retired. So we have engineers up and down the West Coast and virtual organization. And lastly, we took our customers and the first 100 customers that were willing to buy K2's sight unseen as we designed them became evangelists for the product. And that really, just from a marketing standpoint, was wonderful because obviously word of mouth is important for ham radio. A couple of other startup ingredients. We used the internet for viral marketing. We didn't even have any print ads for the first year, just a web page and also the discussion groups. We did tech support, advertising, everything that way. And it helped us get out and get bootstrapped off the ground quickly. Obviously, stay focused, methodically built our product line, one add-on module at a time. We had fun. You have to keep doing that or it wouldn't be worthwhile doing either. And you, certainly, if you're having fun, you project that to your customers, and that makes it fun for you guys too. We listen, and we always are adding things to the products. People that know us realize that you can't do everything that we hear, but we pay attention and try to improve the products continually over the whole lifetime of the product. If you have a customer that's not happy, make sure you leave them happy afterwards. So we always will bend over backwards and even lose money on a transaction if it's, it's our fault, certainly, or even if it's in a gray area. We want to make sure we err on the side of you, not leave you unhappy. So we work really hard at that. Also, got to move fast. You design stuff, we build it, we break it in testing and get it out there to market as fast as we can. So you cycle it as much as you can early on. Don't try to make it perfect. The first day, you get it going, test it, and have some field testers, find the problems, get those fixed, cycle it, get it out. Obviously, try to design great products. And that's if you enjoy it and we have a lot of fun, and I'll hopefully have some good designs out there, and it's worked out well for us. You get some successful products. And of course, you got to work even harder after you get those first products out, and you have to outdo it for the next one. Here's the K2 prototype from 1998. This was the first version of it. Again, the philosophy here was try to eliminate cable harnesses like the old Heathkits used to have, so you didn't have to do a lot of wire soldering. All the boards plugged into each other. That's the front panel with the push buttons mounted on it, liquid crystal display. Also, another board behind it had the microprocessor and audio control logic on it. We ended up actually expanding that board to the full width of the radio as we added features as we finished up the design. But the basic concept was pretty much what you see here. And we brought this to a NorCal QRP meeting to show it off, along with a couple of working prototypes as we got them going. And here's the first ones. Wayne, when back when we had more hair, was showing off the first unpainted K2. This is back in 1998 in April. So before, I think we took these to Dayton that year, actually, if I remember correctly. Either 98, yeah, 98. And we showed them some people there too. But the unpainted versions we had there, these are operating, and we actually were working stations on the hood of my little SUV there. And it was quite interesting. This is at the California Burger. You can see it in the background on the picture there. For those of you that know some of the local QRP crowd, and those guys, Dave Fifield over on the right side, actually with the glasses from the UK. Chuck Adams in that over in the red sweatshirt over in the far distance there, very fast CW operator. Sharp guy, actually a rocket scientist, and K7QO, I think is his current call. Vern Adams of Super Antennas is sort of in the middle with suspenders over his yellow t-shirt. So they're interesting folks there in those days, but had a good crowd, and we were showing off our toys, and we got a lot of new customers when we did that from the crowd. We also operated field day together that year. I had 2 K2s, and actually this is a picture from another group that was next to us operating about a mile away. And they couldn't figure out how, with our radios, we were able to operate a few kilohertz away from them on CW and not get wiped out by their big 100-watt or even 500-watt signal. The K2s had a pretty good rejection of adjacent signals, and they came by and checked us out, and we were showing off the insides when they took this picture of us. So that memorialized some dual K2 operation for field day with us. And so in 1998 is when we first finished designing the K2, and we shipped our first K2s in January, I think the 22nd of 99. And I had gone full-time, I think, in July of 98. And Wayne went full-time right as we started shipping full-time. We actually got in the cover of Japanese CQ magazine, so we sort of reversed the radio invasion back that direction. That's showing some of Wayne's earlier QRP designs and the K2 there that we did together on the cover of theirs in September of '98. This actually is Wayne and I were designed the radio to be shipped in USPS, excuse me, priority mailboxes, the standard. They're free, which is important to us back then. And we basically packaged up the first 100 and shuttled them down to the local post office in several trips. And they got used to us after that. First, they wanted to know what all these boxes were for. And we said, oh, we're starting a company. And they sort of smiled. And we came back with another load and another load and another load. And they got the idea that we actually were doing something serious. And they eventually ended up picking them up from us. But it was fun to watch that grow. This, after we moved out of my basement where we built those first 100 K2s in 1999, this is our first office, not very auspicious, but in Aptos, my town where I live, about 8 miles north of where the factory currently is in Watsonville, just south of us. And we had 2 small suites, my palatial office here. You can see my office there, the U-shaped folding tables put together with a computer on it, our conference table, and another table across for our office manager and salesperson. We also had another room that was our manufacturing room where we kitted up the K2s. And we had a little, basically a large closet for the inventory at the time. At that time, we kept a lot of the parts inventory in little parts drawers versus the way we do it now with large inventory area with, parts bins and everything else. But we packed and shipped and did everything from this room for a number of years on all the K2 and K1 and further products out there. That was in 2000. Also in 2000, and we started going to some TAM fests outside of the local ones. This is at Fort Tuthill, Arizona. Again, a QRP crowd, though a number of them were buying the 100-watt version ultimately from us too of the K2. These guys surprised us. They didn't tell us they were all bringing their built-up K2s that they built, and they lined them all up and got us in a group picture for that. So we have fun with these things too. But it was nice to see the enthusiasm of the customers. We were starting to realize we actually had something that was starting to take off a little bit. We also had some crazy customers. This is the first K2 in Antarctica, excuse me. This person called us up and said he wanted to buy a K2. And we said, no problem, we can get it out to you. We have some in stock. He says, yeah, I need to get it quickly because I'm leaving for a week in Antarctica. I'm going to build it and take it with me. I said, are you sure you want to do that? You got to make sure you get everything together quickly and get it working. But he did and took it down with him and worked a lot of stations. And he sent us this QSL card from down there. So it was certainly our first, I guess, unofficial de-expedition with any of our radios back then. And then in the lower corner is a little thing that says Ellicraft Kool-Aid drinker, official Kool-Aid drinker, using that trademark Kool-Aid picture of the little guy of the drink on top of the radio. One of our customers put together. We never made an official one out because we didn't want to violate the trademark, but people were proud of that. We saw those show up on some T-shirts at Dayton one year, which was sort of fun. This is another group of crazy customers actually over in Europe. You can't really tell from this picture probably over YouTube, but each of the frequency displays, the last 4 digits, they dialed up as the serial number of their K2s that they built, or the KX1 on the right side and the K1 on the left side there. And they actually had brought these and sent the picture to us so we could see that they had them all together and got them going. Interesting thing, we didn't obscure our serial numbering scheme, so you could see where you were in the sequence. And people were very proud that they walk up, introduce myself. Hi, I'm W6XYZ, K2 serial number 2321 or something like that. And they would do that and have them on their T-shirts and everything. So we've maintained that same pattern for all of our radios. And it's sort of neat. People can sort of track where they are. So in 2000, we did the 100-watt version of the K2. We weren't just a QRP company. That was just how to get started and go after a target audience that we knew was looking for some new products initially. But we knew the 100 market was very important to us to survive as we grew and broaden out to the broader ham radio market. What we didn't realize is that would kick the K2 into the de-expedition world much more heavily. And because of its receive performance, ARRL had given it a very high rating. And certainly for a kit, which is, like the old Heath kits, they didn't expect this to be a super high performance radio, but it actually got up near the top, at the top of the charts for a while. And for a number of years was the radio of choice for a lot of people. And we even had people building them for other people who couldn't build a radio just so they could get the radio, which was sort of neat. So this shows the 100-watt cover on top of a K2. You could upgrade over time with the radio, which a lot of our people did. Here's the K1 we came out with after that. And I'm going to speed up a little bit so we can get to the Q&A session afterwards. Here, I'll walk through these real quick. This was a 4-band QRP only radio. You could actually receive off a 9-volt battery for a while, but not transmit. But it did have an internal AA battery or external. Still quite popular. We don't make it anymore, but it had a really nice, smooth sounding receiver. So that was a nice portable radio. This was one of our first, our second Dayton, I think. That's Wayne on the left, myself, and my wife, Lerma, KD6ANH. She's a retired semiconductor engineer. And that is Gary Cernsey, the first support engineer we had with us at the show. So that was our total crew at the show. I think we left 2 people back at the factory while we were there. So we weren't super large, but it was a very successful show in our single booth Dayton booth there. As we grew, though, in 2002, we moved out of that into initially 1 suite, and then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5 in a complex that was actually above a grocery shopping store area down below. But this was an outdoor sort of office complex, and we were rolling carts back and forth as we assembled things, and had engineering in one suite, and sales and marketing, and admin in another one, and production test and inventory in another one. It was quite an interesting operation. We were there for quite a while, at least up until I think 2008 or 9, in that time frame. But we introduced the K3 in this complex. Our next radio, though, was the KX1, which is our first trail-friendly radio with the controls on top. Still very sought after, and it's been superseded by the KX2 now, which is similar design, but with all modes, sideband. This was CW only, though it could receive sideband, and that was in 2004. So we're starting to broaden our line out at that point. But then we came out with the K3 in 2007, and we had to outdo the K2, and surprisingly, we did, and it was extremely successful. We made this one both factory assembled and kit, and that really exploded for us, the size of the company and our success. And of course, it's become a standard for de-expeditions and contesting, and it's sort of set our reputation over the years. And so each time we do a new radio, of course, we have to do a little better. But this one has been very popular over the years. I'm sure a lot of you have these too. Here's our first test production area. So Renee on the left, who's still with us, Dale, who's passed away now, unfortunately, in the middle, and Vic were the first 3 senior techs that we had that basically brought up every single radio we shipped for quite a while. And we added a few extra guys to help them in terms of the final test. But you can see their test stations there with SIGGENs, scopes, and computers. We actually eventually computer controlled most of the test stuff with these guys supervising it, so to speed up the testing, and it's come quite a way since these early days, but that's what it looked like. Followed that with the KPA 500, 500 watt solid state amp. Still to this day, it's a great successful product for us, and it just is a brick. It just keeps running. It has linear supply for simplicity, and the same size as the K3. And that was the K, we call it the K line, with echoes back to the old Collins S line, and that's the P3 pan adapter in the middle. That's a FFT DSP based pan adapter, very high performance for the K3, and works with other radios too. It'll work with a lot of different IF frequencies. At the K3 kicked us into larger quarters. This is where we are now, down in Watsonville. We moved in 2012 actually, and we've taken over more and more of this building. I think we're about half of it now for our engineering, production, test, marketing, warehouse facilities. Engineers are still spread both there and up and down the West Coast. So we've got quite a crew spread outside the factory too. Next, the KX3 in 2011-12. This is a really big first SOTA successful radio for us. So the KX1 was doing it too. But this was all mode up through 6 meters, 160 through 6. Still sell them. It runs data modes, CWs, sideband, built-in paddle if you want, or mic. Plug into it. And of course, we added things like a little pan adapter to it, the PX3, 100 watt amp. So people can use these for home stations. Getting a little more sophisticated as we did this stuff over time. Remote controlling the K3, we did a remote control panel called the K30. It's become a standard for a lot of remote stations. The remotehamradio.com guys used them, and remote hams from Brandon, KG6YPI, also has these tied into K3s on his free network that people use. And a lot of folks have their home stations controlled with these still to this day. Then we did the K3S. Next thing, we had to get even a little more performance out of the K3, which we did, and pumped the phase noise down even further and got more performance close in, and gave some more life to the radio. Matter of fact, we kept selling the K3S all the way up until this last year, just before, actually in 2019. Was it 19? Thinking back now, I think it was 2019. Just before Dayton, we discontinued it and introduced the K4. That shows the pan adapter on the right there in operation. nicely. Got a great review from QST. So we've worked really hard to do that. And of course, also from the RSGB from you guys. So we keep trying to push these little higher performance each time. It's always a challenge to do that, but it's getting up there now where it's you're hitting some ceilings, but the performance set is really important to us. So we shrunk the KX3. The KX2 is really sort of the standard for soda stuff now. Now here we squeezed down to the same size as the KX1. I don't know if I have a picture of them together, but they're almost exactly the same case size, but this one has a full SDR-based receiver like the K3 has in the K3S. This one was direct IQ conversion to baseband and directly into DSP. And we sell a ton of these, and they're by far, they were the first radio to get quickly to 5,000 radios, much quicker than anything else we had in our past radios. And I've lost track of how many of these we sold over the years. And of course, you see the Soda guys on them quite a bit operating. This is the day we introduced it we literally introduced it at Dayton in 2016, and we were mobbed. And we have a 40-foot long booth, and we could barely move the whole time there. You see Lisa, who was our head of sales and inside admin there with her hands up over the air. I think her computer had just crashed. And she was bringing it back up. And of course, everybody wanted to keep ordering. The lines kept getting longer. This actually was a calm period where you could actually see the table. People were standing up and surrounding it for the first 3 or 4 hours we were there. We even had some guys put a walkie-talkie antenna on it, and there's a built-in microphone in the KX2. And this fellow's put this picture on Twitter, and we saw this on there, and finally found out who it was, and he gave us permission to post it. But he was walking around talking to people, I think, on 20 meters inside the Dayton Hamvention with it. I also operate mobile with the KX2. You can see that above the Kenwood Tribander there. 100-watt amplifier, KXP100, my amplifier, and little RAV4 that I drive around. Also for Soda, if you guys know Emil DL8JJ, big mountaineer and also Soda guy, and he has both these radios, KX2 and KX3, and he's been carrying those up mountains for now years, and has just done amazing stuff with them. Of course, you'll hear a lot of Soda guys with them. And also WG0AT, they call him the Goat Man because he brings some pack goats with him in Colorado where he lives. And that's him with the KX2 actually on the cover of QST back in 2016. KPA 1500, we stretched the KPA 500, full solid state. We've got thousands of these out there now, and they've done extremely well for us too. So we've covered the whole QRP and high-end QRO range now at this point. So quickly on the K4, I'm going to go through this quick. I'm not going to dwell on it too long, but this is our latest and greatest. We are shipping them now. We finally got production turned on after all the disruption this year with COVID and fires in California, smoke, and you name it. And of course, the production disruptions from that, both in terms of suppliers to us and our own stuff with engineers having to, one couple of cases lost homes, and also people defending their homes to make sure they didn't lose them, and dealing with the smoke and everything else. But that's all cleared out now. We're sort of back to normal. Beautiful clear day here in Monterey Bay today. So this is the K4. I'm going to jump through this really quick so I don't take too long, but it's on our webpage also, so we can talk about it there. Basically, it's a high performance 160 through 6 meter radio. We have also room for an internal VHF UHF module, so you'll see that coming out. Dual receive in all of our versions, dual pan adapters if you want, or single pan adapter. You can switch it back and forth. You don't need crystal filters in the K4 and the K4D. It's all high performance DSP filtering, direct sampling, and user adjustable transmit and receive equalizers. Of course, a high res color touchscreen, though you don't have to use it for everything. You've got good physical buttons also. I like that on a radio. We actually improved them over the K3S and K3. You have physical buttons behind them that click, and harder rubber buttons on there that are very rugged, don't wear out, and give you a nice tactile feedback too, which I like. Also, by the way, we changed the audio and actually have had wonderful feedback from contesters and guys operating DX, chasing and stuff. The fatigue factor with this radio is this, K3 was not a bad radio at all, but this is just noticeably better than a lot of radios, including the K3 out there. If you're in a contest for a long period of time, the fatigue factor they reported to us is much less. And for instance, in cases we were at the other end of a pileup, we had the California QSO party this last weekend, for instance, and a number of people in our field test group had their friends that had not used the K4 operating it. And their first comment was, unprompted after a number of hours operation, is, hey, I can pull more people out of the pileups calling them, since they were the W6 calls in the QSO party, than they've been able to do with other radios or even the K3. So that was an incredible piece of feedback. So that worked out well for us. We're glad to see that work well too. Here's an actual picture of the K4 close up. And you can see it in dual band adapter mode here on 2 bands. At the K4D, you can add a second A to D converter, which gives you optimal 2-band reception off 2 different antennas, or diversity reception if you want to. Or you can just specialize and have 1 full band adapter here. We also drive external HDMI monitor, so it lets you have a copy of this screen or just the band adapter, so it can be a specialized band adapter screen, and we'll have other apps for it externally too. Here's a close-up of the screen. We do have some touchscreen stuff for adjustment. You can actually hit the band button and bring up band stacking register buttons. But for the most part, everything's at the top level, and menus are mostly for setup of the radio, not for everyday operating. So it's pretty quick for setting things up to where you like it, and then you can just operate like you would with a K3 or any other radio. Last of the feature list, and then I'll get on to some other fun stuff here, but low signal delay processing with a very fast DSP processor, full speed QSK break-in CW, and of course, data modes and sideband are seamless. Diode switch like our radios for all our other radios for TR, so it is very quiet. And also we've got some new special noise reduction we're bringing out for it. And of course, external 10 megahertz reference if you want to lock it to an external GPS reference standard in the radio too. I won't go through every connector on the back, but they're all back there. You've got multiple antenna inputs. If you've got the antenna tuner in the radio, you have 5 separate antenna sources. You can switch to each of the 2 receivers independently, which is nice. And also we have Ethernet, USB, of course, the legacy I/O from the K3S also. And even RS-232, they can all be operated. For instance, you can have RS-232 commands coming into the radio. You can be talking to it over a computer, over USB-B, or even doing stuff over the USB-A connectors. And they all can take, the Ethernet, and they all can take commands simultaneously and be talking to different programs and stuff. So pretty powerful. And of course, remote control over the Ethernet too, over USB also can be done. I'm going to jump over this just because we're running out of time. I want to get the questions, but there's the KPA 1500 next to the K4. You've got basically exactly the same size. When we came out with the KPA 1500, we had not announced the K4. People wanted to know why we picked that size for the RF deck on the 1500, and now you know. Wanted to make sure they matched, so we had a new K line with these 2 radios. And the radio is upgradable. I won't go through all the details here, but basically you can buy a basic K4 and then add the additional A to D converters in the K4D, or go for a little more blocking dynamic range with the K4 HD, which is an additional superhead front end for it. One last thing here on the K4. This was right before Dayton, before we announced the radio. It was sort of a teaser shot we put on Twitter. And this was me sitting with the K4 up in the corner. We didn't say it was there, but there it was. And just said, Eric, looking at the new products we're bringing at Dayton. And I had a tablet with me showing remote control using the same UI from the K4. It's not a full-fledged remote control app. We took that same screen you see on the K4 and compiled it on a Windows Surface tablet. And I was able to touch and control the screen. It was real time. And actually, we could take another K4, and we had that and this tablet controlling the radio at the show. And we've shown that a number of times to people. And as we develop that, we'll eventually have a K4.0, if you want to call it that, remote panel for the K4 to look and operate just like the radio, with pan adapter and everything coming over Ethernet. So a couple of fun things here, then we'll wrap into questions. Lots of the Expedition people. The lower right-hand corner actually was the first one, VP6DX, that took our first K3s out when we were still in that over the grocery store set of suites. And we were a little scared, but they worked a new record number of contacts with those and set the popularity of the radio for all the other DXpeditioners, which you'll see here. Certainly things like this is the Heard Island DXpedition back in 2016. This is the South Sandwich Islands, South Georgia Islands. Those are those orange tents that almost got blown off the islands near the end. We almost lost all the radios, but they set some new records and were very successful. Also the South Orkney Islands twice, and a whole bunch of other DXpeditions, of course. So you'll see K3s and our other radios out there. I like little simpler DXpeditions. This is one of my operating positions on a trip out in the middle of the South Pacific. And so for me, it's usually a KX3 or KX2 with simple antennas over the water and still working a lot of stations, which is great. A little more relaxing too. You can sit outside if you want and have something cool to drink. This is the same location. I think this was north of Tahiti back a number of years ago. And we have a little fun too once in a while also, which is great. So open it up for questions. Anything people want to ask, I guess one of the moderators here is going to pull them off of YouTube or whatever you guys have, but I'll put some more time in here, at least until we run out of time and they kick me off. We probably got about 10, 15 minutes, and I'd be glad to answer questions for you on anything. And I'll put some links up here too in terms of ways to contact us via, of course, the web, email, Twitter, RSGB, of course, for your RSGB information too. But thanks a lot, and let's go with some questions.
Thank you very much, Eric. K4 looks gorgeous, I have to say. Lots of questions coming in, actually. Richard G4HGI wants to know your secret for being so chipper at this time of the morning, or the time of the morning it is with you. What about 1 o'clock, half one
It's
in the morning?
about, gosh, what is it now? It's 1:38 in the morning a.m. in California. So
yeah, we also have Bob W06W in California watching this morning as well.
wow.
Right, questions. Gregory M0ODZ, thanks you for being the keynote speaker, and he wants to know how much do you have to keep an eye on? Oh no, that's not his question. That's another question. I'll come back to Gregory's question in a moment. But you were saying that you do listen to customers and they give you feedback, and then you act on it. And I was going to ask you what sort of things you've changed because of that. But
Wow.
Robert Walker has a message to say the new Russian 599 TX500 is a challenger to the KX2, as it's claimed to be more rugged and environment proof. How will you respond to that product in your own offering? Any thoughts on that?
That's a good question. I've looked at that radio, though I haven't actually used it myself. And is that the one that's actually hogged out, has the case hogged out of a piece of aluminum? I forget which one it is. But I think that from a performance standpoint, we still outperform it in terms of receiver performance on the KX2. Generally, also, one of our probably strengths here, you mentioned that we listen to the customers. Well, we're continually adding features to the radio based on feedback from the customers. We've added different filtering capabilities, for instance, data modes, things like that over the years. And basically, lots of things to make it easier to use, certainly from a SOTA standpoint. KX2 actually is a fairly rugged radio. It's not, totally waterproof or anything like that, though. Actually, an add-on product from Side KX, which is Scott has a company in the States that makes those little add-on side panels and a clip-on waterproof cover for the radio, has really made it for the guys around outdoors and SOTA and things like that even better. And so from a ruggedness standpoint, we do very well. Though we've actually even had the special forces like the Green Berets and people like that in the States independently. They buy them as off the shelf. It's not a government contract, but they'll buy 5 or 10 at a time for their battalion groups and stuff. And they're using them in some pretty nasty areas. They hook up their encrypted stuff to it and do what they're going to do. But I'm not too worried from a ruggedness standpoint. Obviously, power drain, the ability to both a small radio that's reliable with internal lithium batteries like we do, but also have reasonably good receiver performance. And the KX2 absolutely does. I think we'll hold it pretty well. We're not seeing a dent in sales. KX2 sales have actually gone up. And actually KX3, the same thing. And actually, we had strong sales throughout the COVID crisis here, even when we were shut down for a number of weeks in California back during the spring here. We actually, KX2 and KX3 sales kept coming in, and we came back, and there we had a big backlog. We still do, actually. We've had even stronger orders. So at this point, I don't think it's a big problem. We certainly will watch that, see if there's something they're doing we have to react to, but I haven't seen anything we have to do really heavily yet at this point.
Dave, GM0HVS, wants to know if there's any possibility of a replacement for the K2 that can be built rather than assembled. He says, I like my KX3, but I love my K2. Well,
the K2 we're still selling. I think it will be as soon as I can keep getting parts for it. It's a through hole, 160 through a 10 meter sideband CW transceiver. We're not re-engineering that right now. It may happen someday, especially if we run out of parts that are through hole for it that we can get. The problem is that if we go surface mount, it's really not practical to make a surface mount kit at that scale for that complex a radio. The economics work out. It's almost more expensive to make that than assemble it because the parts are so small. We have to individually bag and handle them. A lot of them aren't even marked because they're mainly made for a computer, for mechanical or robotic assembly. So we would have to actually do something like we do with the K4 or the K3 and K4, where the boards are pre-assembled and tested. It's more of an assembly operation. But in light of that, we're going to try. The through-hole parts are still available for a lot of these things. We may have some small boards that have a microprocessor and other things that are surface mount only pre-mounted. in the future. That's one thing we've talked about. And then you get to do all the rest of the soldering and bring up with the radio. So, but the K2, you still have that experience, and we still have people buying them, and get every option possible for it to have that building experience. So we're going to try to keep doing that. It's amazing. We've had that radio going for over 20 years now. But I'm not announcing anything new. We're not going to replace it short term. Obviously, we've got our hands full just getting the K4 ramped up now. It's going to be dominating us for the next 6 to 12 months. So you're not going to see a KX4 or a KX2 on steroids at this point. You'll see software changes and enhancements on those, but you never know in the future. We'll see.
You've just answered Gregory Fenton's question. He said, what's next for Elecraft apart from some well-deserved sleep? Is there a watch this space moment coming up? So no, I guess is the answer there.
We never tell you until we get there. We might surprise you, but at this point, I'd say really realistically right now, you're going to see K4 enhancements, add-ons, remote control panels, those types of things over the next year. And I think we'll have our hands full, to be honest. We've got a huge backlog on that, and we want to obviously keep that satisfied first. And we're not seeing a problem with the KX2s and KX3s. Now, that said, every time a new radio gets announced, you always see an impact for a month or two where people sort of pause and say, what's this other radio about? And then what's interesting is then the sales come right back to where they were, or even better sometimes. So those radios have had a lot of staying power, and we tend to keep our radios going for a long time because they're designed using some pretty good technology. But that said, if there's an opportunity to do something cool, we'll do it, but I can't say when.
Okay, nice to see call signs, by the way, on your questions, if you possibly can. One from, it just says Tristan's Workbench. Why was the first Elecraft radio called a K2 rather than a K1? Were there plans for a K1 at the time? Oh, sorry, it's G0KAY.
Okay, thank you. That's a story I've told a few times. I'll be real quick. But when we first announced it at that Pacificon meeting back in 1997, we were all talking about what's going to happen in the year 2000 with computer clocks rolling over and not having enough bits or bytes to properly do that, and thinking programs were going to crash and we we're going to have some kind of disaster. And but also we were thinking about mountaintops and like K2 and are we going to, and so we, or 2K either way. But we probably we stayed away from 2K because that sounded too much like the 2000 deal. We were thinking mostly mountaintops, so we called it the K2, and went with that. It was just really wasn't thinking of sequence at that time. But of course, we had the K1 come out afterwards, which was smaller scale, so it was a smaller number going down, and then we had of course the KX line of products, the KX1, KX3, and then KX2. KX2 being a smaller version of the KX3, so you can sort of see the numbers going that way. So that's sort of how our numbering scheme worked on those. And then of course, but the KX meant X for extreme. So for the portable radios and the soda type radios, that's how those came about. So that's how the K2 came. It was not thought of the sequence at the time.
Okay, questions coming thick and fast now, so we'll have to belt through these. Mike, G4 CDF says, do you have any plans for a VHF, UHF rig similar to the IC 9700?
Not in the short term. The market's been pretty well served, obviously, by ICOM and some of the other guys in that area. But like I said, you'll see the K4 with a pretty good performance VHF, UHF module, and we can build it different ways. It could be 70 megahertz, 4 meters and 2 meters, or it might be 2 meters in UHF. We've got the capability of doing a number of things with that module. So you'll probably see that first from us in terms of VHF, UHF work. It's a little hard in the VHF, UHF market and to really be competitive with the main suppliers, and that just because the overall cost of the products are pushed down quite a bit. And it's a lot harder unless you can really carve out a performance niche that people are willing to pay for there. And our observation is it's not going to be super easy if we were doing it as a standalone radio versus part of a radio like the K4.
All these questions, but Jonathan Shaw, M0JFE says, as now we're seeing SDR radio equipment becoming accessible to more people with a smaller budget, what do you see as being the next step for radio after SDR?
Boy, I think you'll see the SDR part staying around for quite a while. You'll see the performance go up as analog to digital converters get better, logic gets faster. we can do some more creative things with it and get more performance out of it in terms of even more dynamic range, and do some other things with it in terms of wider bandwidth modes. So you'll see that. One of the things we designed in the K4, so it's not going to be obsoleted quickly if new parts do come out, is what we call digital down converters, which are where we literally digitally sample at RF at the operating frequency, say 14 megahertz if you're on 20 meters, or 28 megahertz if you're on 10 meters, or so on. And we directly sample that at 122 megahertz right now with a very high-speed analog to digital converter, and then digitally down converted on that single little card. But say a whole whiz-bang new set of parts come out 4 years, 5 years from now, we can keep the radio and upgrade it like we did with things on the K3 to a K3S. We could have a K4S, for instance, and also sell upgrades to people that have the K4s, which makes our radios attractive to people because they can get a lot of lifetime out of it. So I think you'll see that. I don't think the DSP part's going to go away. We've been using DSP for a lot of things, demodulation, ever since the K3 days, and certainly inside the KX2s and KX3 we use them also. So I don't think the DSP is going to go away. I think you'll see faster and more creative software implementations in terms of features we add to it, and of course, newer parts.
We've got a talk on DSP coming up later on. Learn more about Stream from William Eustace. But we're reaching the end of our time now, Eric. Just before, you did say in your talk that this is a business for you, not a hobby. But do you actually get time to play? Yeah,
I've got a whole Radio Shack down here in the bottom floor of the house. I'm on the side of a hill here, about a mile from the ocean, and the basement I built out on that. It's like half the width of the house down there because we're on sort of at the edge of a pretty good sized slope hill, and put a good sized ham shack in there years ago. And that's my lab and ham shack, and occasionally my office hide down there. But I get on and operate. I've been operating actually just this afternoon. I was on a little bit too. I do everything from just making sure I'm using our radios, and so I can see what works and what doesn't work to my satisfaction. Actually, I inadvertently worked somebody at FT8 today. I wasn't even trying to. I was just watching them, and I was moving my mouse around and inadvertently clicked on the signal, and little did I know I already had worked them by the time it was over. That was pretty fun. But I get on. I operate CWM sideband too. I'm sorry, I know we're getting time. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's great. Yeah, just one final question from everybody. When will we see the K4, and how much?
Okay. Pricing over in Europe usually is, of course, you can buy directly from us and ship, pay your import duty coming into the country that way. The CE testing that we do, we've actually done the preliminary testing already. We usually have to wait until the final production units are rolling off the line and make sure we go through a full test on that. It's not something you submit to a government agency, which is nice. There's not that bureaucratic delay. So we basically go through the test lab and just catch any minor things that are specific to CE that maybe we have to tweak on the radio just to make sure they're happy with that. Obviously, we design the radios to be clean in terms of emissions and stuff. And that's the key thing with CE. Because there's not a 110 volt supply in it, we don't have to go through the whole high voltage part of it that you do for like the linear amplifiers that we sell. But it should go pretty quickly. I'd say we'll probably have that complete over the next 60 to 90 days, and you'll probably see them starting to pop up in Europe in that time frame, maybe even faster. I'm trying to push it as fast as we can, but we've got our hands full with the current backlog, which is primarily not in Europe based, unless they were buying them in the States and carrying them over. I'd say in that time frame over the next 90 days, you'll see them probably start some popping up over in Europe. People may be the place to sort of put me in line, but not in official order, and then they'll come back and take it as soon as we start shipping.
That's great. That's I'm sure everybody will be really interested to see those arrive here. Well, Eric, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us in the middle of your night and giving us a fascinating insight into all the goings on at Elecraft. We really appreciate it. Again, you'll have to imagine the round of applause that's ringing out now around the globe. Really, you're welcome to stay and watch the proceedings, but I guess there's sleep to catch up on there. So all the streams will be available later in the day, by the way. But Thanks very much, Eric. All the best to you.
Okay.
73 from us here. Right. Well, we've got the streams starting very shortly at 10 o'clock. While Rob and Dom from CamHams are setting those links up, let's pay another visit to the National Radio Centre at Bletchley Live, by the way. If you're watching on the Introduction 2 stream, by the way, Joe M1WD, MWD will shortly have advice on getting fun from operating a small modest station. On the Learn More About stream, M0 RTP Rail will be extolling the virtues of QRO magnetic loop antennas. And there are links to each stream on the RSGB website, and the web addresses should appear on the screen anytime now. Okay, so let's go to Bletchley.
Good morning.
See what's
Welcome
happening
to the
there.
RSGB's
GB3RS
National
is
Radio
on the
Centre,
air. We'll try and find
located
out
here at
a
Bletchley
frequency
Park.
for you.
I'm Martin Baker, G0GMB, NRC coordinator, and I work with a team of volunteers here who help to run the centre. During the day today, we'll be running some QSOs, live QSOs from our GB3RS station, and it'll be really great to have you call in to make QSOs and have a contact with us. We're going to be operating on a number of different frequencies, 80 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters, 2 meters, and we hope to be also on our Oscar 100 station as well. To help you find us during the day, we'll be sharing our operating frequencies with you on social media and on the DX cluster. For those of you who haven't been to the NRC before, I'm going to give you an overview of our radio setup, our station here. However, before we do that, just to remind everybody that due to the virus situation, the NRC is temporarily closed to visitors. Although Bletchley Park has reopened, the NRC is still closed. And today, the video streaming is being done in accordance with COVID precautions, and we'll be wearing face masks whilst we're operating and maintaining social distancing. Now, in terms of the actual radio setup that we've got here, we have a number of radios. On the HF bands, we have a Flex 6500. It will run anything between 40 meters up to 6 meters with the aerial that we have connected to it. And we have a Maestro screen for making easy operation. The Flex itself, we keep the power output from the Flex quite low. That drives into a Gemini HF linear amplifier, and that will produce 400 watts for us, which feeds up to the Step IR 3-element beam, which is located on the roof of B block on a small tower at about 50 feet. In conjunction with the Flex radio, we run Logger 32 software, and that 32 software has a DX cluster built into it, so we can immediately spot incoming stations and click on that will automatically align the radio to the correct frequency, and we'll tune the Step IR to be resonant on that frequency too. Moving on to the LF bands, we have two radios that we can use, an FTDX 5000, and also just along the bench we have an IC 7300. The Yaesu radio is connected to a multiband dipole, which is at about 40 feet, again over the top of one of the blocks in Bletchley Park. And on both the HF and LF bands, we're running CW, SSB, and we also have the ability to run FT8 QSOs on those bands. Moving further along on the radio bench, we have two radios which will cover the VHF bands. We have a TS2000, which we use with SAT-PC32 software, and we use that for tracking polar orbiting satellites. And we also can track the International Space Station with that. It's also used with FM repeaters and FM simplex on the TS2000. Next to that, the IC 9700, and that's radio we use predominantly for 2 meters and 70 SEMS SSB QSOs, but we also have, and CW, but we also have the ability to run FT8 on that radio as well. which makes an interesting demonstration. And the 9700 we use in conjunction with Gemini 2 2 meter linear amplifier as well, which will generate up to 400 watts for us. So that's the main radio bench, and then on the far side, which is not in camera shot at the moment, we have our Oscar 100 station. And the Oscar 100 station, we are using a separate transmit and receive path. For the transmit side, we use an FT818, which is then feeding into a Kuna up converter. So we have a really nice setup here. We hope you'll have some QSOs with us today. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to the introduction to stream of this year's RSGB convention. I'm David G7URP and I'm with you on this stream throughout the day, and we'll be introducing our presenters as well as putting your questions to them live after their talks. You can submit your questions during the talks or afterwards using the YouTube chat facility. Now, on some of the talks we'll only have a very short time for questions afterwards, so if you have something you'd like to ask, then make sure you enter it onto the YouTube chat well before the end of the presentation so that it stands a good chance of being read to the presenter. And please include your name and call sign at the top of your question or message as well. So it's now 10 o'clock and it's a warm welcome to you all. I think it's fair to say that most of us don't have acres of land with multiple antenna towers and a shack full of the latest radios and gizmos. But as our next presenter will show, you can have a surprising amount of fun and success operating with quite a modest setup. So it's a very warm welcome to Joe Chester, M1MWD, who's going to help us make the most from your small station. Hello, Joe.
Morning, David. How are you? Good morning to Tammy as well there behind the scenes in Norfolk. And good morning to those of you watching on YouTube, either live or on the repeat. I should also, I think, say thanks to Eric for staying up to the early hours in California to give us an insight into what's going on in Ellicraft. That K4 does look a great rig if you want that level of performance. So I suppose we'll all have to start saving, or else we'll have to rely on Santa Claus maybe. Hi.
I think, yes, amazingly brave to stay up till 2 in the morning.
Indeed. Right, moving along. While I'm at it, I want to say thanks also to David and to Mark for the invitation here this morning, and particular thanks to Don Field, the editor of Practical Wireless, for much encouragement to write about my antics in that magazine. So, why am I talking about small stations? Well, the obvious answer is because I have one. The less obvious answer is because most of the amateur radio stations in the world are small stations set up in a small space in the house or with limited space for antennas out back, maybe 100 watts or QRP even, and plagued by background noise. Many operators would see this as a limitation on what they can do, but I disagree, and I intend to show this over the next 30 minutes or so. This is what I'm going to talk about. First of all, I don't think you need a mega station to have fun with a radio. That might seem obvious, but at times it doesn't seem quite so obvious if you read the magazines and listen to other radio operators on the air. I want to talk about the background noise levels a bit, and I have 2 practical suggestions of how to get around these problems. And finally, I want to talk about antennas, and basically to say that any antenna is better than no antenna, but you need to be careful, and if you are careful, you'll get more out of it. And there's a bit of technical stuff as well. So on we go. If you signed in this morning or logged in this morning hoping to find answers to these questions, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. I'm not going to deal with any of these questions. You'll have to go elsewhere for that. So, how much contesting do you do? Do you chase DX? Are you hunting down DXCC? How much portable activity do you do? Are you active on the low bands? To do these things, do you need a full legal power or QRO station with a high-powered linear amplifier, a massive tower and a set of beam antennas, which mostly annoy the neighbours, a room full of different transceivers? Well, the answer is absolutely no. Now, I would like to point out that there is a difference between the word need and the word want. And to illustrate this, I might want a Ferrari to go to Tesco's, but I don't need one. Hi. So let me start with the contests. As I asked the question this way, the obvious answer is, of course, small stations can take part in contests. But let me ask the question slightly differently. Should small stations take part in contests? Or even another way, why don't so many stations say that they don't participate in contests? So I want to tell you a bit of a bedtime story. Well, it's a bedtime story for adults. I want to tell you about the WOW event. Now, this isn't the WOW event of radio astronomy history, but it does tell us something about the question I'm asking. Once upon a time, well, it was actually the Sunday of the ARRL SSB contest in April. It was pre-COVID, so we had the family over for lunch. The grandkids were busy wrecking the garden and wrecking me head as well, so I slipped into the spare room where my KX3 sits on a table in the corner. This is connected to an inverted L, 10 meters up in the air, and runs 10 watts. Around noontime, the 20-meter band came alive with US stations calling CQ. Now, the ARRL contest is one for the big guns. Fierce contesters running kilowatts into beam antennas up on tall towers. Then I hear a call I recognize. You know him as well. He's a highly competitive contester and is rightly famous for a piece of software we all use. It's a well-drilled routine. QRZ, pause, call sign 59CT, QRZ, call sign 59CT, like a metronome. Should I answer him with me 10 watts from me piece of wet string up in the air? Well, if I don't, I'll never know. So I counted through the next three, just to get in sync with the rhythm of his replies. Then I pushed the PTT and said, M1 MWD 5910. He replies immediately, wow, 59CT. Why the wow? Because that 10 says I'm running 10 watts. And if the ARRL contest seems to be for mega stations running megawatts, how does 10 watts work in that scenario? Now, of course, the family heard this wow from down the corridor while they were preparing dinner, so I had fun trying to explain that to them over dinner later on. I emailed Tom later in the week, and not for his QSL card, but to find out what he was running. Correct, he was running a kilowatt into a 5-element beam up on a 30-meter tower. So I think the message from this is clear. There's no reason, if you only have a small station, not to join in the contests. Have a bit of fun. But Tom did ask me to convey a couple of simple messages to anyone doing this. First of all, work out what the correct response is. This could be 59 and a random number, 59 and a country code, 59 and your ITU zone. Work out what the correct response is. Secondly, don't be too ambitious. One of the things I like to do is go in the air for an hour and see how many different countries I can contact. I normally get 10 or 12, and then occasionally I get one I haven't contacted before to add to my DXCC score. Don't do this. This kind of thing is perfectly okay outside the contests, but it's not okay in a contest. Okay, moving on. Noise. Background noise comes from distant lightning, and there's not a huge amount we can do about it. I think this is possibly one area where a directional antenna might help, but let's move on. Man-made noise, of course, is a completely different thing. This comes from electrical interference from fridges and freezers and washing machines and TVs, and what our US cousins call wall warts, poorly made switched mode power supplies. As radio operators, we know how to address this problem, find the culprit and do what needs to be done to remove it. Ferrite cores come in useful here, and there are many other solutions. And then we come to VDSL. I'm going to take a pause here for a moment and say something quite personal about VDSL. I'm plagued by it. You are too. It's much worse on the low bands than it is on the high bands. And I understand the frustration everyone has with this. The RSGB is actively trying to do something about it, but try to understand the origin of this problem. The origin of this problem was a government instruction to BT to increase customer broadband speeds as quickly as possible. The cheapest and quickest way to do this was to allow the DSL modems to use frequencies in the amateur bands. Steve, G0FUW, writing on the QRSP mailing list a few days ago, detailed what he did to make an effective complaint to Ofcom. Many others are doing the same. Steve even wrote to his MP, who replied to say that at its most basic level, fixing the problem is going to cost Openreach a hell of a lot of money and will also affect services to customers by reducing their broadband speeds. Now, I reward and approve the effort to do something about this, but you have to understand that it would take a government decision to actually do anything about this, and I don't think that's going to happen. Personally, I prefer the approach advocated by Chris, GU3TUX, writing on the same mailing list a few days later. He says he has had positive results to minimize the effects of VDSL on his station by changing antenna orientation and polarization. What he's basically saying is that we're radio engineers, so it should be possible for us to innovate our way around this problem. Of course, there is another solution. Why not just get away from it and go out portable? Just get some water. This was my first attempt. Not exactly.
We'll let you have a little drink there, Joe. And just a reminder to everybody at home now watching, I know you do particularly like interruptions with little questions and thoughts and things. So if you are watching this at home and you're on YouTube and you can enter into the YouTube chat, then just pop your name and call sign and we'll read your question straight away to Joe. Back to you, Joe.
Thanks, David. It gets a bit dry. I haven't done this for a very long time, as you know, David. Right, where were we? Yeah. This was basically a bit of a buddy pole put up in the air as a horizontal dipole on the end of a fishing pole. In the boot of the car was a car battery and my 706 and a mobile MFJ mobile tuner. Couldn't get a match, heard nothing, complete disaster. But then I got myself a better tripod. I also got rid of the car battery and bought myself an Telegraph KX3 powered by a lithium ferrous phosphate battery. And if you haven't seen one of these things, this is what it looks like. A car battery the size of a small paperback book. With this, I went to Port Call. That's the image of the top right-hand corner for the International Lighthouse Weekend. Now, Port Call's lighthouse is very, very old. It was originally coal-fired, and then they changed it over to gas. But instead of doing a proper job, they put a slot machine at the base of the tower. So you can imagine the harbour master having to crawl on his hands and knees along that pier, with a gale blowing and the water washing over the pier to put a shilling in the slot. The pictures on the right show again, the buddy pole set up on a proper tripod this time. The KX3 is on the table, the same battery I showed you a moment ago. We were set up in the lee of a pub, so it wasn't long before a few pints wandered over, accompanied by their owners. What's that guy doing? I heard people say. Is he fishing? Is he contacting ships? What about this one? He's catching lightning. Nice one, that. Thank you very much. My favorite one was the little girl who said, "Mammy, what's that man doing talking into his hand?" Now, this setup is not exactly the most portable setup in the world. It's more transportable than portable. But then I discovered this. What is it, you're asking yourself? Or maybe not. Maybe you know what it is. From the top down, the plastic bag contains a 13-foot counterpoise with a lug. This next down, as you can see, is a couple of coils in a tube. with a BNC on one end and the screw connection on the other. Then comes what looks like a bit of a car aerial. Next down on the left is a table mount, and on the right is a tripod mount. The pencil is mine, by the way, just to show how big this thing is. You don't get the pencil with the kit, So basically, it's a base-loaded car aerial, but please don't tell Wayne I said that. Not exactly a DX antenna then. So how could you expect to work DX with a thing like that? But wait a minute. This is the AX1 set up on a tripod. You can see the counterpoise running away to one side, and it's connected into the car to my KX3 again running off that battery. Now, my XYL has gone off to buy some fresh fish for dinner, so I don't have very much time. I hear someone working a pile-up on 14.2. He never calls CQ or QRZ. I listen for a few minutes, and then I hear QRZ listening 10 up. He's doing the splits. Now, the KX3 has 2 VFOs, so it's only a half minute's work to set one to his listening frequency. He's still hammering away. Call sign 5973, call sign 5973. Then a very slight change. He calls CQ twice in a row. So I instantly switch over onto his calling frequency and say MW1, MWD, 59. I switch back to his calling frequency and hear MW1, MWD, 59 here in Rome. Greetings to Wales 73. Now it's 10 watts. It's a compromised aerial. Okay, it's not rare DX into terms of distance, but that's the call sign of the Order of Malta amateur radio station operating in Rome. They're not on the air very often. So that's not a DX antenna then? Depends on your definition of DX, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then there's the famous Marconi Footsteps project. I was fascinated by early stories of Marconi's work and decided I'd have a go at mimicking what he did. Now, I have no intention of creating a room like this. This is the Haven Hotel in 1899. But I did want to have a go at trying to replicate what he did, you know, in the very early days. This is before 1900. Another way to put this was that basically it was an excuse to get out portable. Of course, I needed to have an aerial. I needed an antenna in the spirit of Marconi. So I got myself an 80-meter vertical using a 10-meter fishing pole and using 300 ohm twin lead up the fishing pole. The two ends at the top are solid together, effectively to make a 20-meter radiator. For counterpoise, I bought some bamboo poles from the local garden centre, and I made little wigwams and stuck those in the ground to keep the counterpoise off the ground. I decided early on from research I did that Marconi was basically using what we would call low power, so the KX3 was perfect for this. And I decided to work from the same places that Marconi worked from. This is Pepperbox Hill in the middle of a storm. This is a nicer day on the beach near Lavernock Point. And this is the Haven Hotel. Now, I did actually call around. I write on a few websites that I'm on, or a mailing list that I'm on, asking people whether they thought it was a good idea. And basically the answer came back, no. However, I can tell you that this worked. We had great fun. We met lots of nice people wandering and coming up and asking us what we were doing. I had lots of great QSOs. These are just 3 as an example. Bruce, G4EUW. I hope you're watching, Bruce. Thank you for your email yesterday. Bruce is an old Marconi operator from the old days. It was nice to work him from the beach. Mike F8VOU. I worked him several times. He was actually waiting for me to go on air because I put the details of what I was doing on a QRZ page. And so, Mike, if you're listening, thank you very much for coming up several times to work me. And then there's Mike, R9GM, who lives just south of Moscow. That was 4,000 miles, and he gave me a 5.9 plus 10. So who says that compromised antenna and low power can't achieve results? So having demonstrated what antennas can do, I thought I'd say something about antennas. First of all, a light bulb will transmit, and I've heard stories, but I haven't been able to track them down, of people who have actually got DXCC in 100 countries using a light bulb. So anything will transmit if you know how to match the thing. Personally, I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with a random length of wire. I think you need to stop worrying too much about getting the absolute maximum out of the thing. Just get something up and call CQ. I wrote a piece a while back about what I call the magic of a piece of wire, end-fed. This is LB Seebeck, W4NRL, well known, unfortunately now Silent Key, who over a long career in amateur radio basically tested every configuration of wire antenna that you could possibly try. His quote is that the end-fed wire will put a usable signal on more bands than almost any other contender. And the shape of the wire doesn't matter. You can hang the thing up and fold it over and twist it around your garden, whatever you have to do to get the thing up. But you need to be a little bit careful. The problem is the impedance at the end of this wire. As you know from your studies, if you have a piece of wire set up as a dipole, then the current is highest in the center and lowest at the ends, and then the reverse for the voltage. Now, and you also know, of course, about Ohm's law. Resistance is current over voltage. Now, this should be impedance, but it's just easier to use resistance in this talk this morning. So for the end of the wire, this means a number, voltage, a large number, divided by current, a very, very small number. Here's an example. You get a huge number for your impedance at the end of the wire, which becomes very, very difficult to match. So you need to find a length of wire which is not a half wavelength on any frequency you're trying to use. Then you stick a matchbox or transformer on the end to transform the impedance down to something that your radio can cope with or your tuner can cope with, and add a counterpoise wire. This is what mine looks like. If you look at the top center there, you can just see the wire going off from the top of the fishing pole. The picture on the right shows the thing going in a tree to an insulator, going in a tree held up by a bit of string. And that's my matchbox there at the end.
Joe, you did ask us to interrupt you if we had any questions or comments, all right?
I need another drop of whiskey, thanks.
Is that what it's in here? Just thought I'd read these out to you. Firstly, David J said, did Marconi have to clear the table before dinner?
He actually did. He used to have dinner in that room. I was in that room in the Haven Hotel. It's now a lounge. We had afternoon tea, would you mind, in that room. And I did set up the radio in that room with the AX3, but it's inside the steel frame building, so I didn't get out. But yes, he used that room, and it was also the dining room of the hotel. And he had friends around for dinner, and they had parties in that room. There was actually a piano in the corner of that room, now gone, of course, and they used to have sing-songs after dinner in that room.
That is fantastic, isn't it? Yeah, well, I was going to give you another chance for your water there. And just ask, while you're doing that with one hand, can you just show us the battery again? Because Mike Taylor and JMH59 or 2E0 IGP, give him his call sign, he asked, could we have another look at that battery? So that's a Zippy 4200, yeah?
Yeah, there's an 8400 version as well. I have one of them as well. But with this, using 10 watts SSB, I can go all day. I put I change the connector to a power pole, but basically, yeah.
So does that give you 12 volts as well? Because a lot of lithium type batteries, they're multiples of 3.7 volts, aren't they?
No, it gives out 13.6 volts. It's a 4S, blah blah blah, whatever. It produces 13.6 volts, and because of the chemistry inside it, it holds on to that 13.6 all the way down to 5% charge. So it literally runs all day and will run your radio all day. Again, it's not going to run a full QRO amplifier. for more than a few minutes. But if you're out with a QRP rig like I am frequently, no problem. Yeah? I use it at home as well. As it happens, that story about the WOW call, it was powered by that battery.
Really?
I wrote a piece about batteries in PW. You have to be careful about the chemistry in these batteries. There is a well-known chemistry that tends to be slightly explosive, but this one, that's lithium iron phosphate, is perfectly safe, and there are actually no recorded instances of it doing anything nasty. You have to charge it with the right charger, of course, which does make the thing a little bit expensive to get started. Yeah, the way to go in my opinion.
Just on that question then, Joe, I'm just predicting what others might say. That sounds like almost a perfect battery for radio hams. Do you know if it's something, have you ever travelled on a plane or anything with a battery as big as that?
No, but I've heard of guys who have.
So it's probably okay to take them on a plane as long as you declare them clearly.
Well, they're saying they just put them in the backpack. The backpack goes through the scanner. Occasionally, the guy at the other side of the scanner opens the thing and takes it out, says, "Is this a battery?" and puts it back in again. Now, there is, you need anybody going to do this for on an airplane. Are we really talking about going on airplanes today, David?
Well, not at the moment, maybe, but in the future.
Yeah, anyway.
In the future, I'm sure it will come back.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they say most airlines have no problem with them. So I haven't taken it on an airplane myself, but way to go. Where are we?
And
25?
one other, I'm sorry, one other supplementary question from Mike, who asked one of the questions about had they missed the battery. Is do you know where they can be purchased from? Rough. I mean, are they readily available?
Can I name the company, David?
Of course, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Hobby King.
Okay.
Hobbyking.com. I got mine from.
All right, so there we are, Mike.
And they have a site, a UK site, and I mean, I don't know where they actually. Have they a warehouse in the UK? I have no idea. But it came in a couple of days, and yeah, it's been great. I bought the bigger one as well, the one twice the size, because if I'm driving out somewhere in the car, it's easy enough to carry the two batteries and have a spare. But yeah, way to go.
All right, well, I'll leave you to get back to your talk. And just a reminder to everybody watching at home, though, that you can ask questions here at any time during Joe's talk, in particular when we're doing rehearsal with Joe over this. He said he encourages people to interact during his talk, so don't think you're being rude interrupting.
Yeah, it's a fireside chat in some respects. I hope that people have managed to grab a cup of coffee or whatever they want and are sitting in a comfortable chair watching this. And thanks again, lads, and lassies for tuning into this ramble. Right, on we go. So we come to the 3 rules for antenna performance. 1. Get as much metal as you can up in the air. The longest wire you can fit inside the space you have, bend it any way you want. The higher the better, especially the high current middle part of the wire. Get that up as high as you can, and then match the impedance carefully. Again, to talk about the bending it bit. CBIC did every possible configuration of wires as theoretically and practically. I only did them theoretically. I also did wires that I bent at right angles. I bent them horizontally at right angles, vertically at right angles. I twisted them around in wriggly things, and you get a picture that looks much the same as this, no matter what you do with the thing, yeah? As long as the middle of the wire is up as high as you can. If you think about the inverted L on the right, it goes up 10 meters and then goes horizontally across. So the high current part is as high as I can get it in the air. The left-hand side is a sloper. I don't think there's much difference between these two. I mean, theoretically, there is a small difference. But it's very, very slight. The inverted L allegedly is a 1.56 dB performer, and the sloper is a 1.47 dB performer. But who knows? I don't think you'd notice the difference whichever way you hung it up. I do need to say one more thing about the wire before I move on, and that is you have to be careful about the length of wire you pick. You'll find suggestions for good lengths of wire in my Practical Wireless article, and also in the RSGB Radio Communications Handbook. The new edition has a chapter on the end-fed wire and has the same diagram that I used in my article. A diagram originally done by Alan G3CCB, who did lots of work to work out which are the sensible lengths of wires to use to avoid the high impedance problem at the end of the wire. Right, where are we going from here? Yeah. I assume you're all studying the picture on the right-hand side every day, and if you're not, why not? This is the average smoothed monthly values for sunspot numbers for the last couple of years.
Now you're getting that, Joe, from Space Weather Prediction Centre. I think there's other places as well, isn't there? Or is that the best place, you think?
It's all over the place. It was in PW as well, and I think it's in the RSGB Radio Communications Handbook, even if I remember correctly, or maybe I don't. Now, clearly we are at solar minimum, yeah, and there's no way of getting around that. If you look really, really carefully at the graph, you'll see there's a slight uptick. But again, I think 70 days this year so far, we've had no sunspots. So clearly we are still at solar minimum. But, and it's a biggie, the fact that we're at solar minimum doesn't mean that there is no propagation. So we come to a little bit of a seesaw, a little bit of a circular argument. And it goes like this. You can't work them if they're not there. Well, that's fairly obvious. You also can't work them if you're not on the air. And of course, if you don't go on the air, then there's nobody to work. So this is a bit of a circular argument. What we tend to do is say, oh, it's solar minimum, the propagation is low. We look up DX maps or the DX cluster. Oh, there's nobody there. And we say, well, the propagation is poor today. There's no point in me lighting up the radio station. Whereas the opposite is true. There is propagation if you get on the air and are patient and you want to work it. Of course, if you don't get on the air, then everyone says the propagation is bad. And it's a circular argument. The right answer is get on the air whenever you can get on the air. Give it a go. And if you do, you won't be disappointed.
Actually, Joe, if you don't mind, I'll come back on something there, just 'cause it's so relevant to what you've just said, because this is National World Health Day. Sorry, it's World Health, Mental Health Day. Sorry, right. And it struck us that there's never been a more appropriate day and time to think about getting on the air to care. You know that's been the RSGB's campaign since we sort of hit lockdown in February, March time this year. So as you mentioned about getting on the air, don't just get on the air for yourself, but get on the air because it'll help others. If you're sitting there thinking that you can get on the air, you'd like to get on the air to talk to somebody, there's probably at least one other person somewhere else who'd really appreciate that call. So just a quick plug for World Mental Health Day there. Anyway, back to you, Joe.
Yeah, well done, David. The point I'm making is that if you get on the air, there will be somebody there if enough of us get on the air. But if we take the attitude of there's nobody on the air, then there will be nobody on the air. The fact that for solar minimum is irrelevant in some respects. I put this up just for fun. I don't remember the name of the amateur who has this for a station. And by the way, when I pasted this slide into this, pasted the picture into the slide, it cut off half a station because the station is actually twice the size of that. And I think he has something like 20 Collins radios that he has sourced over the years and repaired and has operating again. So to some extent, I just put it up for fun to ask a simple set of questions. How many radios do you need? Do you need just one, or do you need several? Do you need one for every band? Do you need one to cover every band from 1 hertz up to several kilohertz? And do you need a set of antennas to match all of that? The question really is, are you a museum collector or are you an operator? I know which I am. Which brings me to network. I thought I'd try to get on the 80-meter nets, and David, to reflect back to something you said, I think the 80-meter nets lit up once lockdown hit, and there's a lot of stuff going on there. And I thought it would be simple enough to just tune up a frequency of some sort, get a match, and I'm off.
Yeah. Plus, actually, just as a little bit of a bright spot as well, we really are at minimum. And we had a talk a couple of weeks ago on our club from Steve Nichols, G0KY, to say,
Yeah, I know, Steve.
to talk about NASA have just called the start of sunspot cycle, I think 28. So it's going to get better.
Yeah, it's going to get better. But of course, 80 meters is a peculiar band. And again, I've written at length about that. The D layer is a bit of a wet blanket, which tends to, make things difficult. But there are ways around it, as I'll show you in a minute. The problem with 80 meters is that it's very, very difficult to get an 80 meter antenna up half a wavelength, because half a wavelength is 40 meters high. So most people tend to rely on compromised antennas again. And of course, the noise problem is worse on 80 meters, and VDSL is particularly bad down there. This is my version. I use ladder line up a 10 meter fishing pole again. I soldered the two elements together at the end. By the way, this idea of running two lengths of wire, folding one over against the other, is called linear loading. And I do intend to talk about this in a PW article in future, because it's a great way to get a long antenna or a large antenna into a small space. More on this one later. Again, the 10 meter. So I end up again with a 20 meter radiator. I add a long elevated counterpoise. Now I do need a bit of inductance, a bit of base loading to get an effective match here. I've even actually at one stage made my own coil. Check it with an antenna analyzer. Move the tap along the coil, and you will get a match, and it will work. Of course, the noise is a problem, and everybody has discovered Hack Green. At least I hope everyone has discovered Hack Green. I'm thinking of starting a campaign to nationalise Hack Green, given the vast number of people who want to use it. Mm-hmm. This is one way to get around the noise problem. This is me set up on Hack Green one morning, listening on 80. I listen on the web SDR, and I use my 7300 to transmit.
Joe, just if I could just interrupt you a bit there, because this is, as you know, this is an introduction to stream, and there's lots of newcomers to the hobby, maybe even some who haven't even taken their license just yet. So can you just explain a little bit about what Hack Green is, and about the ability to listen into other stations remotely over the internet?
Yeah, these are just internet receiving stations. Now, the Hack Green one is particularly good because A, where it's sited, and B, what it is. It's sited in Cheshire, roughly in the middle of the country. It's a double G5R fee up 130 feet in the air, run by a bunch of guys. I should have made a note of the call signs. Sorry, lads. But I've been in touch with you, asking you how you do this stuff. It's an SDR which is connected to a switching system which can allow through the server. I think one morning I found 20 people on it. Or maybe it can handle more than that. I don't really know. Maybe David, a pointer for the future is to maybe get the RSGB to get these guys on one of your Monday evening slots to explain what they're doing. Yeah. Well, there are lots of these other ones about set up by amateurs just for the fun of it. There's one in Conway, one in Stafford, there's a set of them in Weston-super-Mare with different antennas on them. What I do is I tune up, I get a match, make sure my transceiver is working properly, and then I light up the computer, light up Hack Green, and I listen on Hack Green and transmit on with the 7300. I use the mute button on the keyboard to mute Hack Green when I'm transmitting, and lots of people are doing this as a way to get around the noise problem. Taking me back to what I said about VDSL at the start, we need to innovate ourselves around this problem and not try to confront it head on. I don't think there's much future in that approach. This is the solution. I would also like to say that this is not something new, because if I remember back in the very beginning of this, most of it had separate transceivers and receivers with complicated switching and gear between the two to make sure you don't blow the front end of your receiver when you transmit. So this is exactly the same thing, a separate receiver and a separate transmitter. Fortunately, you don't need switching gear now, yeah, because the receiver is a long way away from you. Can, can I ask a question I asked in the magazine, and maybe somebody listening this morning, David, might have a go at this. If I use a web SDR, say, for example, oh, I don't know, in the Netherlands, yeah, and I'm listening on that and transmitting on my 7300, and I work a station in, say, Croatia, is this a valid QSO?
Are you posing that to our viewers at home?
Is it a valid QSO if I transmit on my transceiver but listen on an SDR much closer to the transmitted station I'm working?
Okay,
Interesting question.
Okay, yeah, we're going to ask that question, and hopefully we'll get people at home to answer it.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe not.
So,
no.
What's on 80 meters? Club nets, yeah, and this is what you were saying, David, about when lockdown happened. A huge number of club stations all went on air to run nets, some once a week, some more than once a week, some even only once a month. But they're there and they welcome call-ins, and anybody's welcome to join. Then there's the specialist interest groups like AMSAT and VMARS. Again, anyone's welcome to join. I actually listened to the AMSAT net on a Sunday morning. Quite interesting, some of the stuff they're talking about satellite work, yeah. WAB, Worked All Britain, is an interesting example, and again, they welcome people to join in and work the guys who are out mobile. The RSGB news every weekend from different places around the country. Give them a shout if you want. Plenty of stations to contact, plenty of stations on air there on 80 meters. And then I want to make special mention of the NRC net. Now, I know you're going to go over maybe, David, to the NRC net where they're broadcasting live at the moment. But there are a bunch of amateurs who volunteer to run the NRC net in pre-lockdown days. And you basically decided to set up a net every weekday morning to stay in touch when lockdown happened. Nigel, G4RWI, good morning, Nigel, the main net controller. 80 meters answer to Nigel, to Parky, I think. If you let me get away with that one, Nigel. And everyone is welcome to join in. It's a huge bunch of people. Sometimes it can be 20 people calling in there. And the conversation goes from the exotic, like how to paint a fence, to how to actually set up a patch antenna for Oscar 100 and everything in between. Fascinating net. Love joining in there, and very grateful to the boys for calling me in every morning. So we're heading to the end, David. What else can you do? Well, here's a list. DXCC in a weekend? Yeah, why not? You set yourself up on FT8, and I'm sure with a bit of concentrated effort, you'll get to 100 countries in a weekend. What about satellite work? Well, I'm no mechanical engineer, so but if you have a bit of mechanical engineering skills, or if you're an octopus holding 2 meter antenna in one hand, a 4 meter antenna in the other hand, and try to work a handy talkie in the other hand while trying to make notes in the log in the other hand, yeah, you can go work the LEO satellites. I do recommend having a play with the reverse beacon network. This means you send out a CQ call on a frequency in the CQ band, and the RBN picks you up. You log onto the RBN on the web. You'd be absolutely amazed where your signal is reaching. I regularly put out things like 5 watts on 80 meters in the middle of the day, and get answers from stations in the USA in the middle of the day on 80 meters with the RBN. Amazing, absolutely amazing facility. We should be very proud of the guys who set that one up. And of course, you could decide to become a CW operator. Go to a boot camp and improve your skills. There's endless possibilities here for your small station. So I think I have proved that you don't need to be a mega station to have fun in contests, to go out and work DX, to go out and have a chat on the net, to go out and go portable. Lots of things you can do. And all you need is a transceiver and a piece of wet string. With that, David, I'll thank you again for moderating this morning. I hope you people listening have got something out of this. And I'm open to questions now. These are my contact details if anyone is interested. over to you, David.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Joe. That's been fascinating, a lovely introduction, and just a really down-to-earth way of how you can get the most from a small station and a modest station. Obviously both portable. You've enjoyed some of that, as well as having a modest station at home. We've just got John Stringer has just said, just started LeoSat, working with homebrew antenna and 2 handies, great fun, he says, and his call sign's M5JFS. So thanks for watching, John. And M0JCQ, ham radio channel, well done to Joe for a very accessible talk. If you're just getting started, take notes, says that person. Sorry, I don't have your Christian name there. So anybody, if you've got any questions now at all on Joe's talk, we are at the end of it, and you need to ask them pretty quickly now using the YouTube chat. Thank you very much, Joe. I mean, have you got any? I mean, you're using a KX3 there. What do you use at home? Is it the same radio or something different?
I've used the KX3. I have a 7300 as well. You saw a picture of it on one of the earlier slides, that was, in a sense, my main radio for a long time. But that was set up in the corner of the kitchen, which is a very busy space, and a lot of activity goes on there and a lot of noise there. So I bought the KX3 and put it in the spare bedroom on a spare table we had, and did a lot of my recent work there, stuff that I've recorded in the magazine, and yeah, it's been great fun, and I enjoy it. And I do have something small to add to Eric's talk. I don't think Eric said this at the time. This is an email I got from one of the Elecraft engineers who lost his home in the California wildfires. I lost my entire radio station, and not to mention my house and all its contents. This is Alan, N1AL. So now he says I get to start over. I'm just about to order some new QSL cards. My girlfriend wants me to go out and buy some clothes, but first things first, he says.
He got his priorities right.
Yeah, the KX3 is a remarkable little thing, and it's so tiny, it's ridiculous what it does.
Do you know, so can I make a little confession here now? I went to the States a couple of years ago and actually bought one of those as a kit, because I really wanted to make a radio. I'm an electronics engineer. And do you know how they're still in the individual boxes? But they're still in their individual boxes, so I must get round to making it because I hear it's wonderful. Just a couple of other comments for you. Sorry.
I know a man who'll help. I know a man who'll help you with that. Nigel, if you're listening, although Nigel told me he had to run off for a flu jab at some stage. If you're listening, Nigel, there's a KX3 kit ready to be built.
Well, no, I will do it, and I really want to do it. That's why I wanted to buy it, but I just haven't got round to it yet. Quite a busy at the moment. I've got a few other comments from you. Mike Taylor says, I think there was a stream on getting started on satellites. Hopefully something we can do from home with lots of QRM. We were actually due, I can mention at this moment, if you'll forgive me, Joe, that we were having a talk from Peter Goodall later in the day at 4 o'clock, but unfortunately Peter's not very well, so his talk on satellites has had to be postponed, but what I hope is that we'll be able to make that a feature on Tonight at 8 webinar later in the year or early next year. We've got... We've got Tim Longworth, GW4VXC, that says, well done, Joe. Yes, yes, yes. The only antenna that doesn't work is the one that you don't have put up. You haven't put up. That's right. And then from Essex Ham, it's just disappeared off the screen. Great talk, very inspiring, Joe. What advice would you have for someone who's just passed and keen to get started on HF? And that's from Pete, M0PSX.
Well, I think there's plenty of examples of me playing with HF out there. There's no VHF in that entire presentation, so you got to pick yourself a rig. With all due respects to Eric, you don't need a K4. You might want a K4, but you don't need one. I have a 7300. I had it for years. It's probably the most widely sold transceiver in the world today. The KX3 works extremely well as well. There are many other QRP rigs out there if you want to go down that road. And of course, there are many other full 100-watt rigs out there as well. So the first stage is to go pick yourself a rig, talk to somebody see what they have, see what you like, and then get a length of wire up in the air and call CQ on some band.
Absolutely. A few nice thank yous and well dones from from Simon MW0NWM and from Joe. From Gareth M6VOV says thank you very much indeed. Joe Chester says, Steve K says, thanks for a great talk of equal interest to me on GM1 for 40 years and my son an MM7 for 4 months. Well done.
Well done.
And Mick M0VMK says, thanks Joe, I've used Hack Green to complete a contact. There is a delay, but it can be done. A contact is a contact. Alan M0OLT says, often hear Hack GM, but not on set and vice versa. Is it skip? Derby to Cheshire isn't far, he says.
Well, I mean, I go on air every morning at 10:30 to have a chat with Nigel and Kim and Martin and the boys. And as I said, the range of topics we talk about is vast. And I use Hack Green every day. I should say this dropped off the front end, David. I should have welcomed everyone to sunny Tewkesbury, where the sun always shines, by the banks of Shakespeare's River Avon. The sun always shines except when it's behind clouds. And
nice local plug there for your local tourist board.
It works across country to Oxford. I've worked down to Devon and Cornwall, G4CUT. John G4FZA is down in there working QRP, and some guys can actually hear him up in Oxford.
Lovely stuff, Joe. I've got to move on because we're really coming up to the end of our time. As you know, we've got to meet the next junction at 11. Just a couple of things. Mark M1MPA says, what sort of antenna setup do you have at home, Joe? Did you get that, Joe?
Yeah, can you put up the screen?
Oh, right, yeah, okay. I'll get Tammy now to quickly put up the screen. There we go.
That's home.
Which one? The boat or the house?
The boat.
Oh, really?
That's the 10-meter fishing
pole.
Are
you doing this from a boat?
I knew I'd surprise you, David.
I didn't know that. And we did a tech rehearsal and everything. So, oh well.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay.
We were living in South Wales a couple of months ago, and then we decided to do something more interesting.
Lovely.
So,
all right.
So, look how simple it is, lads. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You can even do it on the boat.
There you go, Mark. You've got your answer there. Another quick one from Ben M7 MMS, so a newcomer to the hobby. Hi, Joe. I use a Yaesu 817 and want to spend a decent amount of time portable, but have no idea about what battery setup to use for long days. Any tips? Well, I think, can you get that battery out one more time? We're going to have a real plug here for this battery. It's a Zippy 4200, and I think you said it came from Hobby King?
hobbyking.com.
Lovely. All right, so it's as David said on our YouTube chat stream, which I'm looking down here, M1 MWD /stroke MM then, Maritime Mobile.
Interesting. I asked that question, but I didn't get an answer in the magazine. So there's another interesting question. Is a Web SDR QSO a valid QSO for DXCC?
Yeah.
And is operating off a boat Maritime Mobile, even if it's not on the sea?
Well, similarly, as you know, we're coming to you from Norfolk, and so we have the Norfolk Broads, and I understand that actually in terms of radio, they're considered as not Maritime Mobile either. But anyway, Joe, we're going to have to leave it there because we've run right out of time, as they say. Thank you ever so much for tonight, for this morning, rather. I normally do this at night, you can tell, can't you? But you've obviously inspired lots of people, and lots of people have sent lovely comments, and I'm sure there'll be more to come as well. But Joe Chester, thank you ever so much for today.
Very kind of you, David, to moderate this morning. Enjoyed it very much, and hope some people get something out of it, yeah? So catch up with you another day, yeah?
Lovely. Look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Cheers for now.
Cheers. That's Joe M1, and the caption's just gone. Sorry. Joe Chester there with a talk all about small stations and how to get the most from it as well. As you know, this is the live, and we're now going to pop over and have a look at the NRC. We're going to go there occasionally during the day, because as well as these presentations, we'll also be popping over to the National Radio Centre at Bletchley Park from time to time to see what they're doing. And if you want to listen or work them from the frequencies they're on, they'll be updated regularly on social media throughout the day. So make sure you follow the RSGB on Twitter and Facebook if you'd like to be kept informed. But we'll see you in a few minutes' time at 11 o'clock for Turning Amateur Radio into an Adventure with Kevin and Lauren Richardson. It's a father and daughter team, and it's going to be a lovely film to see. That's at 11 o'clock.
Thanks. Oscar Hotel 5 Solo.
Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra.
Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra 59.
Also 59, name is Tony, over.
Thanks. Oscar Hotel 5 Solo. Hotel Bravo Hotel. Mexico India Sierra Victor Bravo Hotel also 59. Thank you. Whiskey Golf Flash Mobile, go ahead. Delta Kilowatt Whiskey Golf Flash Mobile 59, thank you. Eco Charlie 7 Alfa Tango portable desde Charlie Alfa Lima 159. My Victor Alfa Lima 076. My Victor Alfa Lima 077. DNE 04098. Verde Blanco Almería. Delta Lima 5 Yankee Charlie Uniform. Good morning, my friend. 29 to ago. My friend, thank you, Delta Lima 5, Yankee Charlie Uniform, Eco Charlie 7, Amado Tatango, Stop Portugal from Alvaria, Spain. Thank you, good luck with the contact. Thank you, take care. Alles Gute, Eco Charlie 7, Alfa Tango portable.
Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra.
Golf Bravo 3, Romeo Sierra 59.
Yes, also 509, name is Tony, over.
Okay, 59, thank you, good luck.
Okay, 10-3.
Eco Charlie 7, Amado Tatango, Stop Portugal. Eco Charlie 7, Amado Tatango, Stop Portugal. Eco Charlie 7, Alfa Tango portable.
Martin?
Hello, and you're watching the Introduction to stream at the RSGB Convention 2020. Amateur radio sometimes feels like a hobby just for older people, but of course it's really important to encourage youngsters, especially to ensure it has a long-term future. You're about to see a remarkable film made by Kevin Richardson, G0PEK, and his daughter Lauren, 2E0HLR. And it not only shows that amateur radio can involve young people, but also shows how radio can be an integral part of a family's other hobbies or activities. In a moment, we'll meet Kevin and Lauren live. So don't forget, you can ask questions and leave comments for them on the YouTube chat at any time during the film. But first, let's watch their video and see why radio is such an important part of their lives.
From the summit of Tarn Crag. Hello to you, this is M6HLR calling.
G6 Lima Kilowatt Bravo. Call airline.
Go 550 then.
G6 Lima Kilo Bravo and other stations. Could you please QSY to 550 please, over.
Roger, double down.
Is this frequency still clear please, over? Nothing heard.
G6 LKB.
G6 LKB from M6HLR. You are
5 and 9.
5 and 9, I guess. For M6HLR.
Yes, M6HLR, portable G6 LKB. Yes, good morning, Lauren. David in Ulverston. Thanks for 5 and 9. You're 5 and 9 also, over.
Yes, all received there. Many thanks for 5 by 9. Please stand by while I pass you over to G0PEK.
Our talk today is about turning amateur radio into a bit of an adventure. Now, myself and Lauren, 2E0HLR, we've been doing this for a little while, certainly since she was first licensed. And one of the things that we've found out is that when you're working with younger amateurs, it doesn't have to be 100% radio. So what we've decided to do is we broke our activity on the radio down into smaller sections and incorporated it in with other activities. Now, before Lauren was licensed, we would do that not just by using a little bit of radio and having a little bit of a chat on the top of a summit, but we would also incorporate things like geocaching and map reading and other little things on the way when we was out climbing mountains or doing canoeing. So that's one of the main things is break it up into smaller chunks, and then the youngsters have got more chance to engage with it. Generally, a sort of attention span can be measured in minutes, especially with the youngsters. I always used to work on the presumption of a child's age in minutes plus 2 will give you a rough idea as to their attention span with any sort of given activity, and we use that with all sorts of things, but especially with amateur radio. We also engage that idea into amateur radio when we started to teach Lauren about what she needed for her foundation licence.
You're 5x9, 59 from the summit of Hallin Fell with a lovely view. Over.
Thanks for the 5 and 9. You're also 5 and 9, and I know Hallin Fell extremely well. I've been up there more times than I care to remember. We would sometimes go to the pub on a Sunday dinner time, then have a walk up Hallin Fell. Many years ago, I might add, but yeah, been up there loads of times. But nice to get you along, and so I'll say 73s, and I'll have a quick word for the contact with your mum as well, and let you carry on. And thanks a lot.
When did you first decide you wanted to become a radio amateur?
When I was about 7 years old, and I sat the exam several times before I actually managed to pass, and I got my M6 licence at age 9, and it took me a couple of attempts, but yeah, age 7 was when I first wanted to do the exam.
Okay, what really sort of made you decide to get it when you was actually seeing me operate? What activity were we doing?
It was mainly amateur radio on the mountains and from canoes and interesting locations, and sometimes my dad came along with a little walkie-talkie, a little handheld, and I was just like, ooh, that sounds cool. And that's when I wanted to get my licence, because I wanted to do the same things he did. This is M6HLR from the summit of Lingmau, my 213th summit. So yeah, we're planning on doing the next one on August 1st, so yay! So we've only got one left to do. Yay! So I'm happy with that. We've just finished activating this one, so we're just about to head down into the unknown, as you can see with the mist behind us. Yeah. So, see you later. Bye.
So it took you 5 attempts to get your M6 from the age between 7 and 9 years old. What do you think it was that actually created the biggest stumbling block for you?
I think probably the way the questions were worded, because as a 7-year-old I wasn't that good at reading questions. I'm still not, but like the way they were worded just was a bit confusing to a young person. They were more focused on older people, so like they would just be really hard words to understand at 7, whereas other people would get them first try, stuff like that.
So it was more to do with the grammar rather than the content of the question, would you say?
Yeah. M6HLR Portable reporting from just off the summit of Birkhouse Moor, which you can just see over there. And on the map, that is marked as the hole in the wall, like the TV show. Like that. That is St Sunday Crag. That's a Striding Edge. That's Helvellyn, Swirl Edge, Catsley Cam. That's what we're going up. And then that white path, if you can see going down, is the path to the cafe. Bye!
What do you like most about amateur radio?
I like doing special events because I get to see places that I wouldn't normally see. I like building things as well, so I like making little kits up and radios and stuff like that. And I've forgotten what else. Special events, definitely. Seeing unusual places and going to unusual places like mountain climbing and stuff like that. Yeah. This is M6HLR Portable from the summit of, Middle Dodds, and that's the cairn over there, but you can't really see it. It's quite hidden. And up there is Red Screws. We were meant to be doing 4 today, but hallelujah, thank you to Dad. We have to do 2, so we've just done it, and then we go back up there, wait 2 hours. Well, we're just gonna slog our way up, be very slow. And I'm going to do a contest for an hour. I'm going to do 15 minutes of it. And then we're going to go down the same route we came up. I don't think Mum's looking forward to that because it's quite slippery. But, as you can see, doing the radio. So I'll say goodbye. Bye.
What do you like least about amateur radio?
I think the thing I like least is definitely contests, just because I'm not award driven and it's just boring for a young person to sit in front of a radio trying to get as many contacts as possible without having a conversation. I just found that as a younger person very boring. And
so how long would you manage on on a 2-hour contest, how long would you normally operate for?
Half an hour.
Yeah, about half an hour.
Yeah, so.
There was other reasons for that as well. That was also because doing the UKAC contest of an evening, Lauren would have to go to bed a bit earlier, and because of school, so she would generally do about the first sort of 30-40 minutes.
Yeah.
Mike 6, Echo Papa Whiskey. Yeah, good afternoon to you there. I think it's Liz, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, 559 from the side of Skidor. LDW 004, QSL.
What are your views on data modes with young people?
Well, I like SSTV, and that's just because it's quite interactive, and you can see like the photo and pictures develop as they come onto the screen. But I'm not really into modes like FT8 and like communicating through a computer, because that just like is very impersonal, and it's just not as fun as talking to someone, which is the whole reason why I got interested in the first place, that you could talk to people around the world. But with a data band like FT8, you're not really talking to them, you're like messaging like you would on Facebook and stuff like that. So it just doesn't really, if you wanted to communicate with someone across the world like that, you can just go Facebook. You don't need to go on to stuff like FT8. So I just found it's not particularly interesting, it's just the exact same thing.
Round about 10 or just slightly after, did I see your photograph in Rodcom? Over?
Yes, I think you did, because I was on the front. Yeah.
On the front page.
I was on the front page for the GB75MQ, and then there's 2-page spreads, and then there was me about a Lego antenna. Over.
Yeah, that's all copied, Lauren. I thought it was, but anyhow, I'll let you crack on, and I'll listen out for you the rest of the week if you're staying up. So I'll say 7-3s for now, and let you get some more contacts. Bye for now, Lauren.
Yes, 73s to you there, and QRZ. This is M6 HLR Portable.
Golf 4 Whiskey Hotel Alpha Mobile.
Golf 4 Whiskey Hotel Alpha Mobile from M6 HLR Portable. Yes, good afternoon to you there, Jeff. 5x959 from the summit of Broomfell. LDW 169. Over.
Yes, Roger on the 5 and 9. I've just got pulled up. You're about 5 and 2, Lauren. 5 and 2. Over.
Yep. Thank you very much for the 5x2. And
that's all the summits today.
All the summits we're doing today. We're going back. Yeah. So. To Keswick for something to eat. I'll pass you over to my dad so you can get the call. Over.
Many thanks, Lauren, and thank you for all the summits today, and hope you enjoyed the walk. It's quite nice up there, and you'll have a nice clear day. I'm looking over in that direction, even though I can't actually see where you're at, but Blencathra looks really nice. Okay, many thanks, Lauren, and I'll say 73s and I'll wait for your dad.
Okay, 73s.
Yeah, 73s and
What are
passing
your
over.
thoughts about using things like DMR, radio and Echolink and such like?
They definitely have their uses. I mean, Echolink can be used to keep in contact with radio friends when you're out of range, but most of them need at least one analog radio, which we often use to keep in contact. But the thing is though, if the internet does go down, you can't use them. So it definitely has its ups and downs. DMR has not really got many uses for us, but yeah.
Secured. This is Mike 6 Hotel Lima Romeo Portable from the summit of the NAB. LDW 139. This is M6 HLR Portable from the summit of the the NAB calling and listening.
Golf 4 Whiskey Hotel Alpha Stroke Alpha.
Golf 4 Whiskey Hotel Alpha Stroke Alpha. Yeah, could you please QSY to 145575, please, over.
Roger, 575 Golf.
So what have you actually done to help encourage other young people to get involved with amateur radio?
Well, there's a 214 Wainwrights that me and my dad both completed when I was about 12. I've taken radio kits and stuff into school to show the ISS and like solar flares and stuff like that. I've done that. Done loads of special event stations to help promote amateur radio and like loads of small activities for kids as well. I've worked bicycle mobile, built loads of antennas and kits, and I've done some contests, but not that many either as well.
And what did we do at rallies?
We mainly, we do like an interactive zone for the little kids, like younger people, to get them into the hobby. So we do like little motors and little fun activities and explain the science behind them.
This is Gibson Knot.
The 50th summit that I've done this Easter.
Yeah, so how do you feel?
Elated.
Elated. 50 summits in just over 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Ain't bad. So Gibson Knot. There's a view. And it's a fine all day on the hills.
Lovely.
Go.
Siki Wota. This is Mike 6 Hotel Lima Romeo Portable. M6 HLR Portable from the summit of Gibson Knot. LDW 198. Over. Siki Wota. This is Mike 6 Hotel Lima Romeo Portable. M6 HLR Portable from the summit of Gibson Knot. The 50th summit this Easter. Over. Hello CQ. Siki Wota. This is Mike 6 Hotel Lima Romeo Portable and G0PEK Portable from the summit of Gibson Knot. Calling and listening.
6 Lima Kilowatt Bravo.
Golf 6 Lima Kilowatt Bravo. Yes, could you please queue us wide to 145,550, I think. Over.
Roger, will do.
Is this frequency still clear, please? Over. Nothing heard. Golf 6 Lima Kilo Bravo. Go ahead.
Yeah, G60KB. Right, okay, Lauren. You're not very strong again. 4 and 4, 44. 4, 4, 44. Over.
555.
All received there. Thank you very much for the 4x4. You are 5 by 5, 55 from the summit of Gibson Knot. LDW 198 to the 50th summit this Easter. Over.
Roger, Gibson Knot. Got all that, Lauren. No problem at all.
Yeah, all received there. Thank you very much for the call. Please stand by and I'll pass you over to G0PK Portable.
How can we make amateur radio more engaging for young people?
Well, definitely it needs to be fun. I mean, like, things like direction finding are good, where you have to walk around and get a signal to find little flags and stuff like that. That will be good. Special event stations, providing there's more hands-on stuff to do, like little motors to make and play with and stuff like that. SSTV is good just because it's interactive and you can see how the picture forms. And summit operation, just because it gets you out and about and you can do you can do 2 things you love.
This is M6HLR and I've just come down off of Esk Pike over there. You can see the way in the mist. Very windy up there. And today I did my 100th summit. So altogether I've done 102 summits.
Activated, isn't it?
Activated 102 summits. That one over there is Rossett Pike, the R99. Then Alan Crag, which is over there somewhere, was my 100th. And then we did Great End, which there was a geocache on, and then Esk Pike, which was our last one.
And where are we heading to now?
The pub.
That's right. Yeah.
And then to our campsite to play cards with the rest of the night.
Okay, see you later.
See you later.
What
Bye.
can we do to encourage more young people into amateur radio?
We need to make them welcome. We need to say that this isn't an adults only club. Children are welcome, because when I first joined the club, I wasn't welcome at all. I was seen as the little annoying kid that was running around wreaking havoc. That was how I felt I was viewed. I did not feel welcome at all. We need to have more opportunities and events to get more children involved and get hands-on stuff done. Youngsters on the air is okay for that, but that's for older youngsters, like 18 and above. So technically it should be not youngsters on the air, adults on the air more likely. And Jota's also okay, but that's to do with scouts. So if you're not a scout, you don't have the same opportunities.
Okay, so more opportunities for youngsters to get out and on air then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just definitely more opportunities and make them feel more welcome in general.
Yep.
Do you think youngsters should get involved with radio?
No.
Hey!
No, I'm joking. Of course I do. Otherwise, we wouldn't have supported Lauren on her quest sort of through amateur radio. So we had to relearn a lot because everything had changed from when we first got licensed. So we had to go through a whole learning curve so that we could support Lauren. What made it hard, I think, was grammar on the questions. That as a 7-year-old answering multiple choice questions, the grammar on some of the questions were particularly challenging for her, which sort of slowed up her progress. So it took her a couple of years to get her license. But once she got her M6, she put that to really, really good use. And we'd support her through all of our activities sort of with amateur radio.
What other projects have you done, and what is your next project going to be?
Well, we supported Lauren through her quest to do all the Wainwrights. That took 2 years and an awful lot of effort and money and time in order to facilitate that. So we both climbed all the Wainwrights, of course. We've been experimenting with operating from a canoe and from kayaks. Some experiments have been more successful than others, so we'll probably be doing more of that over the next coming years. But our current focus is on bicycle mobile. So the last year we've been really experimenting with the best setups that we can come up with for operating safely whilst cycling, not just static. Last year, 2019, we experimented with a long trip from Dover down to Land's End. Wasn't sure if we was going to get there, but we did, and we experimented with radio. Well, the experiments sort of went okay. Batteries were a big problem on that, so we've been researching battery technologies this year. We were hoping for 2020 to do Land's End, John O'Groats to Cape Wrath and do a special event up at Cape Wrath Lighthouse, but that didn't happen. So we've rescheduled that for the summer of 2021. So we hope to be able to at least attempt it and hopefully succeed on that one. After that, we'll probably turn our attention back to doing something on the mountains because we actually miss the mountains, and we want to go back and explore some more activities with the Wainwrights on the air style activity, and maybe at least start round 2 and see if we can do it better than we did last time. So that's the sort of things that we're doing. So always thinking of new things.
Okay.
So our approach mainly has been about combining amateur radio with other activities. Now we do a lot of canoeing, we do a lot of hill walking, and we do a lot of cycling. So they're the 3 things that we've chosen to combine radio with. But there's all sorts of other things that you can do. So that's one of the things that got Lauren interested, because she would see us operating from a radio up on a mountain. To start with, before she was licensed, we would use the radios as a means to an end for keeping in contact. If I was going up high up on a mountain, my wife, who's also licensed, would have a radio at the bottom. They may go for a lower level walk, or we do a split walk, and then we would use the radios to keep in contact. And that's really how we found out about Wainwrights on the Air and the SOTA program at the time. and then we started to do a little bit of that. Lauren got interested in that, and that's what started us off on that route. So in between times we also did stuff where we were canoeing. So from the age of 5, Lauren was involved with doing canoe trips down the River Thames. Not just day trips, but trips of 120 miles over 2 weeks and stuff like that. And every single one of our canoe trips would involve radio in some way. To start with, it was just using APRS and a simple handheld and a simple antenna on the back of the canoe. But over the trips that we did, I think we did 6 different trips down. The amount of amateur radio that we would embark on increased on every single trip. So using voice, even HF, we succeeded in making HF contacts from the canoe. So and they're the sort of things that we do, and we still do that today, or we use the canoe to get out to unusual locations. Fortunately, just close by here, we've got a nice little island out in the River Medway, and we often go out there and go exploring and set up the radio and operate from there. So it does give us the opportunity to get to unusual places, and we've got a few other sneaky little places in mind for future events if we can keep the salt water off the radios, which is always a problem. Okay, I'm Kevin, G0PEK, and one of the things that we do like to do is to combine our hobbies and interests. So today, myself and Lauren, 20HLR, we're out on a canoe trip down the River Medway. Been doing a little bit of magnet fishing as well, and also a little bit of radio. So we do canoe mobile, and here we've got a little hand-built homemade antenna. That's one of our little flat antennas that we use on the bicycles and on the canoe, and up in trees, and that's quite flat as well. It'll fall off if we capsize. So very, very simple antenna to make, just out of RG58. So that's one of the antennas that we use for portable. I can get into the local repeaters quite happily with it. We use them up on summits, all sorts of things. We also quite like the PA0FBK collinears, and we've modified those to get them down to 21 grams in weight, so very, very light. And they're the ones that we tend to use when we go bicycle portable or bicycle mobile. We were meant to be using a couple of them this year as we cycled up to John O'Groats and Cape Wrath for this weekend actually, but wasn't to happen. That's all been sorted out or planned for next year, so we'll be doing our 1,300 mile cycle event length. There'll be more news on that as we go. So very cheap, very cheerful, but they work, and that's all this. And we just use a little handheld, use a little D72 handheld with it. So that's our little portable antennas on the canoe, and we'll be using it canoe mobile down the River Medway tomorrow. Right, see you later. Hill walking and amateur radio really do go hand in hand. So not only have we got the opportunity to operate from summits and intercept signals from other summit operators or from people further afield, it's also a good emergency backup, and we've not actually used our radios for emergencies in that way, but we've come very, very close to it. But we've rescued a few people on the mountains, but we've been able to use other means to get communication through. But it's there when we need it. But we have sort of experimented with antennas, and we've made our own antennas and modified antennas and things like that in order to make these things work better for us. So every time we go up, we're always experimenting, trying new things out. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but that's the nature of the beast with all these things. So so some of our activations haven't been as successful as they could have been, but others have far surpassed our expectations. with cycling and amateur radio, we've tried to do several things with it. We've tried to use the radios as a means for keeping in communication with each other when we're cycling through sort of very busy areas. And although we can do that, it's we've had real problems with some of the radios that we've experimented with. So normally to do with time lag on voice operated on the Vox systems and the hang times on the radio and stuff like that. So sometimes they're all a little bit too long. So by the time you've identified an issue and got a message through, the issue's disappeared. So or passed. So we don't use the radios generally like that, although we can. But rather than use a voice operated system, we now have made up our own latching PTT systems that we can actually attach to the front of the bike, use a standard headset, and then operate the radio that way, and that gets away from all the time lag issues with Vox and stuff like that. So that's generally how we would operate the radios if we needed to in a very, very busy, noisy environment. But the same system also means that we can operate truly bicycle mobile as we're cycling along. We can be talking on the radio, and it's all hands-free, and it's all quite safe to do. But bearing in mind we are just using handheld radios to do that, nothing more powerful. The antennas we're using at the moment, we've modified a fairly well-known one that we found on the internet, and just made it a lot lighter, and it fits onto bicycle flags. So that's one of our main antennas. We've tried others. We've tried mobile whips and stuff like that, and yeah, they work, but they do the job to a degree, but they're just not quite the way we want to do it. We're still struggling with a HF antenna that we can actually operate from the bicycle. We're going to do some whisper hopefully next year. We've got a small antenna that we can utilise for whisper operating, but I don't think we'll ever get to using a truly sort of HF bicycle mobile antenna. I think that's a little bit beyond us at the moment. Certainly bicycle portable, we can stop somewhere, chuck an antenna up, no problems at all. But actually cycling and HF is, I think that's a little bit beyond us. And also there's a safety issue of it as well. So we always have to think of that. With the canoeing, what we tend to do is make our antennas detachable, so that if there is a problem, we capsize, antennas will detach and don't become a trap hazard or anything like that. And we have to employ the same sort of ideas to our bicycle mounted antennas. So we don't want any of our radio stuff to get damaged or to be the cause of any accident. So yeah, it's fun and games. It's not always easy trying to make things work.
20HLR and G0PK starting their journey from Dover to Land's End. Hopefully taking about 60, maybe less days. Fingers crossed.
All being well, we should get there on the 16th. Hopefully catch a few of you on the radio on the way. Okay, so this is day 2, so we're just about to leave Ashford, heading to Eastbourne. Around about 73 kilometres, be on GB3CK and S20 on the way down, and then ES, of course. See you all later. So as well as doing all the activities out and about, up in the mountains, out on the bikes and out on foot and all that, we have been taking part in the rallies. Now we started to do this probably about 4 or 5 years ago, where we would take a whole load of interactive activities. Very little of it was radio related, although obviously there were bits and pieces that were, but it was more just sort of general electrical science stuff that we would take in, with the whole idea of engaging youngsters into the field of electronics and stuff like that. And our way of thinking with all this is that there's only a small step between that type of science and radio science. So it's a very good way of linking both in. So we've done quite a few rallies in Kent. Haven't done any further afield, although we have been asked several times to do them further afield. But we're trying to move away from doing these sort of activities at radio rallies because we're really preaching to the converted. So the whole idea next is to take all these activities to special events. So once we can get cracking again with running special events, or certainly the higher profile special events where we've got a lot more footfall, then that's where we really want to be bringing these activities, so that we can engage with youngsters on and off the radio and encourage them to to experiment with science, have a bit of a play with science, and learn what it's all about. So that's what we're attempting to do. So we've spent a good 4 years doing the rallies, 4 or 5 years, and now it's time to take them away from the rallies and move on. But all the activities we got, there's nothing sort of magical about them. They're all just sort of fairly standard things that anyone can do, and take to their own local rallies and do their own thing in a very similar way. It's just that sometimes we find that special events can be a bit how can I say it, a little bit staid in their ways. One of my pet hates with rallies is when you just got a row of tables with a whole load of amateurs with headphones on, backs to the general public, and doing their thing on radio. I cringe whenever I see that. So whenever I'm doing special events, I'm spending more time off radio than I am on radio, engaging with the public. And I think that's one of the really, really important things. Also, we don't always take the most expensive radios that we've got. Sometimes we'll take the very basic radio equipment and show what can be done with those, because at the end of the day, we don't always want to be sending out that sort of statement that amateur radio is expensive. It doesn't have to be. You can set it up on a budget, as we all know. Yeah. So you can do it in all sorts of ways. This is one of the reasons why we make a lot of our own antennas, because we make them for pennies, and a lot of them are made out of scrap. So they're the sort of things that we do. With all of our portable radio operating, there is another thing that we have to really think about, especially with youngsters, and that is safety. So it can be all sorts of things to do with safety, from where you're positioning equipment, so all that just comes down into your risk assessment and stuff like that as to how you set up, especially when you're doing things like special events and things like that. But it's also about physical safety. So we did all these activities on mountains and stuff like that. We did them in all weathers, but we've got the skills and the knowledge to deal with that. And when we did the mountains, for instance, out of the 214, I don't think any of the trips that we actually did went according to plan, and we would change our plans mainly because of the weather or because of our fitness at the time, or if we were a little bit tired, that sort of thing, then we would change things. So we'd always be monitoring Lauren as to how she was feeling, and then we'd adapt the activity days accordingly. So that was one of the main things. So we'd go out with a plan, but we wouldn't always stick to that plan, and we would sometimes, it would change on a daily basis. So so safety is definitely one of the main things. It's also safety of your equipment, and that's one of our biggest problems, especially when we're starting to do all the canoeing and radio stuff, because, as you know, water and radios is not a good combination. So keeping stuff dry is always a challenge, but we normally find a way of doing that. Typically we use map cases that we buy from the local outdoor shop, and seal them with a couple of pieces of aluminium plate and blue tack. That seems to be the simplest way that we've done it, but touch wood, we've never broken a radio or flooded a radio during all our events. Come close, we've frozen one, but that's another story. So as Lauren said earlier on, one of the things that we actually need to do is to encourage more youngsters into amateur radio. So she sort of touched on different ways of doing that. The main thing is making it fun. I think that's got to be paramount. Also, keep it simple. and keep it short. So there's no point in sort of planning a mountain day to go up onto a summit and spending 4 hours up there. That's not going to work, on many levels. Not only have you got the the boredom setting in, but you've also got the real hazard of the weather, and the cold, seeping in, and that can be a real issue. And that was one of the reasons why the WOTA, the Wainwrights on the Air system, worked for us, because you can activate a summit just with one contact, whereas the summits on the air you need at least 4. So, having said that, most of our summits we had way more than 4 contacts anyway. But there were a couple of occasions where the weather dictated that we really didn't want to be there for any longer than we wanted. So sometimes they were just single contact summits, and then that was it. We were off, and then seeking a safer venue. So there we are. And sometimes we didn't even get to the summits. We would turn around within 300 metres of a summit and say enough's enough, and we'll have to go and do it again. And we did that several times. So, but there we go. So yeah, keep it short and keep it sweet is one of the main things. And have other little tricks up your sleeve. If you're going to do sort of stuff with real youngsters, have some other activities that you can do as well. A bit of geocaching or a bit of map reading, stuff like that. Can always break up an activity day, and then add the radio in, and then build up what you do with the radio, and then it all becomes a bit of fun. Lauren also mentioned that we had a little bit of a problem with clubs, and yes, we were told from a particular club that it was an adults only club, but we tended to just ignore those sort of comments, and then we just sort of carried on, and we found that the best way of changing things was from changing them from within. So by sticking at it, we was able to sort of change those sort of attitudes for the better. Because I think any club any radio club especially that thinks that they should be adults only, probably don't think they'll be here for much longer. At the end of the day, youngsters are one of the main ways that we're going to be able to maintain this hobby over the next sort of few decades. It's not the only one. There are other streams of getting people involved, but and the thing with youngsters is they may not be doing radio all the time, and you can set them up with the skills now, and then they'll go through a stage of not using them. Lauren's at that now, because she's now 15, and she's got more important things to be doing. She's got her GCSEs coming up, so her main focus is on those, and she's got other interests outside of radio, same as I have. So we've never done 100% radio, and I don't expect Lauren to do the same. So, but it's never been rammed down her throat, and the shack is here as and when she wants to use it. Some of the radios are hers, so she can pick up a radio when she wants it. But generally, her way of operating, as she said, was from special events and other away events. So that'll be when she really gets involved on the radio. But at the moment, she's not heard on the radio particularly often, because she's got a lot of commitments to her time at the moment. So that limits the amount of radio time that she has. But another few years' time, that'll all change.
Well, Logan, I just put my hood down to look better. It gives me great pleasure to present you with this medal for completing all the 214 Wainwrights as an activator, and I feel very honoured to be part of it, along with Derek and your dad, Kevin. You've done extremely well. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Well done, well done.
Absolutely.
Let's have a look at the medal. What's that say on there?
Lauren M6HLR, Wainwrights on the Air, youngest to activate all 214 summits.
Is it? Oh, let's have a look on the camera so we can see it.
It also has my name on the ribbon, that's so cool.
There you go.
How's that for an inspirational film? There we are. Wonderful. And have you ever heard of Canoe Mobile before? That's so cool. Anyway, let's go and meet them. They're here live to answer your questions, so don't forget to ask them on the YouTube chat. We've only got a few minutes with them. Let's welcome Kevin G0PEK and Lauren 2E0HLR. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you.
How are you two?
Yeah, we're okay. Yeah, still planning other projects.
Yeah, it was honestly so inspirational. Some of the comments that we've had already are wonderful, as you can imagine, you know, and so it's I'm going to get straight on to some of the questions because it's not for me to ask all of those things. Quite a few people agreeing with you that some of the questions in the foundation exam can be difficult. In fact, one of the first comments we got was from John M7RCZ, who says that even old fogies misunderstand questions, like me, he said. And several other people. Mike Taylor's asked a question. I wonder what attracts the youngsters to the hobby when you have the world of social media in your pocket wherever you go these days?
I don't actually know. I suppose it's because it's so old and it has a history. There's history behind it, I suppose.
Yeah, from my point of view, I think Lauren was actually just sort of watching what I was doing and then, you know, saw us having a bit of fun and wanted some of the action and wanted to play. And that was how it all started off on the mountains thing, really. That's what really started Lauren off, just watching what I was doing.
I guess, Lauren, it's because people of my age tend to think of most youngsters loving to play with their tablets and they're always texting and WhatsApping and all that sort of thing. And maybe that it's slightly surprising that you'd rather do voice than do, say, data modes with radio.
Yeah, I suppose it's just because you can text people every day, and I suppose radio's something different, so you can't really associate that same thing with social media.
Voice is more personal.
Yeah, that as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Pete M0PSX, who runs Essex Ham, actually, and as you know, they do a lot of the online courses and things as well, so they get to meet a lot of people who are doing that. I had a lovely comment here from GB1NHS. It says, Lauren, you're such an inspiration to us all. Very well done to you.
Thank you.
And Steve Gill says that it's refreshing to see youngsters enjoying the radio, but we have to be more innovative to encourage them. So, Lauren, from you, what do you think other clubs and people who are watching this are going to be members of other clubs, and in normal times when things get back to normal, we'll be able to meet again? What should we be doing to encourage other youngsters like you?
I suppose have like little activities maybe. Because I love hands-on stuff, like making things and building things. So I suppose things that might reel a youngster in is building things related to the hobby. So maybe like we built a Lego antenna, for instance, associate one of their like pastime hobbies of Lego with radio, and maybe that link might help people become into the hobby a bit more.
I mean, Essex Hams have actually asked you a question for Lauren. Does she talk about amateur radio with her friends? And if so, what do they think? And have Lauren and Kevin engaged with Lauren's school and STEM, for example?
We've done that. We have mentioned that we did a special event when I was in Year 8 at my school, but very few people came along. One of my best friends did come along, and she did a great message to someone that we were talking to. I do mention it to my friends from time to time. They do think it's quite cool, but I don't mention it.
Cool, not geeky?
Sorry?
Do they think it's cool and not geeky? Because I think that's what I'd be worried about.
Yeah, no, some of my friends do think it's really cool. Definitely some do think it's geeky as well. So I don't mention it that often because I feel kind of like off to the side, like I don't feel part of the group if I don't.
I think that one of the routes in is actually to relate amateur radio to things that they already do. So for instance, I do the text messaging. You can quite easily relate that into things like SSTV, and then associate the two together, and then sort of get some pictures from the ISS or whatever, and then it sort of makes that connection that actually what they're doing is very similar to what we're doing.
And I guess, I mean, you were very inspirational in your film about showing that you weren't just going to somewhere just to do radio. You were using it within your everyday hobbies and interests. So you could just, as well as making contacts, though, I guess you do use radio between yourselves just as a tool to talk to each other.
We have done that. We've tried that on the cycling, especially like in sort of very busy and noisy environments. We tested it out, but we decided that it wasn't working quite the way that we wanted to, maybe because of the radios that we were using. But we have done that, and we've also used them on Summit to base connections as well, so that the rest of the family know where we are and what's going on. So we have used it for safety as well. Yeah.
Good, yeah. And Ben M7MMS has sent several different messages there, and has also said it's possible that older people who grow up using purely verbal communications find novelty in more efficient data modes than younger people entering the hobby. So in other words, you find it almost unusual to phone people or talk to people on the air, Lauren, with voice, and not just doing it with data, because it's something different.
Yeah, I suppose, as you just said, it could be that the older people of the generation, they're coming into the hobby of social media and messaging like that, whereas the people, the younger generation, like me and other people, they've already been into social media, so talking to people is more of a novelty than the other way around.
I've got a lovely offer for you, by the way, from GB1NHS. It says, "Hi David, we'd love to involve Kevin and Lauren with the next phase of the RSGB NHS Get on the Air to Care campaign." So there's an offer for you. Are you up for doing that?
Yeah, we can do something with that, no problems at all.
All right, well, we'll make sure we put you in touch straight after the programme. Robbie EI2IP says, so how important is it to have the foundation licence for younger people? Some countries don't even have a foundation level, he says.
I have no idea how to answer that. I suppose it's important because it's kind of a simple test. Anyway,
it's a lot easier than the intermediate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a stepping stone. I think that's the important thing, and it gives the youngsters an opportunity to get involved in the hobby from an early start, really. With just the basic knowledge. So yeah, I think it is a really sort of good step from our point of view. I mean, Lauren couldn't have done it without it.
No. So it made that easier. Alex M7MEX says, what an inspiration to young people. This is the future to keep the hobby strong and see it go into the next century, he says.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
SSTV for the last 2 weeks from International Space Station, says Robbie again. I was going to ask actually, was the ISS and the space contacts and things with Tim Peake, were they very inspirational as well, Lauren?
Oh, I absolutely love doing that because I genuinely love space and anything to do with it. So the idea of contacting the space station and knowing how the radio signal comes from the space station down to Earth is really, really fascinating for me.
Yeah, we've actually utilised that. Well, not just with Tim Peake, but we did quite a few different things at different schools. Lauren did some at one school. I did it at a place of work where I was working with the youngsters, and we did several school visits where we took out some radio stuff and was either picking up SSTV or listening to Tim Peake and the others up there as well. And we was fortunate to be involved with one of the ISS events through one of the local radio clubs as well.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, Frank Heritage. This is, I suppose, slightly off the subject, but still keeping with youth. Says that hoping to run SSTV on 2 meters FM next weekend for JOTA, which is Jamboree on the Air, from GB2GP, which is Gilwell Park, which is the Scout HQ, I think. We should have good coverage of the southeast, so please call us if you hear us. That's to everybody, of course, watching this.
Yeah, we've done them. We've sent them SSTV before, so we'll be listening out for you.
Look out! Of course, there can't be any scouts or anything there because of these COVID times. But there's never been a better time to get on the air to care, is there?
Absolutely. Yeah.
What other questions do we have for you? Essex Ham. This is a question for Kevin from Peter M0PSX at Essex Ham. Lauren's spoken to my unlicensed daughter via a greetings message a couple of times. What do you think of the idea of amateurs encouraging their kids to use greetings messages? That's from Pete.
I think greetings messages are absolutely fabulous way of doing things, and we've actually got a video of us doing a greetings message with another youngster as well, and I think we haven't put that up on YouTube yet, but we will do. We've actually got a bit of video from both sides, and it's quite an interactive one. So yeah, greetings messages are absolutely brilliant. We use them when we can, especially at special events, and we're always doing that when we can. But obviously this year it's been a bit difficult.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're almost at the end of our time now, but just to tell you, Matt 2E0VWM, I love your YouTube name, by the way. Campervan Cookout is his YouTube name. He says, try a Wonder Wand, that's it, widebander with a whip or maybe a Watson multi-ranger for your bikes, he says.
Yeah, we've tried similar sort of things, but it's all to do with grounding is the biggest problem. That's the issue that we have with that. So, but yeah, we're always experimenting. We've pretty well got the VHF antennas. It's sorted now. We make our own, but the HF one's a bit more problematic.
Well, as I said, we're really at the end of our time. We've had lots and lots of messages. One other question I can just squeeze in. Dave G4OTV says, is Lauren intending to go for her full licence when schoolwork allows?
I'm seriously debating it. I'm not sure yet, just because of GCSEs and stuff like that. I don't know what's going on with school at the moment.
No.
I'm halfway through my mocks at the moment, so next week's
It's not a priority at the moment.
No.
But it's always there.
Maybe later on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Paul, by the way, Paul as well of the GB1 NHS, they're going to be in touch with you because they maybe like you to do a little video for the GB1 NHS website to inspire other youngsters. You've both been a great inspiration to all of us, both us oldies and also I'm sure a lot of the youngsters who are watching this and are going to watch it in the weeks and months and years to come. You've told a lovely story of your life with radio, that it doesn't just take over, that you integrate it with your hobbies and your interests and getting outside and keeping fit and all that sort of thing. And it's been wonderful to meet you two. So thank you very much, and do take care of yourselves. Lovely to see you both as well. That's Kevin Richardson, G0PEK, and his daughter, Lauren, 2E0HLR. Bye-bye. Take care.
Thanks. Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much. So, truly inspirational, as I said. What more can I say? Before now, we've got in 4.5 minutes' time, we've got a talk by by Chris Deacon, G4IFX, on the magic of 6 meters. But before that, I'd just like to talk to you a few things. We hope you're enjoying this convention, by the way, and the RSGB would really love your feedback because it helps them put together similar things for the future. So if you'd like to give any feedback, please go to www.rsgb.org/feedback. So that's rsgb.org/feedback. And also, it's important to tell you that in normal times, when there's a normal convention, the raffle that's held there raises funds for the DXpeditions. Now, unfortunately, of course, that we can't hold a raffle. We're not at a real convention. And it does mean that we still need to try and raise some funds, though, for DXpeditions. So if you can do any of that, we've set up a special link on the RSGB website at rsgb.org/donate. There's the link there at the bottom of your screen. And you can also hit the button on the rsgb.org convention stream. There's a button on there where you can donate. If you can spare a little bit for that, that will really help those important DXpeditions come and keep going when the world gets back to a bit more normality as well. And the other thing I'd just like to mention to you as well, as I said earlier, this is the World Mental Health Day. And what better way to think about getting on the air to care for yourself and also care for others as well. There we are, there's the slide there. Get on the air to care, rsgb.org/GOTA2C. That's, of course, GB1 NHS. I think we've got time just to have a quick look at what's happening at the NRC. There we are. And as I mentioned earlier, these are live feeds. This is what's happening at the National Radio Centre, which is part of Bletchley Park. You're not able to visit there, by the way, at the moment, either Bletchley Park or the NRC, under the RSGB offer that's normally there, just because of COVID. So the NRC is closed to the public at the moment. If you would like to work them, though, you can find out what frequency they're on by looking at the RSGB live social media, either on Twitter or on Facebook. So I'll leave you for a few minutes I'll take a drink of sup of my tea as well, and we'll be joining you in a moment for the magic of 6 meters with Chris Deacon, G4IFX. See you soon. You're here on the Introduction to channel. On the other side, channel 2, if you like, or learn more about, we've got Having Fun with HF Contesting. So now's the time to choose. Stay here for the magic of 6 meters, or go to the other channel, learn more about for Having Fun with HF Contesting. We'll see you in just over a minute's time.
Okay, the rest of it.
Oh, I've got one of the letters Papa. Go ahead again. Oscar Hotel 5, something Papa. Go ahead.
Very good afternoon to you over there in the UK. You are 5 and 7. 5 and 7. 5 and 7 into southern Finland. And you are trying on Radio Alpha Italy Nancy Oscar. Radio Alpha Italy Nancy Oscar. You are 5 and 7. Very good.
Yes, also 5 and 7 from this direction, but I still haven't got your full call sign. If you'd say it again slowly, please. Oscar Hotel 5, go ahead.
Oscar Hotel 5, Romeo Papa, Radio Papa.
Ah, that's a lot better. You're coming up out of the noise now. That's very good. Oscar Hotel 5, Radio Papa. Thank you very much for persevering there. We've got you now in the log. So thank you very much for the contact, and I wish you best. 73s, over.
Yeah, 73s to you also, and thank you very much for the QSO. Have a nice weekend over there in the UK. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks for calling us. We are the Radio Society Great Britain's main radio station based at Bletchley Park, the home of the Code Breakers, over.
Yeah, QSL. So 73s and thank you.
73s. There's a mic station there, go ahead again. I'm sorry, there's a great deal of noise unfortunately on the band at the moment. Just persevere and have another go. A mic call sign, over.
Hello and welcome to the RSGB Online Convention 2020. You're watching the Introduction to channel, and I don't know about you, but most of my ham friends seem to be either HF or VHF or higher enthusiasts. But there's a band in the spectrum which falls between them, and that's 6 meters or 50 megs. And really, it's neither one or the other, but it can be kind of both. Our next guest is a long-time enthusiast of this band and joins us to share what's so magical about 6 meters. So it's a very warm welcome to Chris Deacon, G4IFX. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. Hello, everybody. Or good afternoon, I think it is, David.
Oh, yes, it is. You're right. Technically, we're just a minute into the afternoon. How are you doing?
High noon. I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. And, looking forward to talking to people about my favourite band.
Yeah, well, we're going to inspire them to do that. And this is just a reminder for everybody at home. We don't have much time at the end. So if you've got any questions for Chris at any time during his presentation, you won't be interrupting him. Don't be afraid to ask them on the YouTube chat channel. Ask them there, and I'll ask them either during the talk or straight afterwards, and it'll make sure that you stand a good chance of it being answered. But now, Chris, over to you. Tell us about the magic of 6 meters.
Yeah, hi folks. Thanks for joining me. Chris Deacon, as David just said, I've been involved in 6 meters, active on the band for a very long time. So since the sort of mid '80s, which was when we first got access to the band in the UK, and now I'm chairman of the UK 6 meter group as well. So you can expect the odd little advert for the UK 6 meter group at various points in this program. What got me into 6 meters was actually a thing called DXTV, discovering that you could pick up TV pictures from around Europe sometimes in the middle of summer on the VHF range. As David said, it's somewhere between HF and VHF. So sometimes it exhibits the characteristics of VHF. In fact, Troppo was discovered in the 30s or 20s in the 6 meter range. And sometimes it displays the characteristics of the HF band. And it's fascinating. I would say that, wouldn't I? But it is. Now, most of you, I wouldn't mind betting a large proportion of you have an HF rig. And virtually all of those, actually these days, have 6 meters on them. In the old days, they didn't. I had to build a transverser, but because we were the first people in Europe, first significant country in Europe to get access to 6 meters, as I say, 35 years ago. But now it's spread across many more countries, most of Europe now. have activity on 6 meters. But I bet those of you with 6 meters on your HF radios, quite a lot of you don't operate on 6 meters. Either you've never tried it or you've had a quick look. And people say things like these. There's no DX. We're away from sunspot. Well, we know we're at sunspot minimum, don't we? We're acutely aware of that. And there's no DX. Not true. Whenever I check the band, there's nothing there. That might be true. There's no activity is definitely not true, but it all depends when you look. And if what you do is switch on 6 meters for 5 minutes every week, and there's nothing there, and then you go away again, it's not surprising, I'm afraid, that that you won't actually hear anything or see anything. You have to search for it. You have to be looking for the DX. You have to be catching the wave. I like to think of it as the difference between flying to the top of Everest on a helicopter and climbing. So why do we do it? And it is actually called the magic band, by the way. That's not, I didn't make that up. Globally, all over the world, people call it the magic band because things suddenly appear out of nowhere, and that's the point of it. Hopefully you can hear that. For the cognoscenti, that is the original thing from the 60s and 70s to Mission Impossible.
Very cool.
Yeah, I know. For those of us of a certain age, I think. Now, it depends what you, I mean, amateur radio is a very broad church. People do it because they like technical stuff. People do it because they like talking to people. People do it for all sorts of reasons. And if what you're interested in, having plenty of relatively easy contacts around Europe, then go on 20 meters. If you like working special event stations, go on 40 meters. If you like rag chewing and discussing your ailments, go on 80 meters. So all the over 70s are now turned off, but never mind. But what gets me going is all about how the signal gets from where you are to where the other guy is, if you see what I mean, and vice versa. I'm just trying to click on my pointer here, failing miserably. Yeah, what gets me is, here we go, is finding ways of poking my signal around the world. That's what gets me going. Whatever band I'm operating on, and 6 is a really good place to do that. So, as I said, it's the magic band. Signals come out of nowhere. Now, the main mode, the main effect in the ionosphere that gets our signals from where we are beyond the sort of local range is a thing called sporadic E, which you may or may not have heard about it. And certainly now, and in fact through most of the solar cycle, sporadic E is the main mode for working DX on 6, and to a slightly lesser extent 4 meters, and obviously occasionally on you can work with DX on 2 meters with sporadic E as well. So you're sitting there, you're listening to white noise or a bloke up the road, and suddenly this.
Yes, hello, Patrick. Very fine copy, and thanks for the report from England. G1 Tango Mike Delta, Ocean Hotel 1 Mike Delta radio.
So a strong signal in Europe just sort of appears. Sporadic keys like that, it's called sporadic for a reason. It's very difficult to predict. We know roughly what time of year it happens. We know roughly what time of day it happens. But you can't date for definitely tomorrow. You won't look in the propagation forecast in Radcom and see it's going to be sporadic E tomorrow, because you can't. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. So a single bounce off the ionosphere will take you out to about 2,500 kilometers. So that's about, from the south of England where I am, the distance to Malta, 9H1. If you wanted to go to any further than that, you need more than one bounce, a bit like this.
Over. Roger, QSL 5 and 7, 73 from Papa Juliet 7 Mexico.
Yeah, so Papa Juliet 7 Mexico, it was the expedition in the Caribbean, and that's actually quite common. in the summer for us to be able to work the Caribbean and North America and so on. And that would have been 3 hops, probably 2 or 3 hops, depending on how long each hop was, 3, 4. So that's how we can get longer ranges. And in fact, you can work out to maybe 10,000 kilometers into the Far East on sporadic E, which is quite magic when it happens. But of course, you can imagine that if one hop is very intermittent, second hop's going to be intermittent, and the third hop is even more. And multiply those together, and it's actually you have to be in the right place at the right time. And that's what the thing to remember about 6 meters in general, sporadic E in particular, is that you've got to be in the right place at the right time. And in fact, sometimes a person with a fairly basic station can work something that somebody 10 miles up the road or 20 miles up the road with a much bigger station can't hear. That's the way it works. It's very localized sporadic E. The signals fade up and down very quickly, and they move, and the footprint of it moves around. The other end of the sporadic E scale is what we call short skip, and that does happen every summer as well.
Golf 4, Juliet, Charlie, good evening. Looks like you've got a 5 and 9, no problem at all, copying you here. And Italy Oscar 6-8, Whiskey Foxtrot, and the name is John.
Right, so that's the signal from the north of Scotland, the northwest of Scotland, received in the south of England. GM3JIJ, John, unfortunately no longer with us, but a very well-known character on the band at those days. And the shortest I've ever worked on sporadic E is about 400k, I think, basically. So when I was in the northeast of England, I could work the south coast occasionally, south coast of England. So the other really interesting and exciting, well, there are several actually, other ways of communicating on 6 meters. So, what we call F2, I'll explain a little bit more about what I mean by F2. But this is another sort of reflection from the ionosphere, higher up, a higher reflecting layer in the ionosphere, so the signal actually in one bounce goes further. And with the same number of bounces, you end up further. So Australia, as that was by this thing called F2. Now, that only happens near the sunspot maximum. So you won't be getting that right now. You won't hear any of that. But it has happened, and it will happen. It will happen again. A couple of other interesting modes. There's lots of different ways of getting your signal from one place to another.
This is Oscar, November 4, Kilo, Sierra Tango, calling North America, Mike.
So the guy who recorded that, well, obviously ON4KST was beaming towards North America at the time, so beaming something north or west probably. The person who recorded it was also beaming west, but that was a strong signal. I don't know if you noticed, there's a slight sort of echo on it, and it was being bounced back probably from the surface of the sea out in the Atlantic back up to the ionosphere and back. And that's actually it's actually a good indicator that there's propagation coming to the west, particularly to the west, because there's not much else there. And another sort of backwards reflection signal is aurora, which we will start seeing more of now as we move in towards the next solar maximum. You and the other person, are both beaming north and reflecting it off the electrons in the ionosphere, which form the aurora borealis, the northern lights. So that was GM3JIJ again. Now, no, he didn't have anything wrong with his transmitter. That's what the aurora does. These electrons are moving very fast, and they're moving in a range of different directions. And the effect is that there's a Doppler shift. It spreads the signal out. So in fact, my preferred mode of transmission for working aurora is Morse code, is CW, because but even then, your pure single tone transmission ends up sounding like a shushing noise. 6 meters is particularly good for Aurora, but obviously it also works on, well, you may well know, but it also works on 4 meters and 2 meters, and I think it has even been worked on 70 centimeters. And then there's a few more, which I won't go into in any detail. You can, as an Aurora, as a sort of a sporadic key that happens in the far north. There's TEP, which is a sort of F2 type of thing, but happens across the magnetic equator. Meteor scatter bouncing off the ionization trail left by a meteor as it burns up in the atmosphere. Scatter and moon bounce, although it's not a particularly easy band to do moon bounce on because of the size of the aerials. So just to explain a little bit about the way that these signals get back to you. I'm not trying to blind you with science here, but it helps to have some sort of vague idea. So this is a diagram showing the layers of the ionosphere going up. Here's the height above the ground in kilometers, and this is the daytime, and this is the nighttime. And to sort of get it in perspective, here's an aircraft right down here, and here's Mount Everest, and here's a satellite. And in fact, the International Space Station, which a lot of us would have seen as it's a bright object crossing the sky, is at about that height, just under 400 kilometers. And you see this thing that's the shape of a face. You know, I only realized the other day that it was in the shape of a face, but it is. The parts of the ionosphere, the electrified, ionized layers in the ionosphere, are at the turning points here, and the strongest one generally is at the nose of that face. The F2 layer, that F2, and I said before, in fact, all of the ionospheric layers, apart from sporadic E, which I'll talk about in a second, are directly linked to the solar cycle. They depend very much on solar activity to make them work. So F2 only really works for 6 meters around solar maximum, well, we hope it will again. Is all I can say. And the point is that the higher the frequency, the denser that layer has to be if it's going to reflect back down to the ground. So it has to be very dense, and that's driven by lots of extreme ultraviolet from the sun. And the F2 layer only ever gets that intense. So the maximum, the F1 layer, E layer, the normal E layer never do. But sporadic E is different. It's actually formed by a different process. It occurs at this sort of level that I'm just highlighting here, around the same level as the E layer. But that's about the only connection with the E layer. It's actually formed by a completely different process. It's actually the ionization is ultimately comes from meteor dust, people call it sometimes. You know, it's metal ions rather than the gaseous ions which are up here. They last a lot longer, and also there's an effect in the ionosphere there. Well, more than one effect, but in particular at in mid latitudes where we live, it's wind shears. The wind, the neutral, ordinary weather, except that of course that it's very high up. And if Jim Bacon was here, he could tell you about how waves get pressure waves get from down here to up there. And you can see I've marked in the sporadic E layer on here because it's being compressed into a very thin layer. In fact, it's in patches, which can be a few kilometers wide, and they can be 100 kilometers wide, and they can be a half a kilometer, maybe a kilometer thick, to maybe 5 or 10 kilometers. They're that thin, but they're extremely dense, and so they do actually reflect 6 meters much more regularly than the F2 layer does. I've got a timer going here to make sure I don't overrun, because otherwise David will cut me off in my prime.
You're okay, actually, Chris. You're doing fine at the moment. It's a good time to come in, though, mention a couple of things, if I may.
Yeah, go for it.
Just, a couple of things. You mentioned Jim Bacon just then, and Jim Bacon has actually just done a talk on VHF propagation and weather on the other channel, but because we've had to cancel one of the talks planned for later in the afternoon at 4 o'clock, which was due to be on satellites, but unfortunately the presenter is ill. So Jim Bacon stepped in and he's going to do another Why Radio and Weather Go Together for us at 4 o'clock. So if you're watching this and you'd like to know a bit more about something specific about sporadic, Jim will be on later, and of course you can ask that on one of the questions. I hope you don't mind me mentioning that, Chris.
No, absolutely, David. That's fine. Also gave me a chance to drink a glass.
Yeah, I should give you a little drink break as well. Back to you.
Okay, so that's the sort of basics of it, if you like. And the other thing, just to notice before I move on, is that sporadic can happen at any time of the day. It tends to be a daytime thing, but it also happens at night as well, when the nighttime or normal ionosphere doesn't really operate in the same way. All right, so as a summary, and sort of bear in mind that what makes amateur radio different from going on the internet, to me, apart from the fact that we can build stuff and so on, is the way that the signal gets from where you are to where he is and the other guy is, and the other way around. So, and in summary, sporadic, it mainly peaks in the summer, as I say, May to August in the Northern Hemisphere, the opposite in the Southern Hemisphere. And it also, and by the way, you don't need to be a propagation expert to be successful on 6 meters. You just need to know a couple of basic things. Sporadic tends to happen May to August, particularly in the middle of that, June and July. It's not every day, but it's most days once you get into June and July. It tends to peak mid-morning and early evening, but it can happen at any time of day. Then we talked a bit about F2. That, conversely, is actually a thing that happens in the autumn and in the spring when it happens. Backscatter, which can be either aurora, sporadic or F2, and then there's aurora, which tends to happen around the equinoxes. So there's been a bit of that around recently. Oh, I should say that sporadic has also got a minor peak around now, and in fact there was quite a good opening in Europe on Wednesday this week. And it also has a bit of a peak around Christmas, New Year, and into January. Then there's a thing called transequatorial, which is a sort of specialized F2. Happens again in the same sort of period, maybe slightly longer around the equinoxes, and not now, but fairly soon that may start giving us contacts into South Africa and South America. And then meteor scatter, either a meteor shower or just random meteors, is happening pretty much all the time. And in fact, a lot of the contacts being made on 6 meters right now are by meteor scatter. So you don't need me to tell you the answer to this question. Where are we in the solar cycle? Well, we're right down here. This is the last two, on the charts on the left here. The last two cycles, the green line is the smoothed total number. You have to use a smooth number because the daily numbers of sunspots and hence the radiation from the sun are jiggling up and down like nobody's business. It's like if you're trying to lose weight, if you weigh yourself every day, your weight will be going up and down by pounds from day to day, and you have to sort of average it out over a week or a month to really know whether you're gaining or losing weight. And it's a bit like that with the solar cycle as well. So we use these smoothed out average numbers. And my rule of thumb, that's the last solar peak, by the way, the one in 2000, 2001, 2002. This is the one we've just had, is that when the smooth number is above about 100, then we'll stand a good chance of getting F2 propagation east-west to North America and interesting places in the Far East. And you can sort of see why we didn't get much in the last cycle, cycle 24, because it only really got to 100 for a relatively short period. The chart on the right here is a sort of a blown-up version of the current cycle, the back end of the current cycle, and you can see that we are bubbling along the bottom. And in fact, the committee of experts convened by NASA have now decided that on the basis of all the different measurements and evidence and the shape of the curves, if you like, that solar minimum between cycle 24 and cycle 25 was in December 2019, so December last year. It takes quite a while because you have to see how the smooth numbers are working out. So we are now in the next solar cycle, and the only way is up. But it should continue, and there's a big debate about whether it's going to be a big peak or another peak, pretty much the same as the last one. Who knows? But you might think that meant that there was nothing interesting to work on 6 meters, and you'd be wrong. This is a picture from a very, very useful website run by ON4KST, which is an information sharing website. There are pages for various VHF bands and things like EME and stuff like that. But this is 24 hours, 1 day's worth of DX cluster reports from the 25th of May, so pretty early in the season this year. You can see there was loads of activity, particularly in the Northern Hemisphere, because of course it's summer in the Northern Hemisphere. If you did it in December, it would be much more along the bottom. So yes, there is DX. Remember what I said, sporadicity is formed by a different mechanism. It's not driven by the solar cycle. It happens every year. And in fact, if anything, there's evidence that it's slightly better at solar minimum now, in other words. And certainly this year in the UK, from the UK, has been extraordinarily good. Okay, so that's the sort of background, if you like. That's the sort of general knowledge. Remind you again, you don't have to be an expert on all that stuff. You just have to know. It's about, if you like, it's a bit of luck, being in the right place at the right time that allows you to blow away that guy with the huge antenna and 400 watts 10 miles away. It's a bit of knowledge, just knowing roughly when to look, and it's a lot of persistence. It's keep on looking. These days with FT8, that is slightly easier than it used to be, because of course you can just leave the receiver running and you can see what's been coming in. So it's a fact that FT8 is now the main mode for working DX on 6 meters. It doesn't mean it's the only mode, but it works extremely well. And in fact, it was sort of designed for the 6 meters in mind, because the fading can be quite fast, and so they shortened the time period for each transmission. It's 15 seconds. CW is always better than SSB for working DX. Doesn't mean you have to do it. I've worked some really great DX on SSB, but CW is better. If you CW is about 15-20 dB better than SSB in terms of the signal that you can read. And FT8, if you like it, is better than either of those. It's probably another 10 dB better. There is FM activity. I'm not really talking about that kind of thing today, because of that 6 meters is probably not that much different to the other VHF bands from an FM point of view. The range is slightly higher, slightly bigger, but there is FM activity. There are repeaters, and I'm quite looking forward to the opportunity to play with reduced bandwidth digital TV on 6 meters, but it depends on having a mode, a variety of digital signal that works when you're using the ionosphere.
Chris, if I could just break you just there, I'll give you a chance to have a sip of something as well, because you just mentioned DXTV, and that rang a bell. I'm keeping an eye on the questions that anybody is asking. By the way, it's a good opportunity. If you want to get a question to Chris, we need them before the end of his talk, because the time goes really quickly, and you can do that on the YouTube chat. One person who's done that is Gregory, M0ODZ, and he said, does the DXTV still occur? So,
that's a good question, Gregory. A little bit is the answer. Most of the VHF TV in Europe has now shut down, because it's actually, although most of the time it's a good area to transmit your TV signal. Actually, when those sporadic E signals are coming in, you get bars across the picture and all sorts of interference, so it's not great. But I gather they are still using DXTV. They are still using Band 1, as it's called, TV in the Ukraine, and they certainly are in Russia and in China, but that's obviously a bit further away. But I did see a report from a chap when I gave a talk a while back to a radio club. A guy actually sent a picture afterwards of a Ukrainian TV picture that he picked up. So there's a bit of it around, but the reason we've now got access so widely to 6 meters in Europe is actually that most of it's closed down.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Shall we move on?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so how do you get started? Depends what you've got. I'm assuming you've got an HF rig. And like I say, anything made in the last 20 years has probably got 6 meters on it. It's certainly worth going on the band with relatively low power and a vertical or a dipole or a small beam. Definitely a preference for a small beam, by the way. Partly because with a vertical particularly, but also to some extent with a horizontal dipole, you'll pick up more noise. You'll pick up quite a lot of noise. And we are trying to work signals that can sometimes be quite weak. So a small beam, if you can do it, which could be HB9CV or something like that, is definitely worth it. But don't let that put you off. If you've got a vertical, give it a go, because I can guarantee that in June, July, you will be able to work stuff in Europe from time to time. So a typical station might be a standard 100-watt transceiver and a medium-sized sort of beam. One of the advantages of 6 meters, actually, over even 10, which is twice the wavelength, or certainly 20, which is 4 times the wavelength, is that a beam antenna isn't as big. It makes, whereas a 20-meter beam would overhang the average suburban house enormously, a 4 or 5 element beam on 6 is actually quite tolerable. And then a high performance station would be full power and a big beam. And I should say there's more information for beginners, as you can see at the bottom there on the UK 6 meter group website. So this is just to give you a flavour, and I don't want to blind you again with technology, but a lot of DX, as I said, is using digital modes. There are various different programs that you can use that all run, all use FT8. They're all based on Joe Taylor's clever code at the bottom. And this is an opening to Japan, and this is using a software package called JTDX, which is like a version of the Joe Taylor software, but tailored for HF and the 6 meter DXing. This window here is the band activity window. It's where all the signals that I'm monitoring are coming in. So let's stop them there. This window here is the yellow bits are my transmissions, and the red ones are the people calling me. And this window here down the bottom is what they call a waterfall, a picture across the 3000 hertz, the 3 kilohertz bandwidth that the primary channel for FT8 on 6 meters covers. And each of those little streaks is a signal. You can see how many of them you can get in. There's about 50 hertz, between 50 hertz wide. Every single one of these signals on the way in is from Japan. I actually am a sad git. I counted them. There's 44 in that window, and actually it's scrolled off up at the top. Now this is a very unusual opening, but you can imagine how exciting this was. A lot of these signals were weak, so not every station, although actually the stations the Japanese guys are calling, you see their call signs there. The one to the left is the station that they're calling. Most of them are in the UK, most of them are in G. And it's something called, which we only knew about 15 years ago, this actually happened. Summer propagation on the short path going very close to the North Pole. Nobody really knows why or how it works. Probably sporadic here at each end, but what happens in the middle? Nobody knows. Anyway, it got a name. It's called short path summer solstice propagation. It's really exciting. What a lot of people, they forget all this propagation nonsense. It's just exciting when it comes in. Another digital mode that's used a lot on 6, and this is definitely accessible to certainly the average station, that 100-watt station with a 4 or 5 element, beam is meteor scatter and uses a different digital mode. So I know there's a presentation shortly this afternoon about digital modes, so I won't try and second guess that, and don't worry if some of what I'm saying doesn't quite make sense. But and I don't do a lot of meteor scatter, but this is using a mode called MSK144, which is designed for it. And instead of the waterfall type of display on that, we've got here a time display, so 0 to 15 seconds, and that's the previous 0 to 15 seconds. And there's a burst of signal coming through, and that's actually my signal as received by this guy, OK1 DIG. And ignore the fact it says 70 megahertz, by the way. It was actually on 50 megahertz. So just to give you a feel, this is the way that a lot of DX is being worked on 6. But I'll say it again. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. You know, clearly there are people out there who've got much bigger aerials than me, and high power, but there's not on average, the bigger your station, the more you're going to work. But if you try hard, look at this with QRP. See what this is, Robin M1 DUD. See what he's worked. 2.5 watts. He's worked 61 countries, all the way down to 250 milliwatts. And I think he had a small beam. He's worked 28 countries, including TR8CA, hence the QSL card there. So you don't have to be a big rig, if you like, to be successful on 6. The band plan you will find on the RSGB website, but broadly speaking, and I just want to try and give you a feel for what you need to know in order to go on the band. So the bottom end of the band is broadly speaking CW and SSB. The digital section, they call it machine generated modes, but it's digital, is 50.3 to 50.4, although there is still quite a lot of activity on a couple of dip frequencies which are strictly speaking outside that range. That's sort of custom and practice that hasn't changed yet. We have 2 frequencies that we use for FT8, 50.313 for general use and 50.323. We like, there's no law against it, but we like to reserve that for intercontinental weak signal working. And then there's a range for beacons, and there are a few other beacons at the other end as well. There are also contests. In fact, last night was the RSGB's a monthly cumulative contest, which happens on the second Thursday of every month. The band was full of G stations, some of them very strong, some of them quite a long way away. The 6 meter group, we also run a series of contests, a couple of marathons, which are designed to encourage activity, work as many squares as you can. Particularly the winter one, because there is propagation, you can work stuff, and so we like to encourage people to get on. We have a more conventional contest at the beginning of June, and then there's a range of RSGB contests through the year. They're more VHF-y. How to be successful? So the openings are often strong, but they can also be very short and weak. You have to monitor. It's worth learning to recognize the propagation. If it's varying very quickly, if it suddenly appeared and then it suddenly disappears, it's probably sporadically, but also it can go on for a long time. Use early warning systems, and I mentioned that ON4KST website, which replays the DX cluster, but also has a chat function. But it is best to find it yourself, because you can get in there before the pilot starts. It's worth learning when to call in a pilot, and CW or FT8, if you can use either of those, you will work more stuff. That doesn't mean you have more fun, but you work more stuff. You need to be a good citizen, partly for everybody else's benefit, and actually partly because if you're overdriving your SSB rig, people probably can't really understand a word you're saying anyway. So keep the gain down on SSB. FT8, being so narrow, is very sensitive to funnies like hum or power line ripple on your signal, which gives you a set of 50 hertz or 100 hertz sidebands. Watch what period you're transmitting in. We have a convention that Europe transmits first, in the first period, in other words, from 0 minutes to 0 seconds to 15 seconds of every minute, and then from 30 seconds to 45 and so on, to both North America and Japan. Use the waterfall because often you can see what's happening to a signal, whether it's fading in and out or whatever, and transmit away. Don't call, most of the time, don't call on the same offset, the same audio frequency as the guy you're trying to contact, because as long as you get 2 people doing that or 3 people doing that, you reduce everybody's chance of actually being heard. Some useful resources I've mentioned for KST. There's a thing called the DX Desktop on the 6 Meter Group website, which pulls together a whole bunch of useful information for spotting DX. There's also dxmaps.com, which does something similar. And then for FT8, for digital modes, there's PSK Reporter, which is automatic reporting of received signals across the world, and very, very useful. Also very useful for finding out where you are being heard. You can actually see people spotting your signal. And obviously I would say this, wouldn't I, join the UK 6 Meter Group, but what do you expect me to say? Finally then, it is the magic band. It is magic when it kept going. You've already got a rig, a lot of you. You can get good results, certainly very worthwhile results with low power and simple aerials. Once you've started, it can be very difficult to let go. Viz me, after 35 years. Have a look at the UK 6 Meter Group website for more information, and don't forget to join. Thank you very much, and I'll be very happy to take questions.
Brilliant, Chris. Thank you ever so much. And we've got some good comments and questions, but as you've just said, if you've been watching this talk and enjoyed it, I'm sure you have, and you've got some questions or comments for Chris or suggestions on your best contacts and antennas and things like that, now's the time to do it. Use the YouTube chat facility to put your questions in now, and then we'll repeat them and read them out to Chris. One thing that's Tony G3OVH says, the amazing thing about sporadic E is the extremely strong signals it produces.
Yep, absolutely true. Or it can produce. Don't assume it's always strong, but yes, absolutely. And they can appear out of nowhere.
And a few people, I did mention it before, have mentioned about Jim Bacon, who did a talk on propagation, which was just before this. Yep. But don't worry if you didn't get that, because there is going to be an extra talk today at 4 o'clock on why radio and weather go together by Jim Bacon, G3YLA. And I'm sure he'll talk about a bit about propagation then. And of course, you can always ask specific questions. So that's coming up at 4 o'clock today. Just sorting through the questions here. Is there a good mobile app, I guess he means mobile phone app, that you can suggest, or website that shows you when the best time and layer that's available at particular day and time for radio wave propagation, I guess on 6 meters? That's from Alex M7MEX.
Okay, Alex. Right, well, dxmaps.com, the one that I mentioned earlier, does actually have an MUF, a maximum usable frequency predictor, based on the spots, so that it will tell you roughly where the reflecting area is and where you can get to. It's probably more useful to, rather than saying, try and predict when it's going to be. I mean, as I say, you already know, I've already told you, it happens between May and August predominantly, and sort of late morning, early evening, which is quite good when you've just come home from work, actually. It's better to keep an eye on what is happening than it is to try and base it purely on predictions. But if you use your phone to access the ON4KST website and or dxmaps.com, you will get a pretty good, or indeed there's there's a DX cluster playback website as well. Forget the address for it, but you could Google that. That tells you what's going on now. I'll tell you something I do as well, and this works particularly well with digital modes, is that I actually connect to my own station, even if I'm somewhere else, or even if I'm in the sitting room, actually, using something like remote desktop from either from Microsoft or from Google. They have remote desktop features, and that's not only can you monitor what your station is receiving. As I say, that's a great thing about FT8. You can see things coming in, and they're on the screen there for you. But you can actually easily, without having to worry about how the audio is going to sound and so on, you can actually easily work things via it as well. So that's another thing that I do to keep on top of what's happening.
Okay. We've got David M0JCO says, could Chris give his experience of the effectiveness of different antenna types for 6 meters? And thank you for the talk.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sort of verge on advertising, but there are a number of designs of antennas have changed quite a lot. VHF antennas and to some extent HF antennas over the last 20 years, and to quite a large extent, minimizing the noise off the side and off the back of your antenna, or even off the top, because you get galactic noise from above as well, is probably more important, to be honest, than getting an extra 0.2 of a dB in terms of forward gain. So I have to say, I use LFA antennas. It's a public open source design that Justin G0KSC has produced, and so you can make your own, although I'm sure you know you've got a firm that actually sells them as well. There are some other, these days you can optimize antennas very well with computerized modeling, and you can really get that best compromise between gain and exclusion of noise off the side and off the back. So
funny you should mention that, Chris. Actually, if I can, then I'll plug in something else. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, we have a talk on this channel called Antenna Modelling with Mamana Gal and Steve Nichols, G0KYE. So if you want to model an antenna rather than having to build it, watch at 3 o'clock this afternoon on this channel. I'll give you another chance there to have another sip, because Mike Meadows has said, Mike G4GUG, lots of designs for 6 meter 2-element Moxons made from electrical conduit as a support on the internet. A good starter and a cheap antenna, he says. Totally agree, and it might even be small enough, depending on the size of your loft, to have indoors. Yeah, so sort of compressed 2-element antennas like that, like HP9CV and whatever, totally agree. Much better than, I have to say, using a simple vertical. Okay, Chris, on the same subject really with restricted space, Chris G1JXS says, would a magnetic loop be effective on 6 meters? Yes, absolutely. Particularly could be useful if you're wanting to null out on receive, to null out local noise. It wouldn't need to be particularly big either, but you won't get any more gain than you would with a dipole, or in fact less gain than you would with a dipole. So I wouldn't say it was the preferred antenna, but they do have a reputation for being good when you're really short of space, where there are other things around the antenna, like in a loft, and so give it a go. Okay. You'll definitely work things. We're coming up to the end of our time now, so if you have got any more questions, this is the time to send them. Just one more I've got for you here in front of me from James M0JCQ. Hello, James. Thanks for a great talk, Chris. That JA pile-up was amazing. I need to read up on SPSS propagation. Yeah, well, if you understand it fully, let me know, because there are various theories around about how it actually works, how the signal gets across that bit that's really close to the North Pole. But that particular opening was unique in my experience, in the sense that it was at midnight, whereas most of the openings we have to JA are our morning and their evening. This was our late at night and their morning. So it always pays to keep your eyes open, you know, because if I'd gone to bed at 11 o'clock, I would have missed it completely. Yeah. David Howlett, I've just got you as an M0. My G5RV will load and is reasonably effective, he says. Oh, great. Yes. And I mean, the only problem with a G5RV, in the right direction, a G5RV will be great because it's got gain. But it'll have gain in a lot of lobes.
and they'll be pointing, they may or may not be pointing in the directions that you want, but I totally agree. And again, whatever you can put up, you've already got the radio, give it a go.
David just put his call up, by the way. It was M0VTG. Tim, M0BEW, says, what's your personal view of what's happening during the long-haul multi-hop, sporadic E openings to JA, etc.? I guess that's what linked to that.
It is. It's going back to the SSSP thing, isn't it? Yeah. So there are theories around that say that the bit in the middle. So let's face it, we're going to from here to JA is more or less in the direction of Norway from here, the sort of up the Scandinavian peninsula. And normally, I think every single time actually, when I've worked JA this year, you've also been able to copy Norwegian, Swedish stations. So I think the first hop is sporadic E. Probably at the other end, because actually Japan's slightly further south than us, it's probably one hop of sporadic E at that end too. But what happens in the middle? Yeah. So there's various exotic theories around that, for instance, a connection potentially with what they call polar mesospheric echoes, which is something associated with ionization associated with noctilucent clouds, which is just slightly lower in the ionosphere than sporadic E. Maybe. Don't know. Can't prove it one way or the other. There are also ideas that, well, it must be some kind of caudal propagation. In other words, you've got a layer here which is at an angle in some way, and a layer over there which is at an angle, and it just goes doing across the curvature of the Earth, and so you just got one reflection at one end and one reflection at the other. Hence, you get much stronger signals than you would otherwise. Maybe, but nobody really knows. I think actually there's a fair chance that it's actually sporadic E all the way, or a combination of sporadic E and auroral E, because the other thing that happened during that big opening on the night of the 13th of July this year was that there was a magnetic disturbance at, I think it's about 11:15 at night, something like that. And what that does, magnetic disturbances can inject a whole bunch of electrons straight into the E layer and produce reflections there. And also there is a thing called polar cap sporadic E, believe it or not, that the professionals know about, which I've only been recently reading about. So my personal bet is that it's actually multi-hop sporadic E, but I couldn't prove it one way or the other, and frankly, nor can anybody else.
All right. Well, maybe we'll ask Jim later, or at least our viewers at home will ask Jim later in his talk. But certainly today, Chris, you've told us what is the magic of 6 meters. I've often wondered when I see it on the, I've got a 756 Pro 3 and it says HF plus 50 megs. So as you say, it fits just in between them. And I'm sure you've inspired lots of people to have a go with 6 meters because it's got a lot of the benefits of VHF and UHF, but also some of the long hops and things that you can get with HF. Thank you ever so much for your talk today, and thanks to everybody as well for asking all the questions. And we wish you well. Chris Deacon, thank you very much indeed.
Thanks. Cheers, guys.
All the best. Thank you very much. And that was it for that talk. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we've got a talk by Martin Lynch, or a video as well, G4HKS, how to get the most of from your dealer for your part exchange. And we've seen that film and it's really enlightening. If you want to get the best deal, it's one to watch. And Martin will be joining us live as well afterwards for all of your questions as well. But before that, I'd just like to give you an opportunity to give your feedback. I hope you're enjoying this convention. And if you'd like to let us know what you're thinking, then please send us some feedback. The address to send it to is rsgb.org/feedback. Let us know what you're thinking about that. And also, of course, when this is a normal convention, we'd be having a raffle, and the money raised from the raffle would be going towards our de-expedition funds. The RSGB de-expedition fund assists HF de-expeditions to the rarer countries throughout the world, and that, of course, benefits all of us as radio amateurs. So if you can spare a few pounds to donate to that, then we've set up a special donate button, and you can go to rsgb.org/donate. just to give us a donation. Everybody who's working at the convention is doing this for free. We're all volunteers, but we would like to raise a bit of money for that, because that's one fund that in particular that's going to miss the revenue it would normally get from the raffle. So we hope you'll support that. Plus, of course, I'd just like to remind you, and all of us indeed, this is World Mental Health Day. And so there's never been a better time to get on the air to care. So as well as enjoying these presentations, we hope that you'll support that fund as well with Get on the Air to Care. And there's the details of where to find out more about that, rsgb.org/GOTA2C. As I said, we'll be back in about, 7 minutes' time with Martin Lynch and how to get the best for the part exchange from your dealer. Until then, let's have a look and see what's happening at the NRC. If you want to know what frequencies they're on, they're live, they're all of day. By the way, the NRC is closed, so you can't go and visit it. But if you'd like to work them today, then you can find out what frequencies they're on just by checking the RSGB social media on both Twitter and on Facebook. But we'll see you in just over 5 minutes' time for Martin Lynch. We'll see you then.
Golf Bravo Free Romeo Sierra Sierra Papa 9 Lima Alpha Whiskey. Thank you, my friend, for answer. My name is Peter, how Papa Echo Tango Echo Romeo. QTH of my station is Krakow City, how Kilo Romeo Alpha Kilo Ontario Whiskey. I see in my history of QSO, we have a QSO in the past, and report for you is a 59, it's off part of Poland. How do you copy? Golf Bravo Free Romeo Sierra SP9 LAW.
Yes, SP9 LAW from Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra. Yes, fine, Peter. Nice copy from you, 5 and 9. Nice strong signal. We've opened this radio centre especially today for the RSGB conference, the Radio Society Conference, which is done on by video this year around because of the COVID virus. And we've got a very strong signal into us today. So, and the name of this operating is Tony, Tango Oscar November. Matthew, Peter, Sierra Papa 9. Lima Alpha Whiskey from Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra, over.
Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra, Sierra Papa 9 Lima Alpha Whiskey. About maybe I tell you something about working condition. It is 590 sugar and antenna, my new construction, 3 elements beam into your direction, and you are using amplifier for about 400 into your direction now. And that is all from my side in this moment. And how do you copy? Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra SP9 LAW.
Yes, a very strong signal from you, Peter. 590 plus, coming through very strong. Yeah, we're running a Flex 6500 at this end into a step IR antenna and running about 400 watts in your direction, Peter. So we've got many other activities on different frequencies this morning as a demonstration for this weekend, and we'll probably carry on for the afternoon today. So back to you, Sugar Papa 9 Lima Alpha Whiskey, GB3RS.
GB3RS SP9 LAW, thank you, Tali, for all information. Enjoy your conference and hope to meet you again in the future. Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra SP9 LAW 73.
Okay, 73 is Peter. GB3RS, QSN. CQDX, Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra, Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra, calling CQ, Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra, listening.
In here we had 97,000 visitors walking to the NRC throughout last year. So it's a huge opportunity to demonstrate amateur radio to visitors. Of course, this year it's been a Okay, well I wish you well, and so I'm looking forward to catching up. I do get on 80 metres quite often in the morning. We have an NRC net, which we start at the radio centre shuttle.
Golf Bravo 3, Romeo Sierra is calling the station over.
Day on 727. About 10:30 in the morning, so you'd be welcome to call in. Okay, all the best to you. See you and catch up with you soon. G1VWC, GB3R, Swiss frequency. Cheers, guys. Take you in turn. G3VZV, GB3RS,
Romeo Sierra calling CQ. CQ. Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra calling CQ and listening. CQ, Golf Bravo 3 Romeo.
Just give me a break on the name, please.
CQ and listening.
Oh, great. I didn't recognise the call sign. Sorry, Greg. But that's great. Great to have you call in. Thank you very much indeed. And you'll be pleased to know we just got the Oscar 100 station up and running much more successful.
Hello and welcome to the RSGB Online Convention 2020, and you're watching to an Introduction to channel. If you've been doing ham radio for a while, you've probably needed to sell a piece of equipment at some point, and the easiest way to do it is usually with a dealer. But what you get offered can be often quite a disappointment. One of the largest amateur radio retailers in the UK is Martin Lynch, and in a moment he's going to share with us the inner secrets on how to get the very best deal for your second-hand equipment. But before we see the video, just a reminder that Martin is joining us live to take your questions, so please ask yours during or immediately afterwards using the YouTube chat, and please include your call sign if you've got one. But here's now Martin, G4HKS.
Hello, very good morning, good afternoon or good evening wherever you are watching this in the world, and welcome to the virtual RSGB Convention 2020. Thank you very much for joining me. The title of this video is how to get the best out of your ham radio dealer come trade-in time. You may think that I want to keep all these little secrets to myself, but I thought I'd share them with you. But just a quick introduction to me if you don't know who I am. My name is Martin Lynch. I run Martin Lynch & Sons Limited in London, near London's Heathrow Airport. And I've had my own business for over 30 years now, and I'm very proud to say that my two sons run the business for me along with the rest of my team, including Tony, my sales manager, and the service guys, packing, dispatch, accounts, and everybody else. There's just 19 of us now actually, so we've actually recruited a little bit more. So that's who I am. Been buying and selling amateur radio since the 70s when I joined Amateur Radio Exchange after leaving Raycom. Anyway, you've probably seen that, but that's who I am. So today I'm going to reveal to you tricks on how to extract the very last drop of money from that pesky ham radio dealer come trade-in time. I have been flogging the kit for over 40 years, so I've probably earned my stripes in all that time, not just buying it but selling it, because obviously they go both hand in hand. If I can't buy it, I can't sell it, and I'm quite happy to share with you how to get the best price when you turn up at your friendly local emporium or indeed send it to them in these days in this COVID-ridden society that unfortunately we find ourselves in 2020, come part exchange time. It's no mystery, quite simply turning up at your favourite ham store, including the one in Staines of course, with a rig that looks like it's been stuck. Goodness me, it's got a bit windy out here, isn't it? Crikey, look at that. It looks like your rig looks like it's been stuck in the garden for the last 20 years. Won't do you any favours when it comes to getting the best value for your item. It's a bit like trading in a car. Yes, you can turn up with your old jalopy, having proudly boasted that you haven't washed it for the last 3-4 years, and yet your colleague who's got a similar car, who spent a bit of time cleaning it, funny enough, has got a much better price than you did. Wonder why? Well, it's the same principle with amateur radio kit. If you spend a little bit of time titivating it before you trade it in, you're definitely going to get more money. So this is the start of the journey on how you get the most from your dealer. And just remember, first impressions really are everything. So let's start at the beginning. You've been saving up for that new radio, missing the odd hot meal, going without that extra pint of beer at the weekend, and finally place the order. The anticipation, will it be as good as everyone tells you it is, and indeed the reviews, although the reviews in this country seem to come out months after the product is actually launched. So finally, the product arrives. You open the box carefully. Don't let it appear that the dogs help you to open it. All boxes are usually sealed with a single strip of tape, beautifully lined up, because it's either factory position, probably not in our game because it's a lot smaller quantities, but the lady in Japan or wherever it happens to be has been doing the same striping action with a tape gun for donkey's years. Get a knife and very carefully cut into the tape along the top and at the edges. Don't stab it, because you may well go straight through and scratch the top of your brand new radio. Don't forget to do the ends as well, and open the box. Pull the contents out piece by piece, and if you don't need the mains or DC leads that are usually bundled in the package of what you're buying, don't use them, because you've got loads anyway. Just leave them in the box, and there's a reason I'm saying this to you. Ditto the manual. Is it available online? Download it. You're probably going to look at it online anyway, and look at it on your monitor, on your tablet. Leave the manual in the box. Leave it in the plastic bag that's in the box. Ditto with the accessories. If you don't need the spare fuses and bits and pieces, leave the whole lot in there. There's no reason to take it out. The reason I'm saying this is trade-in time. So you just bought this radio, this is years after, it's come to trade it in. You haven't even used the bits. Look, the manual's still in the box. You can see where I'm getting to on this. So you've got the radio finally out of the box and you're dying to rip the bag open. Don't. Carefully unpick the sellotape, get the radio out of the box, don't screw the plastic bag up, throw it back in the box, unfold it, fold it rather, don't unfold it, it's already unfolded. Fold it and place it back in the box, and try and put all the bits that you've had a look at back in the box where they originally were placed. Because you can bet your life in 6 months, a year, 10, even 20 years, when you finally get that when you finally get the box out of the loft, you definitely won't remember where all the bits have gone. So do it as you unpack the radio. Stick it in the loft after you've taped the thing back up with just 2 bits of tape. Don't stripe it all back up with tape again. And wrap it, if you really want to, really anal, wrap it in a plastic bag and put a sticker on the outside of the box so you know what is inside this black plastic bag. Boxes do fade over the years, and they get full of dust and muck from your loft. It's not all sealed like mine. So cover it up. It all sounds a bit long-winded, I agree, and if you can't be bothered probably to even get this far, you'll probably stop watching this video presentation. But if you do, I guarantee you come trade-in time, If you've followed the simple steps that I've just already outlined, you'll thank me for sticking with it, because you'll set your trade-in ahead of everybody else. And also, with all the customers we've dealt with over the many years, when Joe rings up and says, oh, I've got a trade-in, and my sales manager, one of the sales guys, said, oh, Joe's on the phone, oh, his gear's always mint, it always looks like he's barely used it. He's the chap that's followed these simple procedures. So it's a day of the trade-in. You've done all that, it's years later or months later, the evil trader is just waiting to pounce and grab your once pride and joy, and it doesn't matter if you've had it months or even years or decades, the same rule applies. You know where you put the box, it's sitting along all the other boxes that are in the loft or attic or whatever you call it in other countries that you've been collecting over time. If you've looked after the radio or accessory, same rule applies to accessories. A lot of accessories in amateur radio can be extremely expensive. Amplifiers spring to mind, they can be thousands of pounds. It's the same thing. Treat that and open the box and look after the packaging and the product throughout its when you first get the thing open. You'll probably spend a lot more time cleaning your car or letting the local jet wash boys valet, or girls, valet for you, but as of today I'm not aware of any valeters in your local town that valet amateur radio rigs, so now's the time to learn how to valet or clean your piece of amateur radio kit. When I joined Amateur Radio Exchange in the 70s, we had a foam cleanser called Amber Cleanse. That foam cleanser is still made today, except they've renamed it Servosol, which is a bit odd, but they've renamed it Servosol. From memory, it's still in a similar can. I actually did a video of it on how to use it on a radio that we had traded in. I think it was an FT847. And rather bizarrely, we've had over 2,000 views on our YouTube channel for that, showing you, because actually it's not that obvious, and if you do it wrong you can mess up the buttons, what's behind the buttons more importantly, you can scratch the product. It's very easy to apply, and it really does strip all the muck and grime off that you've naturally accumulated over the years that you've owned the radio. If you want to do it properly, get the radio on a piece of paper or some microfiber towels. Remove the knobs, trying to remember which order the knobs came off in. Get a container, a little plastic container, put the knobs in the container, squirt a load of Servosol, or Amber Cleanse it used to be called, in it, and just let it soak for 20 minutes, half an hour. Whilst you've got all the knobs off, spray the front panel with Amber Cleanse or any other clean you might have, but don't use Pledge. Again, over the many years, you'd be amazed how many people turn up and you get the radio out of the box, if indeed they've got the box, and you can smell Pledge or polish. First of all, you should never use polish and anything like that on your rigs, because if it does get behind the into the membranes and on the switches of your radio, you'll mess it up. Also, there's nothing worse than getting a piece of kit out of the box and it's all super shiny, because it didn't look like that when you bought it. Amber Cleanse leaves the product matte. So when you've wiped it down with a microfiber towel, like you would your car, I hope none of you are still using chamois, because that really is last century. God bless my dad with his chamois. A nice soft microfiber towel. Little plug, yes, we sell them with the Amber Cleanse on our website. Just put foam in them. Anyway, so nice and soft. Wipe the cabinet down. Spray it briefly and at a reasonable distance away. Don't go straight up to it, an inch away from the front panel. Just gloss over the front panel and it foams up very quickly. It all foams. Leave it for a minute or so, even 30-40 seconds, and then gently wipe the front panel down, and be very careful if you're wiping the display down. Don't scrub the display. If you're a smoker, and of course there are smokers amongst us, I'm not one of them, fortunately. I managed to escape that vice. You will need to do this several times and leave it for 20-30 minutes, and you'll see all the grime go down to either the paper you put underneath or the towels, and keep doing it, and eventually it'll look a lot shinier. Another little tip, if you are a smoker, open the lids up and put some pot puree in little bags, Hessian bags. I know it sounds odd, but that actually gets rid of the smoke to an extent, because it does affect the trade-in value. So just thought I'd throw that in, but we do get rigs where when they've been turned on and heated up and we've missed it when it's come in, we've had to collect the radio from the customer and bring it back because we didn't put initially that it was owned by a smoker. There it is. So time to put it all back. If the knobs are completely ingrained, especially the tuning knob, all the bits of skin and everything else really does get into the tuning knobs. I've got one of my chaps who works for us at the Staines store spends ages cleaning kit, really does. You don't need to go into that detail, but it's all about getting the best price. Get a toothbrush, preferably not the normal toothbrush you use, because believe me, it tastes disgusting afterwards, I should imagine, and scrub the grain and the grips of the various knobs. Dry them all off with a microfiber towel and place them back on the front panel when it's all dry. And when you've used Amber Cleanse, you'll notice it's a lovely matte shine, if it does indeed shine. It really makes a difference, and it honestly looks pretty well like new. Try not scratch the lids, of course. Don't place things on top of it where you're going to scratch product. You're just going to reduce the value. So same goes for actually handhelds and mobiles, same thing. Certainly if you've got a rig in the car, it's not going to be quite so easy not to mark it, but just try and look after it. When you've got to that stage, we're on to the next phase, and this is where it gets interesting. The next phase involves, say something else then, involves either ringing the dealer, emailing the dealer, or even turning up at the dealer, that's if we're not into it yet another lockdown, and trying to negotiate a price. Now you've seen the radio you want to buy, you've got a part exchange that's worth say a third of the value roughly. Do be honest with the dealer and tell him if it's got any faults, because all dealers will test the radio, not because they don't trust you, but because you may not know it hasn't got this thing's dropping off the tree here. You haven't used that function. We often get tuners in transceivers, certainly the mechanical types or even the relay types and the later ones, where they never use the internal tuner. When we get the product sent in, we do give it a thorough test. Yes, we miss the odd bit, everybody does, but we do spend time testing it, and we find the tuner doesn't work. And genuinely, customers say, I never use the tuner, or they never use a 10 metre band or 17 metre band, and actually it doesn't even work. So if you know there's a fault, tell the dealer, because they'll immediately think, oh, that's decent, they've told us that. When it comes in, the report will go off, customer advises this doesn't work, or the power supply buzzes, whatever. You can try and hide it, but generally they will pick it out. And I have to say, I had a customer in the store a couple of years ago who had about 8 pieces of kit to part exchange. Every single piece of that was a can of worms. Initially I let one go, and as my engineers bringing one down one at a time was rather strange. He was in the store. I actually ended having indifferent words with him as he accused me of fictioning the actual value of the radio as well. I think I've traded long enough to know that I would never do that, and we parted company. It's very rare this happens, but it was obviously trying to pull a fast one. So generally we're not stupid, neither are the majority of my customers, and it's just not worth trying to fiddle a duff piece of kit through. You wouldn't want it done on eBay. You get it sent straight back and your money docked, so it won't happen with a dealer. So have a look around for the value. There's always a piece similar to yours that's being sold. Obviously the dealer's got to make a margin. Why? Because first of all, despite the fact that you paid 20% VAT when you purchased that towards the government, that the company who sold it to you has had to do. When you trade it back in again, VAT, an element of VAT has to be sent to the government again and again and again. A piece of kit can go in and out 20 times. Each time the government will get a portion of the VAT. Plus the fact he's got to warranty it again. So there is always a margin that the trader would have to make when you trade in. So don't be silly, don't think it's worth, it's worth roughly £500 to stick 20 quid on it, because that probably isn't going to happen. Try and be sensible and realise that a trader is in it for business, and he will need to make a reasonable margin without making a silly one. Ring the dealer up. The first thing any dealer will ask you is, how much do you want for it? The stock answer can be, I don't know. Well, you probably do know because you've looked into it, so do your homework. If he says 50 quid and you know it's worth 300, the dealer's trying to scam you. You can be upfront and say, look, this is what I want and I don't want to pay any more than X to get into it. Maybe bid a little bit lower. And don't say any more, keep your trap shut. Don't talk all the way through it and let the dealer think about what you're going to say. Or what you're offering, and see if it's a doable deal. He may go away and ask his sales manager, or on the odd occasion my sales manager will ring me up and say, what's this worth, usually on an old piece of kit, and I'll give my opinion like, don't touch that, they're a nightmare. Or yes, we could do with one of those, that's a nice piece of kit, I might even have that myself. Let them do the talking if they're going to do the talking. Similarly, if you turn up at the store, if you've gone through the procedures of cleaning the product, as I've said, with the box, I can assure you the minute you turn up with that and the dealer starts unpacking it, thinks, wow, this guy's looked after it. It doesn't matter how much you've used it, first impressions really count. You can't be, if you haven't got time, you really can't be bothered. That's no problem, we're very happy to clean the kit. We've done it forever, and it's quite therapeutic actually, like me cleaning my car and my motorbikes. It is therapeutic, I love it. But it does actually go your way if you turn up with a good piece of kit, and try not to use accessories. Don't worry if you haven't got the same DC lead or mains lead, it isn't a problem, it just adds to the first impression. And certainly if you've bothered spending 10 minutes, half an hour cleaning it, it will make a difference. So if you're in front of a dealer, they will always ask you, how much do you want for it? If you think you know, say a price that's higher, slightly higher than you expect, and see what he says. But just stand there and say, this is what I'm hoping to get. This is what I've looked at what's being available and what's being sold on eBay and God knows what else. And give him an idea. He can always say no, and he can always go up, but generally that's how it works. There's no hidden agenda, but do tell him if there are any faults, because usually they'll find out, certainly if they've got engineers on premises, which the majority of the dealers in this country and other countries have. So you've done the deal, you're happy, the dealer's happy, you've got your new toy, and it all starts again. You're going to take that radio home or accessory home, just follow the simple procedures of undoing it and unboxing it if you want to. If you really don't care, I know when we all buy a piece of equipment, the majority of us think, I'm going to keep that forever. I can tell you now, with the amount of trade-ins we get, you almost certainly won't. I have got customers that are trading kit in that I sold to them literally in the 70s, 80s and 90s. And if it wasn't for amateur radio, it would be worthless. That's one thing I've always said about ham radio, at least it keeps its value, not as good as it used to many years ago, because the product's got a lot cheaper. And I often say what costs £550, £650 now for an FT450 100 watt HF with tuner, only £100 less bought you a handheld 30 years ago, not even that. That's how better value ham radio is in this country, thank goodness, because it used to be expensive. I'm not saying it's cheap now, but it's a lot better value. Needless to say, come resale time, everything's on a sliding scale, but the one you're trying to get into should have probably been £3,000. It's only £2,000 now, 1,500 or 1,000. So that's the cycle. Don't be intimidated by doing a deal. Generally, hopefully, dealers aren't trying to catch you. Certainly in my business, where it's all long term, my attitude has always been, you can only catch someone once, and you may get away with it, but when and if you don't, they'll tell everybody. And long before the internet came around, do you really want to touch somebody up that's on the radio broadcasting it? Unless you're a complete idiot, you won't do that. So long-term relationships are certainly far important to me as a pretty aged retailer these days. Is more important than grabbing the sale and, well, that's it, I don't care whether I see him or not. You can't keep everybody happy, but trade-ins are part of the fun, but just look after the kit. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to jump in my little car, I'm going to whiz off to Staines and see what trade-ins we've just recently taken in. We always take trade-ins, and just see how people have sent their item in, and just go through some of the points that I've raised in this video. Then after that, we're going to go live stream, and you can ask me questions and I'll answer them to the best of my ability for the RSGB convention, virtual that is. So see you in a few minutes when I'm in my little motor. So here we are on our way to Staines upon Thames to the store, and I asked have we got any used pieces of kit that I can show the viewers how people send their trade-ins, and they chuckled. Well, Tony, my sales manager, chuckled, oh yeah, we've got a bit. So it took me a few minutes to get there. Live about 10-15 minutes away from the store, which is great. Don't have to travel far, and you've got the delights of the traffic that I get each morning driving into work, but I really can't complain because some of my guys travel a long way. So getting back to trade-ins, it really is all about how you present your unwanted piece of kit to the dealer, or indeed even to a private person. You know, if you're trying to sell it privately, will you get more money for it privately? Yes, of course you will, no question of that. Usually anyway, in fact I'd probably say most of the time. But on the same token, do you want what can be a lot of aggro? Sending it off, most people have to send their kit all over the place. It then arrives damaged because they haven't looked after it as well as you'd like them to look after it, or you didn't have the right packing material, or indeed you throw in the original boxes, not just the box but the actual packing material inside. So selling it privately can be fraught unless you're fortunate enough to be able to sell it to somebody at the club. And that's another source of possible sale. Ask your club members. No harm in doing so. But I'm cutting myself out of a deal here, but I'm being honest with you. And that really is the easiest, because you can take it along, show it to them, and take their money. We'll cut it now, I think, because I'm yet more traffic. The council seem to be having a field day during lockdown, doing all sorts of things in the roads around London. So we will call back in a few minutes from a little bit more of an interesting area in Staines to promote. So here we are coming up to Staines Bridge. Unfortunately there's some traffic lights in place further around the corner. Which is why there's a bit of a delay. Normally at this time of day there isn't too much traffic going over the bridge, but you get used to it. Well, you don't actually, you never get used to it. Staines is on the river, in fact, because it's now renamed quite a few years ago Staines upon Thames. So we're not too far away from Heathrow Airport, which is why we get a lot of overseas visitors, and certainly the weekend of the RSGB convention most fly into Heathrow Airport, then get themselves up to the actual convention area. So we get a lot of people popping into our store on the way up and the way back. But we're about 4 miles, 3-4 miles away from Heathrow, so it's very easy to get to us. We've been at this location now for 5 years, almost 5 years, and enjoying it. It's a lovely site, and we've almost got it exactly how we want to get it. And I'm so looking forward to actually opening it up fully again. Albeit it is open, but we can only get about 5 people in at the moment, customers that is, to try and maintain the social distancing. So, well, these traffic lights taking forever. I'll call back in when we're a little bit further around the corner, I think. So here we are, actually going over Staines Bridge. God knows how old it is, I should know really, shouldn't I? But this is part of the sort of outer part of the high street, I suppose. Most of the stores, like they are in most areas now, are inside a shopping area, which is over to the left-hand side. So if you are bringing your wives, girlfriends, husbands or partners along, they've got a very, very short walk to get from our works premises into the main high street, and there's God knows how many stores, I'm pleased to say, still open. A few of them have disappeared over the last 5-6 months of lockdown and partial lockdown. So there it is, which is a real shame. Hopefully this time next year, or even less, we'll be past this phase, but who knows. So excellent place to have your car washed, by the way, if you're coming to see us. Just over there on the right hand side rather, is a brilliant car wash. They do wash my car, as indeed several of the guys who work for me, and they work really hard. So you can see even information on local services in the Staines area. So there's a little side road that we're down. This used to be a bit of a trading estate road, but and they put these blooming humps along, but it doesn't matter, you get used to them. The suspension never does. Can't imagine what the ambulances think of it when they're shaking people about the ambulances. But most of the trading estate roads have gone now, and they've been turned into residential. As indeed the corner of the road that we're located in has done the same. The guy has decided to sell up and build a block of flats on the corner, which is why that is all boarded up. So coming into Martin Lynch and Sons, I've been here for a couple of days actually, so we'll cut the video off now and I'll see you inside. Here we are at the OK Corral, as I call it. It's a beautiful day here in London, as you can see, and let's wander in and see what's happening. This is our packing and dispatch department. Got 2 guys here now that are full-time packing and wrapping, and there's my young son Henry standing by with his camera. And what we've got is a piece of kit that's been traded in, an ICOM IC 910H. And as you can see, our workshop have made a few notes on it, on frequencies and power output and sensitivity, preamp OK, attenuate OK. And one of the points they've made is cabinet marks on top cover, which you can see looks like the customer has had something sitting on top of it. And there are certain screws that are slightly chewed, which they've replaced, I'm pleased to see. Yes, he did keep the box, and if we look, there's the manual, which he's obviously used it, but at least it's in the original bag, so that whoever owned this prior to us taking it as a trade-in has looked after it. Here's the accessories. The microphone is in reasonable condition, except that's been bent outwards. None of this has been cleaned by any of our guys. Jonathan's sitting there. There he is. You probably don't recognise Jonathan with a mask on, but because we've got customers floating in and out, he's wearing a mask. And that's the DC cable, which has obviously been used. So at least the items are there. The little pack of fuses and things doesn't appear to be. That's an example of a plastic bag being screwed up and just chucked in. Wouldn't that have looked nicer if it was folded up? Does it matter? First impressions. So looking at the 910, as you can see, the front panel really is, yeah, well, that definitely needs a clean, as you can see, Jonathan. Yeah. So the knobs aren't too bad, but this tuning knob is pretty filthy and ingrained. So we'll whip these knobs off, clean them up. I mean, whoever's traded this in hasn't cleaned it at all. Now the cleaning fluid that I mentioned is good old Ambersol. There it is, and this isn't an advert for Servosol foam cleanser, I can assure you. But literally, I've been flogging this stuff for 40 years. Can you just pass me that microfiber towel over? And for those of you who wondered what a microfiber towel looks like, that is one. There it is. And when you use these to clean it, don't screw it up into a ball and do this. Keep it nice and loose and open. And I'm not going to clean this properly because we'll be here for ages, but quick spray, let it sit for 15, 20, 30 seconds, depending on how filthy it is. And this cabinet doesn't look that bad. And then just lightly wipe. Now, as my engineers said upstairs, there are marks to the front panel. And most Japanese products, which you can still see, and most Japanese products have got this plasticized effect on it rather than just paint. And I can clean this till the cows come home, but those marks won't come out. So when we do photographs of it, they will appear, and we probably even mention it in the description. But at least it's clean. And Solvol, as I said earlier, leaves a matte finish rather than a super glossy one. Please don't spray your products with Pledge, Jonathan. We do have people sending gear in with Pledge, which can't be good for the product at all. So these knobs will come off. We'll spray the front panel. The knobs will probably be soaked and reassembled to look a lot better. What will never be able to change are the marks on the top. Bottom's all good too. So generally that is in good condition, very good condition, bar the unfortunate marks on the top. So we get through masses of used equipment. You can see it's stacking up there behind us. These have all been tested by the workshop. I can actually see an FT227RB, my godfathers, with the step mod that's been done, probably by Amateur Radio Exchange, because we used to do those to give us the 5 kilohertz steps, because they came in with 20 kilohertz, and in those days we didn't have 12.5s, but we tuned in 25 kc steps, so we used to mod them. But there's always used products coming in, and look at that, that's a bit of an oldie, isn't it? FP707, good lord. I think I mentioned this the other day. Oh, hello, it's got Anderson power poles on it. Crikey. So 7100s, flexes, none of these have been cleaned yet, so they've all got, we have upgraded to version 3 and the ATU's fitted. So these are notes from the workshop upstairs. Got the label on it, and that's got to be cleaned and then labelled up by sales before it goes on show, and then it's uploaded to the website. Anyway, enough of that. There's another, what's that, 7300? Yes, 7300. This is yet to be cleaned, but again, the customer's looked after it. It's probably not that old. Well, again, the tuning knob's a bit of a mess. To be honest with you, if it arrived in that condition, we wouldn't criticise it too heavily at all, because there's no marks or scratches on it, and everything else can be cleaned by Solvol Autosol. So that's it really. Just remember, when you negotiate with your dealer, do a little bit of research and homework first. Let me just get Tony, my sales manager, and this is our sales office. Tony, just talking about trade-ins. So when a customer rings you up for a trade-in, what's the typical questions they ask and how would you respond to them?
On the spot.
On the spot, yes.
Okay, typical questions. How can I ship the item to you?
Yeah.
So normally, great if the customer can send it in to us.
Yeah.
Obviously really well packaged, etc.
Yeah.
We can arrange collections at about 15, 16
Yeah.
per parcel.
What about the nitty gritty though? He doesn't know what it's worth. Would you suggest to the customer that you should go and do a bit of research and see what they sell for example?
Yeah, ideally most customers have a rough idea of what they want for it. Obviously, when we give a price, bear in mind the fact we're putting a warranty on the item.
And the VAT difference. I know, yeah, I've been through that.
So we always do say to customers, yes, you can get more if you go elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean,
privately. I know you don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
But as you know, if you're dealing with second-hand sales on eBay, ham radio deals, etc.,
yeah, of course,
you get the trouble that comes with it.
Yeah.
So at least with us, yes, we might be £50 less money. It's paid for and it's done.
Yeah, and the deal's done. And also, you know that when it arrives here, we're going to look after it in the event that they may want it back, which generally very rarely happens, and they're going to get paid quickly.
Yeah, it's just done. I mean, obviously at the moment it's slightly days with the COVID. You're still within a week, 10 days you pay.
I mean, one of the things I mentioned, that's our workshop manager and training Presario, that's Steve in the workshop. There's a lot of us here, as you can see. So one of the questions that people ask, and this is myth, I think, is you'll always get a better deal out of the dealer if you don't trade in. Would you say that's true?
No, we aim to give the same price, whether it's a straight outright sell or a trade-in.
Yeah, I mean, my thought on it is often we want the trade in, so we'll encourage a person to trade it in, and certainly if it's a piece that's wanted out in the marketplace, we will pay more for it.
The 450s have gone up in price.
Of course, FT450. Yeah, everybody wants them.
£50 to £75 more than what we were a month ago or so.
Yeah. Okay, good. Very good. Hello, Mark. All right. Right. Well, we've got some new faces here, so the recruitment worked very well. That's it, really. Hope you've enjoyed the video. Let me just take this head cam off and use it like this. Been fun talking to you. I do hope that next year we're back at the RSGB convention for real, rather than all this virtual stuff. But wherever you are in the world, be safe and look after yourself. I think we're just going to go over to some live questions now. So let's go to the live stream and far away, and I'll see if I can answer the questions for you. All the best to you.
And as Martin said, so much better than me, really. We're now on live questions. So I hope you enjoyed that film, and Martin Lynch is joining us live. If you've got any questions for him or any comments, please put them in the YouTube chat right now. But now it's a great pleasure to welcome Martin G4HKS. Hello, Martin.
Very, very good afternoon to you, or wherever any of you are watching in the world, all 320 of you. But very nice to see you, David, and 10 out of 10 to everybody that's gone before me in the lectures and still going on, and indeed the ones that are going to go afterwards.
So I guess you're missing this the real convention, as you're very much, your company and you are often there, aren't you? Every year, I think, for some years.
We've sponsored it almost from the start. In the very early days, and it was the when it was the HF convention. I was approached in about 94, I think it was 93, 94, and said, look, would you like to sponsor us? And that's when it started, and I've been sponsoring the show ever since. So long time.
Well, thank you for that as well. Now we've got some relevant questions to your business, but the first question I think I would like to ask you is from Rod VA3ON, and he actually asks, how is the camera panning around in the car with your car shot? So can you let some daylight into that?
I did read that as well. It's post editing, so maybe people got slightly confused and thought, how on earth is he doing all this when he's actually driving in live? It wasn't. It was pre-recorded, of course, because I couldn't have got as much in as we did. So my youngest son is very clever. That's what he trained in, and it's all post-edit. So it looks like the camera's moving and panning in. It isn't at all.
Oh, that is clever stuff, yeah. I thought it might be one of those gimbal things, but...
No.
Anyway, the first real question for you comes from Essex Hams. Probably from Pete, M0PSX. For those new to the hobby, new or used?
It really depends what you want to buy. I think if you're new to the hobby and you're not used to purchasing the right piece of kit, or you're worried about reliability, maybe new, because at least you then have got complete peace of mind. You've got at least 1, 2 or 3 year warranty. But it really depends how your budget is. I mean, it's the same with buying anything. You know, if everybody only ever bought new cars, there wouldn't be a used car market. So it's never put me off. When I was very much younger, I couldn't afford new kit. I always used to buy new. So don't be put off by it. It's really what, and also join your local club and they'll give you advice. So neither one or the other, to be honest.
Same question at Essex Ham said, things to watch out for with used. So if someone is buying something used, whether it's from you, I guess, or whether it's from someone, a mate at the club, what should they look out for generally?
Well, generally, as I mentioned in the video, it really depends. Again, I always compare things with cars. If you go along and see a used piece of equipment, so you actually go out and have a look, how's it been looked after? Is it scratched, marked? Has the chap or lady you're trying to buy it from bothered to clean it? Although you can see past that. Are there smoker? Of course, there's lots of smokers amongst us in the hobbies. There is everywhere. That can actually be can have a detrimental effect. Heavy smoking on the equipment. So bear that in mind. Why it gets into relays and contaminates boards.
So it's not just the smell then, Martin. It can have a real effect on the operation of the transceiver or receiver.
In fact, absolutely. Only 2 or 3 days ago, one of my 5 engineers said to me, "We had a problem so and so, and we've tried to sort this particular item out, but the gentleman admits he's such a heavy smoker." And it is actually difficult for us to warranty a repair. It's a bit like flood damage. We might be able to get a piece of equipment repaired after flood damage. Generally, we won't, because you can never guarantee how long that product's going to last for. But getting back to it, if you're looking at a used piece of equipment, either in a ham radio store, and I'm pleased to say there's still a good percentage of us left in the country, or privately, or at your local club, just look at the general condition. Have a look at it physically and see, has it been looked after? One of the questions was, have they keep the manuals? That's actually a very, very good point. Have they got the manual? You can always get it online generally, but just general condition.
But it adds a bit of value to it and makes it more desirable than maybe the one next door.
That hasn't got a manual, or the box, or the packaging and everything else.
Yes. Kevin, G0PEK, says, we haven't seen you at radio rallies in recent years. How useful are radio rallies for getting good deals on kit?
Well, getting good deals, yes. At our peak, we were doing 27 rallies a year. So work that out, it's almost one every other week. And they were very, very hard work. Were they rewarding? Yes. Financially, of course. But meeting lots of customers, meeting new customers, old customers. The rallies, unfortunately, started disappearing many years ago because the internet took over web purchasing. But many Saturday Sundays, getting up at 4 in the morning, load the van up, etc. Anyway, getting back to the main point, they are good for doing deals. Generally, the dealer will want to sell the product rather than take it home. Another little tip, and it does happen, wait to the end. Wait 10, 15 minutes before the end.
Really?
I think it's quite amusing. I mean, I love people doing it. Please don't all turn up at Newark next year. Hopefully, I'm sure Newark will be.
They'll be there at 5 to 4 on Sunday now.
I'll be there at 5 to 4 on Sunday, and you'll be saying, you said in your video last year. But yes, of course. I mean, why not? I've got it there. Do I want to sell it? I mean, I can take it back because I'm still going to sell it, taking it back to the store. And I do say this to people. So be sensible. If something's 500 quid and you go and offer 300, you're not going to get it. Just be sensible.
You better start one of those queue things next year.
I know, I can see that. I'm already looking at the queues now. No, I agree. Buying at rallies can be very good. They are mini flash sales, really. Do support the rallies. If you have got a local rally, somebody's gone to a lot of bother to getting it off the ground, and there may be a financial implication as well. So don't turn your back on rallies. At the moment, of course, that's pretty well a non-event, isn't it?
Yes.
Because why are we doing this rather than being at convention.
That's right. Pete M0PSX asks, how much of an impact has the new influx of M7s had on the market, and what are newcomers going for, new or used? And has COVID changed the new and used market very much?
Well, initially when and let's do it backwards. Initially, when COVID came in, the used for us stopped completely because people weren't coming to the store. Generally, with trade-ins, people bring it in or they get us to remote collect it. Obviously, we were very wary. The whole idea of lockdown is you don't run around the place and see people and everything else. So, did we want to remote collect customers' equipment and bring it in? Well, to be honest with you, no, we didn't. As we've worked through 7 months afterwards, and whilst things are getting worse in the UK, we have opened the doors. We are getting second-hand kit in, but certainly for months, it was, you look at our second-hand listing on our website, as indeed other dealers, we're all in the same boat, so it did affect it. Sorry, you did ask 2 other questions, but just remind me of those 2.
Yeah, there was a 3-part question that he asked. Has COVID changed the new market much? What were newcomers going for, new or used more?
Okay, again, a bit of both. We sell a lot more new than we do used. If I go back 25, 30 years, it was the other way around. We sell a lot more new, but every time we sell new, eventually that will turn into a used piece and it's traded in. But the new license holders, I think if Tony was with me, my sales manager, he'd say the same thing. They usually buy new because they want the new box radio, that they are worried about someone else fiddling with it. In the old days, radio amateurs were great twiddlers, as indeed I was. We get it very rarely now. First of all, there's far less to fiddle and twiddle with if you open up a modern radio. So you can't start messing around, turning power up and doing everything else. But yeah, I think in answer to your question, it's new is the bulk of the purchase to new license.
All the M7s. I think in the peak, I mean, they've been doing 600 a month new M7s with remote invigilated exams. Incredible. And it's wonderful because any hobby is going to depend on the future new blood, isn't it, for its long term?
Yes. 15 years ago, when I was still in Ealing, and we opened up our motorcycle store because amateur radio was doing this, and the RSGB said to me, "You do realise 98% downturn in people taking their RAE, radio amateur exam." I thought, crikey, if we're not careful, the hobby's going to disappear. So a lot of older radio amateurs, I'm certainly one of them now, or M3s and M6s and the foundation licenses. It's not that difficult to get it. Well, with respect, without that influx, we probably wouldn't have a hobby. So you've got to celebrate them coming into the hobby because it is fantastic. Yeah. I mean, why does it still survive? I see people everywhere. So what amateur is that? God, why do you need that? Oh.
Great indoor hobby as well, of course, in these COVID times.
Especially at the moment, even more so. Yeah.
Absolutely. Bob, GW6RBZ says, if I did a trade-in for something that was less than the value of the radio, could I do a straight swap or perhaps a bit of credit added?
We do get customers often over the years and trade something in that's worth more than the product they're buying. Generally, we'll transfer the funds back to the customer. Others say keep it in credit, and then when I want something else, especially if they've driven 100, 200 miles to get to the store, which really does happen, it's easy they can then ring up or email us and say, can I have so-and-so, and can send it. Often we get equipment in which is worth more than the product they're going out with. So just because it's upside down, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Will either
Kevin,
literally.
Beg your pardon. Kevin, G8VJU, says, what's Martin's main station and how often does he operate these days?
Right. Okay. When I was younger, I used to be 24/7 in amateur radio. I was so involved in amateur radio, it was unbelievable, much to the exclusion of doing other things I should have been doing, like studying. Including my report saying if Martin stopped flogging stuff to his friends in the playground, he may do a lot better, which I thought was quite amusing, considering I ended up buying and selling equipment. I think we spoke about this on your excellent Norwich.
That was orange and lemonade, wasn't it, in the bath?
Yes, in my mother's bath.
We shouldn't diversify too much.
It was bright orange for months, but
I'll never forget that story, Martin.
Yeah, no, neither will I. And it's the truth. It really was. My mum was still here. She'd tell it to you.
So that was how Martin started in business, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, selling orangeade, PLJ juice. Very well done. PLJ juice. Panahi juice, whatever his name was. Okay. No, I don't get on very often. Because I'm still involved with business, albeit semi-retired now, which is another reason why you don't see me at every rally. When I go on, I'm very pleased to say I've got lots of customers, and usually it's a bit of a bum fight for Martin. I've got so and so. I'd like to trade this in for so and so, and all this sort of thing. Which obviously I'm not going to. I'm not meant to discuss. I'm hardly going to say no. I can't do this, which I try and defer it. I think when I'm more out of the hobby, you probably won't get me off the radio. I've got a reasonable sized garden here, and I can certainly put up some larger antennas than the ones I've got. What have I got at home? Yaesu FT450, which is fantastic. A complete row of IC202s, 402s and 502s, as you know. IC7610 and an FTDX 9000, which I've had for years, the MP 400 watt version. So that's my main station. You'll catch me on top band when I do go on, and 2 meters, in fact.
Well,
and those were always the 2 bands that kept me in the hobby. 160. I only got my G4 to get on 160 meters.
Well, we'll listen out for that call. We haven't got much time left, Martin, but just a couple more for you. Anthony, G4CUS, says, I've been an M&L customer since his first shop before the & S was added. Good to see him still going strong, though we're both a little older now, he says. And Steve Gill, who's MM0SGQ, says, why is it that when you check out prices at different dealers, prices seem to be all the same and dealers tend to be very firm on price? The market's not very competitive, so does it come down to service, he asks?
Well, thank you very much for adding that last bit, because yes, it really does. I had a customer email me yesterday and said, how come all of you are $399.95 on an FTM 300? There you go. That was literally yesterday. And I emailed back and gave my reasons why, including hungry mouths to feed and not having a hot meal for 3 months. But in summary, yes, it does. Yes, it does come down to service. Of course it does. I mean, it would be useless if it was just me as the only dealer in the UK. Because, I bet no, you don't mean that, Master. But it is, because you need choice. You know, if I get somebody ringing up from the Birmingham area or Yorkshire area trying to do a deal with me, it does beg the question, why don't you try and support your local dealer?
Yeah.
And you should do. There may be reasons why you don't. And if that's fine. That's what competition and service is all about. But I really do believe that service is one of the mainstays of why we've survived so well in 30 years of trade.
Thank you.
Look after your customers.
We haven't got much time at all now, Martin, but I do want to ask one particular question from Essex Hams. We know they do a great job at training in these COVID times in particular. They've got a common question they're asked from newcomers. There are a lot of Chinese cheapo radios coming onto the market, presumably minimal trade-in value. Any thoughts on budget rig versus a no-name?
Every manufacturer's got a place in the market, but obviously if you buy something at a very low cost, don't expect to get much back for it. So try and buy the best you can afford without going over the top.
Okay.
And there are some bad brands, but which you'll find we don't stock. That really probably answers that.
Fine.
question.
Very quick on Kevin G6ZDP. Martin, can I enter the store as I cannot wear a mask due to a health problem?
Yes, you can, but as long as you make that clear and we welcome you in. All my guys wear masks in the store now. We didn't originally, but now we do. And please just make that evident when you come to the store, obviously.
All right. And one just found a little fact from your film. Stainsbridge was opened in 1832, apparently, Chris says.
Fantastic. I should have I've noticed that more. Thank you very much.
All right. Martin, thank you ever so much for joining us from your looks like a very sunny, beautiful garden. We're stuck here in a little studio for the rest of the day. But thank you ever so much for joining us and for giving us all great tips on how to get the most for a part exchange from your dealer. Martin Lynch, thank you very much.
You're very welcome, and very best of luck to everybody, and please keep safe, and thank you for your support. Have a great day watching us, watching everybody live on the RSGB Convention 2020. See you next year, hopefully.
Hope so. Thank you very much, Martin. There we go. That was Martin Lynch, and coming up in just over 3 minutes, 2 minutes, in fact, 3 minutes, we've got a pictorial introduction to data modes with Mike Richards G4WNC. Just gives me time to say to you, I hope you're enjoying this stream. You're watching the introduction to stream over on the other side. We've got VHF and UHF radios for contesting and DXing. That's on Learn More About. But if you're staying here, we've got this pictorial introduction to data modes. And if you're enjoying this convention or any kind of feedback for us, we'd love to hear from you. You can drop us a line just using this URL address, www.rsgb.org/feedback. And don't forget, I've mentioned it before, but when we normally have a convention, we're raising much needed funds for the DXpedition, who do such a great job. And they normally get their funding, a lot of it, from the raffle, which we can hold when we hold a normal convention. So if you've got a few pounds that you can spare to donate to that, just go to rsgb.org/donate, and that will help that cause. And finally, of course, don't forget to get on the air to care, because this is National Mental Health Day and World National Mental Health Day, and it's really important. There can't be a better time to get on the air to care with GB1 NHS. So just over a minute's time, we'll be joining Mike Richards for a live pictorial introduction to the data modes. Until then, let's just have a quick look what's happening on at the NRC. We can do that. I'm just putting my XYL Tammy M0TC just off screen here on the spot there. There we are. That's what's going on. If you want to know and try and work the NRC, it's not open to the public, by the way. I should remind you of that. But if you'd like to work them and find out what frequency they're on, if you look at the RSGB social media on Twitter or on Facebook, then on there, they'll be telling you which frequencies the NRC are running. We'll see you again in just over a minute's time.
There's several I want to hear. Okay, Steve, back to you for any final comments, and then we'll take a listen. I think there was someone else hovering on frequency. G3ZPS from GB3RS, over.
Yeah, okay, Martin, very good. Yeah, excellent stuff. Yeah, Dave's a good mate of mine, G30 Papa Alpha. I've been up there many times to see him in the museum and to the jumbled sale and stuff. Never quite got around to see you guys, but I will do. I got a lot of old radios. I'm a big restorer, and people post pictures of your old radios, and they're the ones I'm using every. Anyway, I think I'm a bit off frequency. I listened to myself on the live stream, delayed. I thought, blimey, I'm a bit off. That's the way it is with this old gear. Anyway, look after yourself, Martin. We'll watch a few more of the presentations here, and I'm sure there's loads of people queuing up. Have a good day, mate. This is G30 Papa Sierra, North Kent. Had a very good afternoon.
Okay, Steve, well, that's grand. I appreciate that. My home call is G0GMB, Golf Zero Golf, Mexico Bravo. And I was a big 2-meter enthusiast, but since lockdown, I put a doublet up at home, so I'm now on 80 meters most mornings to join in. We've got an NRC net. When the NRC...
Hello and welcome to the RSGB Online Convention 2020. You're watching us live, and you're watching the introduction to stream. Some days conditions make it hard to hear or make contacts using conventional speech or Morse, and that's when data modes can really help you keep your hobby alive. But not everyone is into computers enough to know what software to use and how to link them up to their radios to make those data mode contacts a reality. Our next guest is something of a radio computer guru and will take us through the basics, so it's a warm convention welcome to Mike Richards G4WNC. Mike.
Hello David and hello everyone. Thank you for joining me this afternoon. A big thank you to all the team at the RSGB, both yourself and Tammy and all the workers in the background that are making this happen. It's great that we can still continue with the convention.
It's a lovely, and if I could just mention there actually, Mike, as well as that, you can ask questions of Mike at any time during his talk or straight afterwards, but you need to be quick. So if you think of something you'd like to ask Mark, just ask it on the YouTube chat and we'll be happy to feed that back to Mike so that he can answer it. Right, Mike, back to you.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so this is what I'm going to attempt to cover this afternoon. So we're going to talk about what are data modes, how do they work, what do you need in order to get operating on data modes, which mode to choose, and I'm then going to concentrate in a little bit more detail on FT8, because as you probably noticed if you looked around, it sort of dominates data modes at the moment. So why bother with data modes at all? Well, our hobby is supposed to be about self-education, and this is a valid area of radio experimentation, so it's good for self-education. It's particularly good, as David alluded to, for QRP and DX, and when conditions are poor, you will often find there are still data signals, so you can still keep operating. And one of the things you might not think of, but it's a fantastic propagation tool. You've probably all heard of Whisper and have been using Whisper as a propagation tool, and it is really excellent to be able to see almost in real time how you're getting out. But you can also do it with FT8 and get real-time reports just a few minutes after you've transmitted as to where you're being heard and also what your signal strength is in those locations. So it's a really valuable propagation tool, even if you don't want to use data modes for communicating as such. As I've said, there's always activity on data modes, and it's free. One of the great things about amateur radio and data mode software is virtually all the software that you need to do all the data modes is completely free, is pulled together by enthusiasts, and the ones I'll be talking about here today are live and updated regularly. So you get really good quality software designed by very good people, absolutely for free in the true tradition of sharing. So what are data modes? Well, they're a text-based communication system in the main. Most of them use a very narrow bandwidth. But you may ask, why are there so many modes? Well, it's because data modes encourage experimenters. And if you're a coder, as you'll see, it's actually quite easy to develop a new mode. So modes are constantly evolving, and when you look at a program like FL Digi, for example, which you may have looked at, and you'll see there's just loads and loads of modes on there. A lot of those have fallen into disuse, but in their time they were very good. So it looks as though there are so many modes that are being used, but there aren't. There's only a few that are in regular use. So the first thing we need to understand about data modes is serial data, because virtually everything that we're talking about here uses serial data. So we just need to simply understand what serial data is, and it is very easy to comprehend. And the simplest bit of serial data is Morse code. So as you can see in this little animation, when we send Morse code, we actually send a serial data stream. So we send the letters one after the other, and each letter, the elements that make up that letter, we send them one element at a time. And that's all a serial data stream is. It's breaking down your message into one bit at a time and sending one bit at a time. So if we move on to what happens when you're on the computer, and say you were to press the letter A on the computer. Now, computers only work in numbers, as you know, and A in ASCII, which is the standard letter set used for computers, etc., equals 65. But computers don't understand decimal numbers, so that gets converted to a binary number, because computers can only do with ones and O's and ons and offs. So if you want to see what happens when we press a key and want to send it out as serial data, this is basically the process. Binary number, and then there we go, just like the Morse code, one bit at a time, we send the serial data out. And one thing to notice here is that we send it backwards, if you like. So that's the least significant bit, the final one there, and we send that one first. And that's the standard way to send information. Now, you don't need to know that detail to operate the data modes, but as they're all based on this type of transmission, it's quite useful to understand some of the basics of where we're coming from. So from that, we've established we need to be able to communicate two states, which is a 1 and a 0. Now, we could do what Morse code does and uses a carrier on and a carrier off. But the problem with that is we want to decode this with a machine. In the old days, it would have been with a teleprinter, and now it will be with a computer and a sound card. And on-off keying is really difficult for a machine to handle, because as the signal gets weaker, it's very difficult for a computer to differentiate between noise and a very low-level tone. So it's not really practical. You would have seen from Morse decoding programs that up until fairly recently, it's been really difficult to get a good software Morse decoding program, and it's for that reason. So the solution that was quickly adopted was to switch between two carriers, so that there's always a signal there. It just switches between two frequencies. And the definition or the name for that is frequency shift keying, fairly logically. And that was used in the early days of radio data communications. And it was used for radio teletype, which was teleprinters sending signals over radio. It was used for weather reports. It was used for communicating out to ships, etc. And it worked very reliably for a long time, and it's still currently in use when you send RTTY signals. So the difference between the carrier frequencies is called the shift. And that's a term you might encounter, particularly if you're doing RTTY stuff. So here's an example to show you what the shift means. So if you think of this bit of serial data, we've got the two states, a 0 and a 1. And if we were to say, represent them with a signal of 14 megs or 14.001, then the shift would be 1 kilohertz. And it's as simple as that. That's all the shift is. It's the difference between the two frequencies that we use for 1 and 0. So when all this started up, of course, in order to do this switching between two carrier frequencies, you needed a specialist frequency shift keying transmitter, which was a problem. Some of the early amateur radio kit did come with FSK fitted in it, but most didn't. But the thing that changed everything was the introduction of SSB transmitters or transceivers. And they became generally available, and nowadays pretty much everyone who's on the air with amateur radio has an SSB transmitter available to them. And using an SSB transmitter, you can simulate frequency shift keying using just audio tones, which is brilliant. So how does it work? So let's illustrate that here. So in the bottom left-hand corner, we've got a signal generator. In the top left-hand corner, we've got an FT897 transceiver set to 14 megs USB. And in the top right, we've got a frequency counter. So if we generate a tone, say a 1 kilohertz sine wave, put it into the microphone socket of the transceiver, what will we see at the output of that transceiver? Well, we'll see 14.001 megahertz. That's assuming that it's set to upper sideband. So let's try another tone. So if we change to 2 kilohertz, what will we get? We get 14.002 megahertz. So if we look at that, what we're getting there, if we increase an audio tone by 1 kilohertz, the carrier shifts up by 1 kilohertz. So what we're effectively doing there is putting a frequency shift in audio produces exactly the same frequency shift at RF. So we can do audio frequency shift keying, and it looks like RF frequency shift keying. So that's a really important concept to understand with how we generate data mode signals and send them out over your SSB transceiver. One important point to note, and people often get confused with this, is that you always have to use USB with data modes. Okay, you have to ignore the convention of 40 meters and below where you swapped at lower sideband. You don't do that with data modes. If you did that, what you would do is your tones would be upside down. So when you put a 1 kilohertz tone in and increase it by 1 kilohertz, the carrier frequency will reduce by 1 kilohertz. So don't use LSB because you will be uncopyable. So always at USB for data modes. Okay, so what about now the other direction, the receive direction? So if we put a 14.001 megs carrier into the transceiver and measure the output, we'll get our 1000 hertz. No big surprise there. And again, if we put 14.002 megs in, we'll get a 2000 hertz tone out. So what you can see there is right the way through the chain, from audio to audio at each end, whatever carrier change we make at the audio on the send end comes out at the other end. Now that might be stating the obvious, but often people tend to think differently with data modes, and you don't have to. It really is as simple as that. SSB transmitters mean we can create almost any data mode by putting tones into the microphone jack or the audio input of the transmitter. And that frees us up enormously, because before we had SSB transceivers, there were a lot of extra things you needed to add in order to do data modes, whereas now there's very little. So again, the warning, must use upper sideband. So what really changed data modes and kicked off all the new data modes on the scene was the introduction of computer sound cards. And any of you who have been about as long as I have will remember the Sound Blaster cards of the 1990s. That's probably the most popular card. It was very well priced at the time, and it almost became the universal standard for sound cards in computers. They all had to be Sound Blaster compatible because that was the standard that everyone was working to. And of course, once you've got a sound card in the computer, that completely opens the door for data modes via computer, and that spawned the development of lots of new data modes, phase shift keying as well as frequency shift keying. So you can do those as well. It's not restricted to frequency shift keying. Anything that you can emulate in audio, you can send through an SSB transmitter and use it. So that really makes the generation and reception of data modes quite straightforward. But there are a few things you need. So the amount of extra equipment you need really depends on what type of rig you've got and how old it is. So there are two categories basically. There's rigs without a USB connection, and there's those with a USB connection. And the USB connection is normally for handling the audio and the computer control of the rig. So let's start for rigs that haven't got a USB connector. So in this case, I'm using the FT897 because that's a good example of a very popular rig. So you need to connect an audio output from the rig through to the computer. Now, while you can use the external speaker jack, it's not recommended, because if you use the external speaker jack, the volume control on the front determines the sound you'll get, and it also suppresses the internal speaker, so you can't hear what's going on. By far the best way is to use the accessory jack at the back of the rig, or sometimes it's a data jack, where you can take off a standard level audio signal to pass through to the computer. And that is not affected by your volume control, so you can choose to listen to the sound or not without affecting the data. Going the other way, you need the audio out of the computer to connect through to the mic input, or preferably the data or accessory input on your rig. Most rigs in the last 20 years or so have got a data input and output connection. Excuse me. The other thing that you might like to add is computer control of your rig, so you can change frequency and transmit and receive, etc. The reason I say that that is useful is because most data mode software have got computer control facilities in them, so you can actually run the rig as well as the data modes from within the data modes program. So if you change band in the data modes program, it will automatically swap the rig frequency, and also for login purposes it will get the settings from the rig and put it in the log automatically, which is very convenient. You can make your own leads to do this. It's not at all difficult. There's nothing complicated in there. Very often people put transformers in the audio leads to try and put a break between the computer, which is potentially RF noisy, and the rig. And also putting a transformer, audio transformer in the leads helps stop RF getting back to the computer. But it's also quite handy to put a couple of potentiometers in those audio leads so you can adjust the receive and transmit levels, because most rigs want different drive levels for different bands for a given power. So that's what you need to set up for a rig without USB. One other option you can have is to buy a ready-made interface. So Signal Link are well known for interfaces, but there's lots of others. And generally what they do is they have a USB connection that gets through to the computer, but on the other side you buy a dedicated set of leads that go from the interface unit to the rig. And then that handles all the links you need between the rig and the PC. And you'll see this one's got level controls on the front, which is quite handy. So that's what that interface provides. Some of them do cat control as well, which can be quite useful. So let's move on to rigs that have got a USB connector, and this is by far the easiest way because that's all you need. Okay, so it's really simple. You just need a USB cable from the rig to the PC. But let me just show you what's going on inside when that happens. So this is an approximation of what most rigs would have inside in order to do that. So the audio in and out from the transceiver would be sent to an internal sound card within the rig, where it will be digitized and sent to a USB hub, which is also inside the rig. Then for computer control, you would have whatever system they use for controlling the rig connected to a serial adapter, which then connects to the USB hub. And then finally is the cable you see between the USB hub and the PC. The great advantage with this is not only is it simple to do, but also all the interfacing of matching of levels, of isolating to stop RF and interference getting back and forth is handled in the rig. So it's by far the simplest way to do it. So what software do you need? So you've got the hardware set up. So what do you need in the way of software? Well, you just need two free programs. One is FLDigi, which is constantly updated. The author is always adding little tweaks, adding extra support for extra transceivers, etc., fixing little bugs that creep in from time to time. It covers a huge range of data modes except for the weak signal ones. And it's available for all the computer platforms that we encounter as amateurs. So Windows, Mac, Linux, and also on the Raspberry Pi. And I sell cards, incidentally, with these two programs pre-installed on them for the Raspberry Pi. And certainly the latest Pi 4 makes a wonderful data modes interface if you want to avoid using your main computer. The second program we need is WSJTX, which you've probably all heard of. This is Joe Taylor's suite of weak signal software. And the whole range of all those software modes are in this one program. And again, it's available for Windows, Mac, Linux, and the Raspberry Pi. So it's a pretty universal program. It's constantly being updated. It's going through an update at the moment to add some brand new modes for LF and MF work. So two excellent programs there. One other thing you need to think about, particularly for the weak signal programs, is most of those rely on synchronization between stations, i.e. they use time slots for transmission and time slots for reception. So it's important to have a reasonably accurate clock. And it needs to be no better than a second accuracy. You don't need fancy NTP Stratum servers around you and everything. You just need better than 1 second accuracy. An internet connection will provide that for you. The only thing you might want to watch is that the Windows default update for the clock is weekly. So once a week, it will go and check how far out the clock is and put it right. So depending on how your clock drifts during that week, you might want to use some software tools to increase the accuracy. And here's a set of programs, popular programs, probably in order of popularity, that you might like to add. Basically, they just check the internet more frequently and keep your clock up to date. So what are the popular modes? Well, in my view, these are the most popular modes: FT8 and FT4, PSK31, JT65 and JT9, Whisper, RTTY, and Packet. I'll just run through those briefly so you can understand a little bit more about them and where they might be appropriate. So FT8 and FT4 have dominated since their introduction in 2017. They are by far the most used HF data modes programs. They use what are called structured messages. So it's a very rigid, fixed messaging system, and you basically only exchange your call sign, your locator, and signal reports. And there's only one small field where you can add a little bit of personalization, but you've only got 13 characters for that. So it's very much fixed messages. The time slots are 15 seconds for FT8, so it's 15 seconds transmit, 15 seconds receive, 15 seconds transmit, and so on. For FT4, which is designed to be a faster system, it's half that, so it's only 7.5 seconds. All signals are contained in a single SSB voice channel. And the other great thing about it is the software will decode all the stations in that channel simultaneously. The bandwidth for each signal is very narrow at 50 Hertz, but the sensitivity is excellent, so it works under very poor conditions. So this is what FT8 looks like when it's running. You'll see in the bottom corner there is a bar going along which is clicking away the seconds. At the end of each phase, you'll see the received call signs scroll up on the left. So we're in a transmit mode at the moment, and then here comes the decode. Okay. So it might look complicated initially, but it's actually quite straightforward. Over here on the right, down here, is all the standard messages, because the program generates them for you. To start a call, all you have to do is double click on station calling CQ. The program will automatically populate all the messages with the right information. And as soon as that station responds to your call, it will tick through those and making it very easy. So PSK31, this was before FT8, PSK31 was the mode that everyone used. It was designed specifically as a chat mode, i.e. for free text calling. Much the same as FT8, all the band activity is contained in a single SSB channel, and most decoders will decode all the signals in that band. JT65 and JT9, both predecessors of FT8, use structured messages again, so there's no opportunity to chat, but they're slightly more sensitive than FT8 and particularly good for very weak signal paths. Now, Whisper, you've probably all heard about Weak Signal Propagation Reporter. It's an excellent tool for checking your signal. Also for checking propagation paths to see what's opening up. Uses a 6 Hertz bandwidth and a 2-minute transmit-receive period. It runs well on old computers, and the Raspberry Pi can be set up as a self-contained beacon, so it will transmit signals all on its own. You can upload reports to WhisperNet and view the results on a map or database. So this is an example. I put out a couple of calls on Tuesday morning last week, and this was the result I got back within a few minutes, so I can see where I'm getting out to. You can also see it on a database format like this. So you've got all your signal reports coming back, really detailed stuff, an excellent tool. So RTTY. RTTY is a simple free text mode. It's been around for years, but it's mainly used for contests these days. There are a number of dedicated RTTY contests, and it's quite a fast mode to use for contests. Most operators will use what are called macros, and that's where you store common messages to save typing, so you can just hit a button and send popular messages. APRS and packet radio, similar to Internet Protocol, but it's really a VHF, UHF only mode. And in the UK, it's primarily used for automatic packet reporting systems. So that's a quick run through the modes. So let's just, as we're coming towards the end now, let's just look at operating FT8. Now, what I've got here is the main screen, and I'll just run through, which I'll just find in the right place in the slides here, so I don't miss anything. Yep. Okay, so let's start this running. So
I must say, just Mike, just to give you a tiny little break for a sip of something or something like that, just to remind everybody at home that, as you could probably realise, this is live, Mike's live, and you can ask him questions about anything he's told us about so far. So just enter your questions or comments on the YouTube chat right now, and we'll be able to ask them to him directly to Mike at the end. And back to you, Mike.
Thank you. Okay, so let's get on to some more practical things about actually getting set up. So let's just explain how the calling process goes. So let's just start this off. So we've got here EA3 IGB is putting out a CQ call, and that's what he'd send. Now, if I want to respond to him, all I do is double click on his call sign in the program, and my system will automatically go back with this. So the normal EA3 IGB G4WNC, and it will send my locator, the first 4 digits of my locator. If he receives me, he will send back my signal report, -19. This is in dBs below the noise in a 2.5 kilohertz channel. I will then reply with an R to indicate that I've received my signal report, and I'll send him his signal report. And he will then reply RR, which confirms that he's received both directions of the report, and he's saying cheerio. And then I finally respond with 7.3. Now that's the pattern of all QSOs on FT8, and these messages are generated automatically. So all I have to do is double click on the station I want to call, and it will generate these messages and actually track the call through automatically. So a couple of things to be wary of. It's very important to set your transmit drive levels correctly. So start with a dummy load connected. Set your rig for low power. 5 watts is usually enough for FT8. And use the tune button to transmit. And then you adjust the drive with the transmit control on WS-JTX. So here's a quick look at that. So here's the tune button over here. And this is the transmit drive here. Now, the state you want to get to is so that as you move this up and down, you can actually see your output power changing. Okay, because that means you're not overdriving. If you move this up or down and your output power doesn't change, that indicates that something is limiting and you need to investigate. So it's a good test of whether you've got the audio under control. Now, one of the things about FT8 is it's normal to use split frequency operation. And this is not a complicated process with FT8 because it's all done at audio. It increases your chances of success. And you use the wide graph display in WS-JTX to find a slot. Once you've found a slot to transmit on, FT8 software will automatically lock on your receive frequency to anyone who's calling you. So here's how you use the wide graph. So this is what it looks like. It's a spectrum display and a waterfall. The waterfall being the most useful one for finding slots. So if you shift click here, those little red brackets will appear, and that indicates where your transmit frequency is. So what you're looking for is a slot which hasn't had much activity in it, and you set that. Your receive frequency at the moment is over here, indicated by the green bracket, but that's set by the software, so you don't need to worry about that. To get the best display, you can use these controls down here to adjust the contrast, etc., of the waterfall control. And if you want to adjust the spectrum, you do it with these controls. So let's look at an example QSO, which will show you what's going on. So if I start this, this is a video of a QSO I had this week. So I'm going to start by hitting the CQ message at the bottom, okay? And that will cause that CQ message to be the first thing I send. And then I need to go to enable the transmitter, which you'll see me do now. And then you'll see my call going out at the top. So that's my CQ call that's being broadcast. It's going to do a little time hop now and to another CQ call. And what we should see any minute is some people responding. There we go. So I've got 3 people responding to my call. So PA0 LDE, DG2EM, and DL6 MHC have all responded. Now, it can be quite difficult to decide which one to answer if you're new. So if you come down here to the call first button and activate that, the program will automatically pick the first person to respond and start responding to them. So if you see now, there we go, it's automatically picked up PA0 LDE and is making that transmission. And if you see down here in the messages, it's put those messages in, so they're already in place. So we'll carry on and let it roll. So that's just going through the this is real time now, going through the transmit cycle. Here's the receive cycle coming. And at the end of this, we should see some results from PA0 LDE. So there we go. So in there, you can see that's my signal report. He's received me with the R and -13. But down here, you note that DL6 MHC is still calling me. We don't have to worry about that. You'll see here, this indicator of what message we're on is automatically switched down to there, because I've now received everything I need from PA0 LDE, and I'm going to send my 7.3 message back. Remember, it's doing this all automatically. All I had to do was put a CQ call out. So here we go. That's my final to PA0 LDE going out. Now, one thing to note here is that to stop a fully automated series of QSOs, the program automatically disables the transmitter after you've sent your final message. If it didn't do that, you could actually go down the pub at this point and it would sit here working everyone that it could find. And so we can't have that. So it's disabled automatically. So it's just finishing that off. And I'm now going to enable TX so I can pick up the next caller. So at the end of this cycle, there we go. DL6 MHC is calling me. So it's now automatically populated this list with that call sign and is going back to give the call. So as you can see, it might look complicated at first, but this is all automatic. The only thing I did in this process was to call CQ. And I can hit the CQ message and go on again, etc. So that's an example QSO, just to try and illustrate how easy it can be to make a call. So a few operating tips as we're coming just to the end now. There's a really good online guide to WSJTX. So I suggest you refer to that. It's got getting started sections and everything. It's really good. Also, Gary Hinson, ZL2IFB, has an extensive guide to FT8, which has pulled together his own experience of using FT8 for a long time, together with lots of other people. So it's a really useful guide if you want to get a bit more out of FT8. So remember, set your your transmit frequency on a free slot using the wide graph, because that'll improve your chances of success. And do be careful of the audio levels, because if you overdrive the audio, the distorted audio signal that results will go into your SSB transceiver, and all those distortion products will be broadcast, and it comes out as a real mess. So it's just one thing you need to be careful of in particular. And as far as managing your transmit power, if you get a positive signal report as opposed to a negative one, you should consider reducing your power, because this works best with small signals. Someone with a massive signal in the band makes a mess of it for everyone else. So really manage your transmit powers using that slider on the right of the program to make sure you only get 0 or negative signal reports. Okay, so my summary now. So why data modes? Well, they're cheap and easy to get started. Most of you can do it probably for free, particularly if you've got a USB connected rig. It enhances your communications skills. It's more things you know how to use. When you're stuck for activity because the bands are rubbish, you can bet your boots you can still get out somewhere with data modes. Now, I've included a web link here. I've sent this on paper as well. I suspect they'll put this on the site somewhere.
Absolutely, Mike. What we'll do is we'll get them added on once the recording of this program goes out. Then we'll make sure we add that to the YouTube stream.
Lovely. And finally, if you want to know more, I've got to do a sales pitch. I supply SD cards for the Raspberry Pi. They're all pre-installed, ready to go with instructions. I do a data modes one, which is very popular, which has got all these data modes on them ready to go. And as I said, one of those with a Pi 4 makes a great little data terminal if you don't want to mess with your main computer. I've also got lots of other tips on my site. And if you want to show me full screen, I've got just plug for the Raspberry Pi explained book, which the RSGB sell, because that's my book and it's going quite well. And I think it's very useful. I use it all the time. Anyway, that's about it from me, David. I think I'm on time.
You are absolutely on time. Look at that, with 50 seconds to spare. Real pro. Thank you very much, Mike. And I can endorse, by the way, what Mike said. I know he couldn't say this, but his cards, and they're only, what are they, £8, £10, something like that, Mike?
£9.50.
£9.50, including postage.
Free in the UK.
Including free UK postage. They really do help you if you're just starting with the Raspberry Pi. It's a wonderful little kit, that is, isn't it? And but you get it, and it's quite daunting because you don't know what to do with it when you get it, unlike a normal computer. So I can recommend Mike's cards for that as well. Anyway, Mike, thank you ever so much for a fantastic talk on data modes and lovely animations and things, which made it really easy for people to follow, which is the whole point of this stream. A few comments for you and questions. Robin, M7EDM, a new amateur, I think, he says, I need this. You said this right at the beginning of your talk. I managed my first FT8 QSOs just yesterday. So that's brilliant. And lots of other people are saying hello and thank you very much. And Dorothy and was obviously someone who's well known, Dorothy Stanley, give her a name check as well. And we've got a few other specific questions. Someone said, Stelios said that Sound Blaster AW32 was the top one. I guess that was the top sound card of its time.
Hang on a minute.
Have you got us?
I've just got to do...
Okay, well, while Mike's just adjusting something at home there, just a reminder that this is live, as you can see, and if you want to ask any questions, do it right now. We've only got less than 10 minutes to ask Mike some questions, so do it on the YouTube chat. If you can add your call sign as well, that would be great. Let's go back to Mike now. Can you hear us, Mike? Mike?
Yes, I'm back now, I think.
Right, we can hear you, and you can hear us?
Yes, I can.
Excellent, okay. Yeah, that was just a question. Someone had mentioned, Stelios has said that the Sound Blaster AW32 was the top one of its time.
Oh, yeah, it was. Brilliant.
Yeah. Okay. Someone has asked him, Mark MD0OMY, says, re the signal link. I've never understood what the DLY knob is for. Could Mike explain that, please?
Oh right, it's only on the PTT line.
So what does it do?
Don't really need it for this.
You don't really need it. Okay. I think we might have a few internet challenges with Mike, but we'll struggle on. Johnny 2E0HSY has said, I'd like to know about the Raspberry Pi Whisper standalone setup as well.
Yep. It's fully described in the book.
Okay. Just to give you a quick overview of...
if you Google it, you'll find there's lots of references to it. It's what it does, it uses a pulse width modulation line that's available on the Pi to generate the RF signal. Okay, now it generates a square wave, which is not very friendly, but all you need to do is add a low pass filter and it does a decent job. And it will sit there quite comfortably acting as a whisper beacon. And you can do it with the oldest Pi there is. So if you've got one you've never used before because it's been sat in the drawer, you can resurrect it for doing this.
I think there's lots of those, don't you, Mike? I'm one of them. Got it and thought this would be good.
No,
plugged it in and thought, now what do I do? You know, I'm not a software person like a lot of people maybe aren't. And really, so as I said, your cards really do help with that. And that book, available from the RSGB shop as well, and about £10, something like that, Mike, I think? Roundabout?
I think it depends on whether you remember or not. I think it's about £15.
15, okay.
To 16 for non-members. I can't remember.
Relatively modest for a book nowadays, anyway, for a printed book, and it really is very good. We've got a question.
I wrote it as a reference. Yeah.
Yes, Mike G4GUG. Don't forget JS8 call as a conversational mode.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I didn't mention that because it was a beginner stream as much as anything. But yeah, JS8 call is a variant of FT8, which is one of the benefits of open source software. People can produce variants. And what he's done, he's adjusted it so that instead of having structured messages, you can use it for free text. But it is quite slow because it goes at something like 8 words a minute, 5 or 8 words a minute. So it's relatively slow, but you can use it to chat at least.
Okay, yeah, so that's quite useful. I mean, this WSJT software, which has been the heart of your talk, really, that is completely free, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's authored by Joe Taylor leads it, but Bill Somerville and various other people are in there as major contributors, and it's a fantastic piece of software. And when you look at the people that are involved in designing it, I mean, Joe Taylor's a Nobel Prize winner, so you've got some really smart people putting that software together.
And we should just tell people at home now that the JT is Joe Taylor, isn't it? That's what it stands for. Yeah.
Yeah, and the stuff they produce is groundbreaking stuff. Really, it's really good.
David M0VTG says, can you say something about drivers for rigs and PCs for the benefit of newcomers, please?
I wonder what he means by drivers for rigs and PCs.
Well, I guess maybe drivers for, maybe if you've got like a rig, like a 7300, which has got, I think, a USB socket on it, do you need to install drivers and things inside your computer?
No, it uses standard Windows drivers, because all it appears as is a standard sound card and a standard serial port adapter.
So I guess most of these PCs now, you have things like HID drivers and things all built in.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so it'll just work. You need software that will talk to it, so you need a data modes program that will talk to that radio, because it's still got to send the right commands to it, but you don't need drivers as such.
Okay. I've got no name, I'm afraid, for this. It's Mabby66 is his YouTube name. Question, I've heard that FT8 can be damaging or stressful to the transmission circuits in a transceiver. Is there any truth in this?
Well, only in that it's a constant power system. So if most SSB transceivers are not rated to run at their full power continuously. So if you've got a 100 watt SSB transceiver, the chances are that it's only rated to work at around 30 watts continuous. And that's the only way. If you try and drive it at 100 watts continuous with a data mode signal, then you'll probably find it shuts down. But a modern rig shouldn't be damaged by that if you've got a good antenna match. It will cause it to overheat, and then there's usually a protection circuit that will shut it down. So yeah, it's a constant carrier mode effectively. It's like a key down mode, if you like. And so many transceivers are limited in what that power is.
So just make sure everything's matched to make the most of that power. Make sure it goes up the aerial and nowhere else.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a question that's shared between two people, both Mabby66 who just asked and also Super8. Again, I'm sorry I don't have your name or call signs. Would like to be able to use FT8 by controlling my rig with an Android phone for SOTA, for Summits on the Air. Are there any apps for this? And the same question actually for iOS as well from Super8. So any Android or iOS apps for running FT8 as far as you know?
I don't know. No, I somehow doubt it because the main FT8 software. No, I don't know. I'd have to have a look at that. I haven't come across it, but that might be because I haven't looked.
All right. Okay, that's fine. Essex Ham have come back and said that it's worth mentioning that FT8 is great for newcomers with power limits. Worth a mention as well for SSTV, downloading images from the ISS with a cheap handheld and a smartphone to get used to the concept.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, it was very difficult with this to decide what modes to cover, and yeah, SSTV is a really interesting mode. The only reason I didn't put it in is because it's very different to this. So I was trying to follow a theme with this one, as that's why I started off with serial data and that whole bit. But yeah, SSTV is well worth investigating. And the low power side of things that you mentioned in the previous question, I would emphasize that really you shouldn't be using much power when you're using the WS-JTX modes. You really don't need it. There are a lot of people using way too much power on the bands. I usually start at 5 watts and turn down.
Turn down? Well, okay.
Yeah.
That's good. One of our guests, presenters this morning was Kevin Richardson, G0PK, and he said, are data modes killing the art of conversation?
No. And
maybe a bit tongue-in-cheek, but, you know, it's a thought.
No, I don't think they are. I mean, admittedly, FT8, you cannot converse. There is no way at all you can converse with someone on FT8. It's literally making a contact, the theoretical minimum of a contact. And you might say, well, that's what's killing conversation. But if you go back to the previous mode, I like to say to PSK31, that was a free text mode where you can type anything you like, but everyone used macros. And so you ended up with fixed messages and no one wanted to talk, or a lot of people didn't want to talk. And if you go back again to RTTY, everyone used macros. And so again, it was stored messages that people were using.
That's what started it all, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So I think it's very easy to say now, look at FT8 and say, well, that's just an impersonal automated mode. Why are you bothering with that? But we've actually been working up to that over a period of time. And there are different things about this type of operating. It's been able to use very low powers. It's been able to work over really marginal links. And people get technical enjoyment from using the computer side, linking it with login programs and alerting programs, and you know, it's a whole different world associated with data modes.
And also, we've got to remember we've been at the bottom of a sun cycle already, so we've had the worst conditions. So that's when we've been probably grateful to have something like that where we can at least make some kind of contact.
Yeah, and also what you shouldn't forget is that it's absolutely brilliant for checking propagation.
Yeah.
So with Whisper and also PSK Reporter, if you use FT8 and do the uploads to PSK Reporter, you can see all the stations that have received you on a map. You can see when they received you, and you can see the signal level that they received. And you get that within a few minutes. So if you're playing with antennas or your station or whatever, you can just put out a couple of CQ calls, go on PSK Reporter and see how you're getting on.
Lovely.
So it's a really powerful tool.
Yeah. Stephen G7VFY says, what's the most sophisticated Morse decode program and what does it run on?
Oh, goodness me, I don't do it. So
caught you a bit on the hop there, I'm afraid.
Yeah. I'm having a mental blank at the moment.
I tell you what, don't worry too much because I know we've got a friend of mine coming on later on, Jim Bacon. He's really into his CW. So if you don't know the answer off the top of my head, I will ask him to let us know on the program that he's got for us at 4 o'clock. But don't worry about that.
Yeah, I rather think Morse code. I don't really include Morse code as a data mode because I think it's a bit of an art form.
I think he'd agree with that.
Yeah, the send and receive of Morse code should be a human thing.
And by the way, there is a link to your latest book on the YouTube chat. Mark Algar has put that up for us. So we can go straight to the RSGB shop. I think he's got a slightly vested interest there. He deals with all that side of things. G1FBH, we're running right on to the end of our time now. Vince, you talk about Sound Blaster cards, but most computers I have here have built-in Realtek sound cards. Is there a problem using them?
No. I only mentioned Sound Blaster cards because they were the originals. They're what started it. There's hardly any Sound Blasters about now. I think they've been bought up and absorbed. Almost everyone as standard has a Realtek chipset in there. But all the modern audio chipsets are fine. There's no issue with them at all.
I've had an answer back on the app who says that David G4 NRT says the best CW decode program is the Mark I Human Ear.
That's right. Right. I agree. Yeah. Definitely.
Well, lots of people have and also QRP Labs transceivers include a very good CW decoder there as well. A few other comments there, but we have run out of time, Mike. Thank you ever so much for this afternoon's talk. Love the animations. Aimed perfectly, I think, for all of us who are just starting in all this sort of thing, and unmystified some of those things about how you connect everything up and how you get the best from some of these new modes. So thank you ever so much this afternoon. Let's thank once again to Mike Richards, G4WNC. Mike, thank you.
Yeah, one final point. I know you're going to go. If you want any of those questions answered offline, I'm quite happy to do them via email.
All right, that's fine. So Mike's email address. Do you want to just quickly give your email address?
Yeah, Mike at g4wnc.com.
Mike at g4wnc.com. Lovely. Thank you ever so much.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Have a good afternoon. Yeah.
Thank you. We will. Thank you very much to Mike. It's coming up 6 minutes almost to 3 o'clock now. And at 3 we have antenna modelling with Mamana Jagal. That's with Steve Nichols, G0KY. He's coming up in about 6 minutes' time. Just want to tell you that as well, I mentioned it earlier about the DXpedition Fund, that normally at the convention is where we raise money for that important fund. And but of course we can't hold a raffle or anything like that this year. So if you've enjoyed today and you can spare a few pounds to donate to that, then just go to rsgb.org/donate and you can help donate to keep that DXpedition Fund going as well. And also, if you've got any feedback at all from the weekend, which we hope you've enjoyed, it will really help us then shape to see if we should do other things like this. Although hopefully, of course, we'll have real conventions with people in the future and we'll meet each other. But if you can give us some feedback, it will help us shape other things that we might be able to do online. And to give us that information, just go to rsgb.org/feedback. And as I said earlier, don't forget to get on the air to care. We're going to take a couple of minute breaks and go back to the NRC, the National Radio Centre, which is at Bletchley Park, not open to the public at the moment, but it's working there live today. I gather from a few messages that we've seen that there's been pile-ups there indeed. So it's great. If you want to know where they're working at any one time, have a look at the RSGB social media on Facebook and Twitter, and that will give you the live frequencies that they're working. But we'll see you in another few minutes' time for antenna modelling with Steve. But now we'll just go over and have a look at the NRC, and I'm going to get a cup of tea.
270 Zulu Sierra Station. QSL. No problem. Yeah, Zulu Sierra 6 Charlie Yankee, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Good afternoon.
GB3RS, Golf Bravo 3 Romeo Sierra listening frequency.
Okay, thank you for that. We're just tuning up, turning the antenna down in your direction, so hopefully that's picked up your signal a bit stronger. The name of this end is Tony. I'm calling you from the Radio Society of Great Britain's main radio station at the Bletchley Park Computer Museum.
Okay, Mike 1 Charlie Mike Radio, M1C CMR GB3RS. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for coming back to the call. Sorry, it was a little bit of a struggle.
Yes, you're also 5'7", so it's a nice clear signal from you. It's
name is
been
Martin,
suppressed a bit by some
Mike
QSP,
Alpha
but
Romeo, Tango
certainly a nice strong
November
signal.
Martin.
And also
we're located at the RSGB's National Radio Centre at Bletchley Park.
Our colleague down in
That's in North Buckinghamshire,
which is
in Italy Oscar 91 Papa X-ray. So how are you copying? Mike 1 Charlie Mike Radio, GB3RS over.
National Radio Centre output today. We're running a sort of virtual conference, if you like, via radio and video, in place of the conference which would normally take place at this time of year. Over.
Yes, I understand. You will with your virtual meeting, as it were. And in radio, that you have propagation. Not today, to make it popular. Again, it's still BILL. Right in the very north part of the Republic of South Africa, a long way from Cape Town.
Yeah, the Mike 7 Golf Juliet Hotel.
Yes,
I lost the other station. I don't know if you could hear the other station, but
yes, that's fine. I mean, I had a really good opportunity some years ago to take 5 weeks off my work and come to South Africa to visit my brother-in-law in
okay, thank you, Graham. And apologies to the other station, but if you're still trying to get through, but I really lost the other one complete QSB. So, Mike 7 Graham Golf Tango Hotel. Pleased to meet up with you, Graham. Whereabouts in Milton Keynes you're located. You should probably know where we're in Bletchley Park, at the National Radio Centre. So back to you, Mike 7 Golf Tango Hotel, GB3RS over.
Near Junction 14 over at Broughton, so not a million miles away from you, so that's why your signal's bouncing out of the box, as they say. So just thought I'd pop up and say hello, because I could hear you struggling with the other station, but I also couldn't hear him, so I'll just say 73 to you, and thanks very much for getting back to me. Mike 7 Golf Juliet Hotel. November uniform.
Okay, Graham, I just need to clarify the call is at Golf Juliet Hotel. I've written down Golf Tango.
Derek spelled Denmark, Echo, Radio Echo, Kilo, located 7 miles north of Poole on the sunny south coast, small village between the towns of Blandford and Wimborne. And I've been reading the mail, so won't hold it too long with you, John. Lovely signal and well done for putting on this special event. GB3RS, G4BGX, over.
We're running an IC 9700 with an amplifier here, and it's peaking up to about 250 watts at the moment. Your 7 RBP, very high, probably about 25 hertz in this region, but it's on a compact mast. So, Justin, thank you for calling in, that's much appreciated. And I think there's another station already on 667 in Manchester. Just back to you for anything else. GB3RS over.
Yes, okay, John. Improvement on the signal. You've pushed towards 20, so solid signal from you. And thanks for the update. And we'll have a look on the RSGB information package and see what's finally going on there. But well done for putting on the station, and to your helpers, assistants there, doing a grand job. RC 73 is a lot of stations wishing to work here.
Hello and welcome to the the RSGB Online Convention 2020 if you've just joined us and you're on an introduction to channel. There was a time when the only way to see how good an aerial was going to work was make it or buy it and try it. But now different antenna can be simulated very effectively with software. And Mamanagal is a popular package which does a good job and it's free. Steve Nichols, G0KYA, is something of an antenna enthusiast, having written several RSGB books on the subject, and he's now here to give us hints and tips on how to use that program and give us some examples. So it's a very warm convention welcome to Steve, G0KYA.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks, Steve. How's things with you? We're not far away from each other geographically.
We've just had a rainstorm go past. I think you've had the same one.
We certainly have. We heard it even in here. In fact, I think it might have even come out on the mic if people were listening hard enough. It was really quite a storm, wasn't it? We're about, what, 12 miles away, something like that from each other?
Yeah. But it's a good thing to show that using a Marnagal means you can mess around with antennas without getting wet. So it's a good.
And that's what you call a plug. All right. Well, in a moment we'll be, of course, handing to Steve to do this talk. But just a reminder that this is live, and Steve welcomes your questions and comments as well throughout the talk. It's a good idea to ask them during the talk if you can, because at the end there's quite a rush to get them in and we have a limited time at the end. So just enter them onto the YouTube chat. If you have a call sign, if you can enter that as well as your name, then we know how to address you at the end. But now over to Steve G0KY to tell us all about antenna modelling with a Marnagal.
Thanks, David. Well, as I said, this afternoon we're going to look at a Marnagal. That's how I pronounce it anyway. I've heard various people, M-M-A-N-A-Gal, but a Marnagal seems to work quite well. But we're going to look at what a Marnagal is, what you can do with it, how it works, and some of the sort of more practical applications for using an antenna modeling program. But where does this daft name come from? That's the first thing to ask, really. Well, it comes from the authors of the software. The MM comes from Makoto Mori, JE3HHT, his original idea, I think. So it's MM Antenna Analyzer. That's where the Amana bit comes from. And then the GAL comes from the other two amateurs who worked on it, which is DL2KQ and DL1PBD. That's right, Alex. So that's where a Marnagal comes from. So if ever you wondered why on earth is it called a Marnagal, that's why. So there we go. And the software's been around a while now, and it's just a new edition came out this year, which is edition 3, I think. But this software or this program, also presentation, is based on the version 1 software. There's very little difference between the two, but if you are going to download it, we'll show you where to get version 3 of the software from. But as David said, it's completely free, and I think as radio hands we like that term. So let's go on anyway. So what is it? Well, it's a free antenna modeling program that's based on the NEC engine, the Numerical Electromagnetic Code engine, NEC 2 I think it is. And it was originally written in 1981 under contract to the US Navy. And I'll show you why in a second, why it was so useful to the US Navy. And if you want more power, there's a Pro version, a Marnagal Pro, $99, or EasyNEC is the most common program that you often see, or EasyNEC Pro 5 at $500. So I think the way of looking at it, a Marnagal is, why not try a Marnagal? It doesn't cost you a penny. You'll probably find that it will do everything that you want it to do, unless you are going to start your own business in terms of antenna modeling and production. And for me, I've used it for the last probably about 10 years, and it works fine. And it does show an awful lot of things that you wouldn't otherwise see. The trouble is you can't see radio waves. I think that, you know, by making them visible in a program like this, you can actually see where your RF is going. So what does it feature? Well, you can create multi-element antenna designs and test them for performance and matching. You can look at the horizontal and vertical beam radiation patterns as well. You can generate 3D radiation patterns as well, which look very pretty, if nothing else. And then you can actually optimize your design with respect to SWR, gain, front to back, elevation, and current. And also R and JX, that's the more complex way of looking at the matching. What would you need to add to the antenna to make it work better, i.e. an inductor or capacitor. You can also generate data files, so you can do a run for an antenna from, say, 80 meters to 10 meters, output the data that you can then put into a spreadsheet and have a nice graph, and we'll show some of those as well. So it has got an awful lot of power for a free piece of software. And how did we do it years ago? Why were the US Navy so keen to generate this software, the next software? Well, this is a photograph I found when I was researching the book. This is the US Navy antenna test range at San Diego in California. And you can see this massive arm going up over up in the photograph there. And the little model down the bottom right is a ship. It's a ship. And what they would do is they would rotate the ship around, and then they would move a receiver up and down this arc that you can see there to take field strength measurements off the antenna. And from that, they would then work out and draw antenna plots of how well these antennas worked. And so it was helpful for designing the antennas, and also it was helpful for positioning the antennas on ships for gain, if you like, in the correct areas, or at least stopping them from being blocked in some areas. But this antenna test range here is probably about 40 feet tall, I think. Now you can imagine having to do that day in, day out, just putting a signal on it and moving the receiver up and down that, and then rotating at 5 degrees, doing it again. It probably took all day just to get the data that you needed from one model. So I think that's quite key, because I think if you imagine that you could imagine someone saying, look, can't we automate this? Can't we do something about it? And hence the NEC 2 engine was, or NEC 1 engine was eventually written. But it's not easy software to write. For example, it has to solve Maxwell's equations. Now, anybody who's done a physics degree will probably have shivers going down their spine at the thought of having to do anything with Maxwell equations. So the Maxwell equations at the top, I'm not going to go into what they all mean, we'll leave it at that, but you can see the integral solutions to them at the bottom. So if you imagine having to work out this solution for maybe 10,000 data points on an antenna and then plotting it all, you'd probably go pretty mad. So hence we can now do it all automatically in less than a minute. And I think, thank God to the authors for this software for helping us do it. So what do we need to know? Well, there's a number of words we need to get used to when we're using Mana-Gal. The first one is that the antenna design is made up of straight wires. They're called wires in the antenna description. That's the thing. We can't curve anything. If you want to make a curve, you have to join lots of little straight wires together. And on top of that, you can then include loads, and they can be made up of L or C, in other words, inductors or capacitors, or even combinations, so traps and loading coils as well. So loads, that's the second term we need. And then we need to apply a source, the specific impedance at a point on one of those wires. So wires, loads, and source are the three terms that we really need to understand. I say that we need to apply a source or a specific impedance at a point on one of the wires. Basically, it's set up to work at 50 ohms, but we can change that in the setup to something else. So if we're trying to design, say, an off-center fed dipole, we might want to use a 4-to-1 balun. Therefore, we could change the specific impedance to 200 ohms and to work it, make it match into a 4-to-1 balun. So we can change the specific impedance that we're applying, but by default, it comes out at 50 ohms. So it's wires, loads, and source. And as I said, loads can be traps, so you can have capacitors and inductors put together to create the loads. So how do we use it then? Well, this is the main screen that you run. It's a PC-based program, although as I'll try and show later, you can run it on a Mac, but with some little tricks. But it's a PC-based program, and this is the first screen. There's basically 4 screens you work through. The geometry screen where you design the antenna, then you can have a look at what it looks like, then we run the calculations at specific frequencies, and then we look at the far field plots. So this is the first screen that you see, and you'll see here we've got a wire that's been added in there, and basically it's a wire, and everything is in kind of Cartesian coordinates. So it's on the ground, and it's 5.17 meters long in one direction from 0, and 5.17 meters long the other direction. So it's 10 meters long. So basically, it's a half-wave dipole for 20 meters. And so there we go. That's the frequency we're designing it for, dipole for 20 meters, and it's just a piece of wire. And as I said, 5.17 meters in one direction, 5.17 meters in the other. And okay, so there's the wire that we talked about. We haven't got any load, so we don't want to add any inductors or capacitors to this. And then we have a source, and W1C it says there. And what this means is that we're going to apply the source on wire 1 in the center. W1C means center. So you have wire 1 beginning, wire 1 center, wire 1 end. So we're going to put this source, basically, if you like, it's the coax that you're plugging into this antenna, in the middle of this, and it's on wire 1. Okay. So then we can move on to the view, And this shows you the antenna. And we've got it on the ground, as I said, but we can actually elevate it when we do the calculations. So there's the antenna, and you'll see there is a blue line on that. That's the current curve on the dipole. So you can see it's maximum current in the middle, and it tails off to zero current at the ends, which is exactly what happens in real life. So we've got maximum current in the middle and tails off to the ends there. And from this, we can rotate it, or we can zoom in to have a look at it. And this is just a dipole, so we're not too bothered about where everything's going. But I thought I would just show you this, how it actually works. Okay, so now we can calculate. So we go to the calculate tab, and we have our frequency at the top that we want to work for. Be careful here when you use it, because ground, you can have an antenna in free space, which is okay if you're in the International Space Station, but not much use on Earth. Or you can have it over perfect ground. And I recommend that you check or tick the real ground, and you can actually change the ground setup to suit your particular ground. There's, I think from memory, there's about 3 or 4 different standards that you can choose. And so we've just gone for a basic ground setup there. And I've put this added 20 meters of height. So we're putting this dipole up at 20 meters. You'll see that it says no loss. You can actually change that to copper wire or aluminium tube, to whatever you need. But I'm just telling you this, that these are the little things you have to watch. So make sure you don't put something there with no loss. Make sure you choose real ground, and make sure you get the height right. It won't work if the antenna is lying on the ground. It will come up with an error. So once we've got all this set up, all we do is press start, and it will take a second or so just to click through, and then it comes up with this set of results. What I've done here, these are a set of results that I've run 5 times. So every time you run it, you'll get another line come up. So this basically says that our SWR for this antenna is 1.75 to 1. And the maximum gain on this antenna is 7.37 dBi. And you're probably thinking, well, hang on, it's a dipole. How can you have gain? Well, you get gain in different directions on a dipole as well. And the maximum radiation at that height is at 14.6. Now, that's all very well, but you can't actually visualize that too well. So on the next tab, okay, well, we'll just have a look at this one first. This is a plot as well. You can do plots of the SWR, impedance, gain, front to back, and far fields, etc. So it's just showing you that it is resonant at 14.15 megahertz, and at the bottom there, it's just risen a little bit, maybe about 1.7, and then 14.35 band edge. It's still at about 1.7, which is what you would expect to see. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so now on the final tab, the far field plots tab, this shows you a kind of a bird's eye view looking down on the antenna. And we've got X and Y there, and you can see that the typical dipole type distribution of the lobes. So we've got the dipole is running along the Y-axis here, and you can see it's radiating at right angles to the dipole. On this side, this is a side-on look, if you like. You'll see that we've got the maximum elevation there, or maximum gain, if you like, is at about, what is it, 14.6 degrees. And then we've got another lobe there as well. Now, we can also click on 3D elevation or 3D plot there to see this in 3 dimensions. But this is useful if you're designing antennas and you want to make sure that your RF is going off in a certain direction. We'll try and show you later. There's a Slim Jim design that's got very, very low angle radiation. But if you want an antenna that is going to for example, be a very, very good antenna for DXing, maybe on the low band. So you want a very low takeoff, maybe about 5 degrees or whatever. This will help you design something. And I'll give you a clue. If you're trying to do that on 80 meters, forget about a dipole, unless you can put it up to about half a mile high. You know, verticals are the way to go. But likewise, if you're trying to work around the UK using near vertical incidence skywave radiation on 80 meters, a low dipole works quite well. So you could design a dipole and artificially move it up or down to see what the gain is at various heights. So you can do no end of stuff with the Marnagal without ever getting your feet wet or getting wet full stop.
Anything else wet, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now there's the 3D view. which I think is pretty more than useful, but it does show you, and you can rotate this as well. So it just shows you the 3D view of the lobes they're coming off at 14, 15 degrees. So it's a not bad little antenna. You've got high angle and low angle radiation at that height. As you change the height, these lobes will change dramatically. So it's a case of, as I said, playing with it to get the height you want. In reality, in most places or most homes, I mean, you are kind of fixed in terms of what height you can get. So this will just show you, you know, how it's going to work. And I'll show you now an example of antennas that we've played with and what we found with them. For example, Roger G3LDI has got a rhombic antenna. This is a monster. This thing, I think it's got 4 towers supporting this, and it goes off into the distance. You can just about see the far towers. But he was telling me he used it on 20 meters, and he could work into New York all day long and into the central US. But he was saying he couldn't get on. It didn't work terribly well up to the northwest states, sort of into Seattle or Vancouver in Canada. And so we modeled it for him, and this is what we came up with. And as you can see, it's a very, very, very powerful lobe there into the central of the states. But you know, you've got a couple of nulls here. You've got a null there and a null there. Also down here into Florida, it doesn't work too well either. And he said, well, that's actually, you're absolutely right. It doesn't work too well into Florida. But this is an extreme version of what you can do with a Marnagal to show you just how an antenna works. Normally, you don't really want a pattern like this, but it does show you sometimes why you can design and build antennas that work really, really well in some directions, but others that just don't work at all. For example, let's go through some hard sort of worked examples. The G5RV is kind of a classic so-called multi-band antenna, but is it really a multi-band antenna? Well, rather than put one up and play with it, which we could have done, but run it through, design it and run it through a Marnagal, and you find some interesting facts. For example, here we see that on 80 meters, it's got an SWR of about 5.5 to 1. So that means it's pretty easy to match with an antenna tuning unit. Well, you also have to bear in mind that this is, one, it's a simulation, and two, we're talking about the SWR at the feed point. By the time you put 30, 40, 50 feet of coax on this, the SWR would improve dramatically. In fact, if you put an infinite length of coax on one of these things, it would have a 1-to-1 SWR everywhere. That's just a fact of antennas. But getting back to this then, so on 80 meters, it shows that it's quite easy to match on 50 ohm impedance. It's quite easy to get a good match, 1-to-1 match with an ATU there. Not too bad on 40. Pretty lousy on 30 meters, 34 to 1. Again, 20 meters, 4 to 1. And in fact, a G5RV is actually designed for 20 meters. Then we go up to 18, it goes to 37.1 to 1, bad news. Down again at 15, not bad at 12, and then lousy at 10 meters, 52.2 to 1. In other words, it's not really a very, very good multi-band antenna. It will work reasonably well on some bands, but certainly not on all bands. And I think Louis Varney just, when he designed it, it was really designed for 20 meters, and the other bands were, you know, we have to bear in mind that when Louis Varney designed the G5RV, we didn't have the WARC bands, we didn't have 12 meters, we didn't have 17 meters, we didn't have 30 meters, so he wasn't really that bothered about them. But obviously, the other point I would make here is it does show that it's not a particularly good match on 10 meters, and I've burned out an ATU trying to tune a G5RV on 10 meters, a Scout Jamboree day once, and this, I think this shows why. So without ever getting your feet wet, your head wet, or anything else, or having to mess around with any wire whatsoever, you can play with the antenna designs and see where they're going to work well and where they're not. What about the W3DZZ? This is another multi-band antenna, which is the trapped dipole. And if we build one of these and run it through a Marnagal, we can see that, as you'd expect, it should have a low SWR on 80 meters, which it does, 1.87 to 1, 40 meters, 2.14. Then it goes a bit awry. 15's okay, but 20 is not brilliant. And in fact, you know, we come up to 28 megs, it's 35.7 to 1 again. So it's not a particularly good antenna. But you can play with the LC combinations with this and see whether you can improve it or not on particular bands, or with particular particular directions if you want to rearrange it. That's the other thing about Marnagal. It can help you choose how you are going to put your antenna up. Most people, have two trees in the back garden and it has to go between them, and fine, that's okay. But this will show you that maybe some other directions, you'd be better aligning it slightly differently to get your antenna lobe onto the antenna, onto the place you want to work. So what about mag loops? So you can model mag loops, but as I said, you can only use straight wires with Marnagal. So this is a mag loop that I've designed on Marnagal. We did it as an octagon. That was the easiest way to do it. But it just shows you some interesting things. So it shows you that they're very, very high Q magnetic loops and a very, very narrow bandwidth. And Marnagal shows this for us. We can see that the particular frequency we were on, I think it was about 14 megs. There's the SWR curve. So very low SWR, but it is very, very narrow bandwidth, very high Q antenna, which again, we can play with the idea and play with building one in a Marnagal and see how it works. And the other thing then you can do is play with different heights. So the mag loop, what you'll find is that they don't have to be that high. If they're mounted vertically, they don't have to be very high. So we can see they're at 3 meters high. It works quite fine, and we see that we've got more gain at low angles at 3 meters than you do at 7 meters. At 7 meters, the lobe goes high. So in fact, putting a mag loop up at 7 meters would actually work to your disadvantage. You actually want it a bit lower. And these plots here are at 10 degrees elevation. So again, you can see that I think, let's have a look. Yes, the mag loop runs that way. It runs in the Y direction. So there we can see at 10 degrees elevation that in fact it's slightly better at 7 meters, but there's not a lot in it. But in fact, off the sides of the mag loop, that you see that it's a little bit better at 3 meters than it would be at 7 meters. So it's all about compromise, and this lets you play with different heights of antennas to see how they work and whether they're going to work better or not. Now, W5GI, the so-called mystery antenna, it was quite popular a few years ago, and I still use one, or we haven't used one. We've used one when we do special event stations up here in Norfolk, the case to Marconi, International Marconi Day, we use a W5GI. And there's interesting things about this, though, because this is a plot of the W5GI on 28 megs. And you can see you've got some very, very strong lobes there. You've got some very deep nulls as well. So the station that you want to work, if it's on a lobe, great. If it's in a null, no, it's not going to work at all. You're probably about 20 decibels down. Not good at all. What about as an inverted V? So, okay, so instead of actually putting it up and making it into an inverted V, let's try, modeling it as an inverted V. And so we model it in an inverted V, and what we find is that, okay, when you model the W5GI as an inverted V, you lose some of the gain, but you do fill in these lobes. So in fact, it looks like the antenna works better as an inverted V than it does as a flat top antenna. And that's quite that's a useful tip to learn, that inverted Vs generally do fill in some of these gaps. They're not quite as loby as they would be if they were flat top. But again, you can play with it and see what you get. Now, what about the microvert? How many people have heard of that? This is a little antenna, I think it's about 5 foot long, that is quite a clever idea. It's a German guy who invented it. And what it is a loaded vertical. Then he used the coax as the counterpoise. So you have a quarter wave of coax, then you have a choke to stop the current going past the choke. So you've only got this little 5 foot radiator, then you've got maybe a quarter wave at 40 meters, so 10 meters of cable that comes off it, and then it's choked. So does the coax radiate? Well, you can model the microvert in Marnagal, and this is what you get. I mean, you can hardly see it. There's a tiny little black dot there, and that's the current distribution on it. So you can see that the current is mainly, this is the counterpoise going off there, the coax going off there. So basically, the maximum current is actually in the counterpoise, not in the little microvert. In fact, there's a minuscule amount of current in the microvert itself. So it's suggesting, or Marnagal is suggesting at least, that it's actually the coax that does most of the radiating on this. So it's another way of showing electronically how an antenna works. And let's have this is a more practical example. When I moved into my last house, first of all, I threw up a W3 EDP antenna over the roof. So it came out of the shack window there, went up and over the roof, and then down the garden, was tied off. And it was just a quick and easy thing to get going. And it worked okay. But what I did find is I couldn't work anything south of me. Oh, sorry, no, that's the other way around. I could work stuff south of me, but nothing north. So anyone in Norway, in Sweden, I couldn't work at all. But it's always seemed to be working really, really well down south. So again, if we model that in Imarnagal, we got a pattern like this. So you can see that here is southeast, there's southwest, there's south, and then we've got this big null behind where it was that it was going, which meant that it wasn't working terribly well at all into the north. Again, so by playing with Imarnagal and an antenna design you've got, you can decide whether it's going to work for you, whether it's going to work in some directions better than others. And what I found here, I mean, from mine, this direction was the States, and it was like okay, but not brilliant. So anyway, I had to come down and was replaced with something else eventually, a much better antenna. But it was an easy way to show where your RF is going. And it's not easy to work out where RF is going until you actually get something like this, I don't think. Now, why is the vertical, I've said vertical end-fed half wave, but to be honest, it could be a vertical quarter wave ground plane as well. Why is it good for DX? Well, this shows you what you get with vertical antennas. You get omnidirectional radiation, so you get full 360-degree pattern and pretty much low angle. So there's 20 degrees, I think. Here we go, elevation 19.7 degrees maximum. So 20 degrees, probably get it a little bit lower as well. But this is why it's really good for DX. To have an antenna here that is radiating at low angles in all directions. Some people say that a vertical radiates equally poorly in all directions. I think that's a bit unfair, but I know what they're getting at. But it does show you there's no high angle radiation. So if you have a vertical for 80 meters, you're not going to do very well around the UK because there's no radiation coming off the thing up the top here. It's all low angle, so it probably worked very, very well as a DX antenna. Probably work into the States in the early morning in the middle of the winter, but working around the UK, not too well at all. So again, this is why verticals are good for DX, and you can show it in Imarnagal quite easily. 80-meter Windhams or off-center fed dipoles, another good way. This is something I modeled, and you can see that I output the file into a spreadsheet and then got the spreadsheet to graph the SWR curves of the antenna. And we've got two here. We've got an 80-meter Windham as a flat top and inverted V. So is there any difference? Well, yes, there is. In fact, you find that the inverted V isn't so resonant at, what's that there? Is that about 10 megs, I think? Not so good there. And as a flat top, it actually had a very low SWR, but that wasn't apparent really as an inverted V. And you'll also notice that the SWR minima move not in the same place, so it's changed it very, very slightly. And again, here we've got an inverted V, we've got a low SWR at that point, where it would be higher SWR as a flat top. So again, you can play with these things. There's 15 meters, look, and you're not getting any resonant point there as an inverted V. So you can't just put an antenna up as a flat top or an inverted V and expect it to behave the same way. We showed earlier that by putting it up as an inverted V, you fill in some of the gaps, some of those nulls in the radiation pattern, but you may find the SWR changes or the minima change depending on what frequency you're on. So I think it's a good way, again, of modeling how an antenna is going to work. And I'll show you now a practical application of this. A 40-meter Windham antenna, so that's a half-wave dipole on 40 meters, but you can usually you feed that at about 41.1% along one of the, 33.3 along the wire. So we take a piece of wire that is 66 foot long, 20 meters long, and we break it at the third point, so it's 1/3, 2/3, and then we feed it with a 4-to-1 balun. And you'll see that we get this yellow trace here. So you get a low SWR on 40 meters, low SWR on 20 meters, and then a low SWR on 28 meters, sorry, 28 megs. But what happens if you change that feed point, you move the feed point along? Well, what you find is if you feed it at the 41% feed line, so you're now at 41% along the wire, what you find is it makes no difference to the SWR at 40 meters, no difference to the SWR really at 20 meters, but now you're getting 15 meters as well. You've now got an SWR, low SWR point at 15 meters, and again, it's a good point up at 28 megs, 10 meters, it's still going to behave as well. So it just shows you that by modeling this, you can play with things. You can play with the idea of changing the feed point of a Wyndham, and does it make a big difference? And obviously, yes, it does. And I tested this at the last house, and yes, it did work. Managed to get 15 meters out of a 40-meter Wyndham, where otherwise it would have had a high SWR if it had been fed at the 1/3 feed point. So are there any pitfalls to using something like Amana Gal? Well, yes, there is. I mean, for start, the software assumes your antenna has nothing around it, and real life's not like that. We have sheds, we have buildings, we have trees. All these things can impact the radiation pattern and can impact the SWR figures you're seeing as well. Well, it can't model those, so it's an idealistic way of modeling the antenna, really. And what about your earth connectivity and your dielectric constant? Do you know what they are? For example, if you've got very wet earth, you're going to have a different conductivity rate than if it's dry. So you may find that, you know, and some antennas or ground plane antennas work better when it's wet than when it's dry. But otherwise, how do you know, unless you do some experiments and, you know, with checking the conductivity you saw, you don't know. So you have to guess it. And so you have to put the guesstimate into the Amana Gal software. And make sure, as I said, you choose the right impedance. It defaults, by the way, to 75 ohms out of the box. One installation I put in and found it defaulted to 75, so that's no good. You want to change it to 50. And you just do that in the setup. It's not a problem. Also, make sure that the elevation, that you want to test is actually the right one. When it does those plots, it will show you the pattern at the highest point of radiation, or the highest amount of radiation. And you go, oh, that's okay, but that might be at 45 degrees. Well, you want to know it's doing at 5 degrees. So what you have to do is you have to go into the elevation box and say, no, I want to have a look at 5 degrees or 10 degrees and do it that way. So that's a very good tip, I think, is make sure you are checking at the correct elevation. With inverted Vs, you really need Pythagoras to help you. You know, if you're trying to get a piece of wire and now you're bending it, in terms of the XY coordinates, Pythagoras helps a lot. If you don't want to get involved in the maths of these things, it's not too bad. You can actually draw them in using the wire edit function. It's a little bit messy and a little bit difficult to align the things. Other points you can make, PVC coated wire will come out shorter than it's predicted. By about 90–95%. So you can produce a marvelous antenna that looks brilliant on Amana Gal, and you've got everything sorted. But when you actually build it, you might find it needs to be a little bit shorter. Why? Partly due to end effects, partly due to the difference velocity factor of the wire. And what you normally find is a PVC coated wire, it basically slows the electromagnetic wave down through it. So electrically, it looks longer. So you have to make the wire slightly shorter. Not a problem. It could be a problem if you were building a beam of some description with PVC coated wire. But luckily, most beams are aluminium, so they don't suffer the end effects and the problem that you get with PVC coated wire. But it's just something to be aware of, that if you design something with Amana Gal and you're going to make it with a coated wire, don't be surprised if when you actually build it in real life, it's going to be a little bit smaller. The real life SWR values will be far better than predicted, as I said earlier. What you find is that due to coax losses, the SWR figures are lower when you've actually put the 100 foot of coax on and you're measuring it at the other end of the coax. Remember, this is a simulation of what the feed point impedance is like. Well, that feed point impedance could be 30 feet up in the air. It's not practical to read the SWR at 30 feet. You've got to attach your coax and bring it down. So don't be surprised if the SWR figures are not quite the same as predicted. They will be lower. But even so, I mean, I've been using the software now for quite a few years, and it's good. It shows you where the minima will be. It shows you what bands you're going to be able to get in. Shows you by how, as I said, by moving a feed point around, you can get other bands with Wyndham antennas. I think it's a tool worth having. And one more, finally, don't apply a source. That's your, the source as in putting your RF onto an angled joint. Mahner-Gal likes you to have it on a straight piece of wire. So even if you have an inverted V, just put a tiny little bit of wire and apply the source to the center of that little piece of wire there. There we go. It's a simulation as well, and real life installations may not behave the way you expect them to behave, because antennas have a nasty habit of reacting and interacting with everything that's around them. So it is tricky. So I think that's it for the pitfalls. Just finally, the sources there. Mahner-Gal software, that's where you get it from, hamsoft.ca. The quick start tutorial, there's the URL for that. Well, I think we'll make the presentation available for people who want to know where these URLs are, because they're a little bit long-winded. YouTube, I think Callum McCormick has done some fantastic videos. There was one that caught my eye. It says easy antenna modeling, secrets 0 to hero in 30 minutes. I think, if you can learn the basics of a Mahner-Gal from a video, it's going to be far better than a book. Although, I would promote my own book. Everyone else is doing it today. I don't see why I shouldn't. But yeah, I think with video, it's much easier to understand what somebody is doing. And I think that Callum McCormick's done some really good videos on how to use a Mahner-Gal, and he designed the DX Commander pretty much with a Mahner-Gal, I think. So it shows it does work. Lots of more tutorials online. Just search for Mahner-Gal and you'll find them. And also there's some of these designs for antennas on my blogspot page, g0kya.blogspot.com. So what's that? 39 minutes. So we've got a little while now, David. Do you want some Q&A? Have we had any questions come up?
We have, Steve.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Yeah, timing, perfectly professional, brilliant. Wouldn't have expected anything else. The first question I think is an easy one, and it's to your right hand, I reckon. Dave Goodwin V9CB says, where can I find that image of the curved tower on the US Navy test range that beautifully illustrates the challenges of assessing the performances of an antenna? I teach ham classes, he says.
Right, okay, well...
Here it comes.
It's in the book.
Yes. Well, I thought that's what you'd say. Why not?
It is. I think I got it off the internet. I can't remember. I was searching around and found it. I think you have to search for the internet, but I know that San Diego is the US Navy's home, I think, on the Pacific coast. And I know it was there. So search for US Navy antenna test range and you can probably find it on the internet. I mean, I produced this 6 years ago now, so I don't know if it's still there. But I just thought it's a great picture that illustrates everything.
It definitely is. Our friend, the commercial manager of the RSGB, has already put a link up in this stream to be able to download, to be able to order one from the bookshop. And in fact, it's, as you know, it's called An Introduction to Antenna Modelling. Non-members price £10.99. For members, it's £9.34.
£9.34, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Radio Gareth says, worth mentioning that there's a graphical input mode for people whose brains don't do coordinates.
Yeah, absolutely. You use wire edit mode, and then you can just draw the wires in. I generally don't prefer it. I mean, that's just the way my mind works, I suppose. But it's easier if you're doing inverted V's or anything that's at an angle, because you know if you want a 20-meter dipole as an inverted V, how do you work out how long the wire is in XY coordinates? And as I said, that's why you need to use Pythagoras. But go into wire edit and just draw the two lines in and make sure they're 5 meters long, whatever, test it. If the SWR is a little bit too high or too low, make them a little bit shorter or a little bit longer. So yeah, you can use the wire edit mode.
Okay, we've got, by the way, just to let you know at home, if you're watching and you want any questions or comments for Steve, please put them in now onto the YouTube chat, because we're coming towards the end. But we've got Tony G3OVH who said, I've found that for a 4 or 6 metre Yagi, putting the ground factor in completely upsets the results, even at 11 metre height. I can only get sensible numbers with free space. Can you help?
Oh, that's interesting. Well, for starters, I wouldn't do it as a free space model, because life's not like that. Life doesn't appear in free space. I don't know why he's not getting the right results using a Marnagal, using a ground model. I would suggest that there's something wrong with the Yagi design. The too long, too short, or the spacing is not quite correct. But if you're getting the right result, or the result you want, sorry, not the right result, but the result you want in free space, but not when you put the ground in, that suggests that the antenna design is a little bit off somewhere. That's the only thing I can think. I can't think, or you've got your ground dielectric set a very, very odd figure. So either use the default settings that come with it, or put some in that are reasonable into the ground settings. But I think that's the only thing I can say. If it doesn't look right in a Marnagal, it's possibly because the design's not quite right.
Okay. Mike G4CDF says, I've modelled a pair of Helix antennas at 2.4 gigahertz. Works very well. Use Excel to generate the antenna file.
Very good. I mean, there is the difference between a Marnagal and a Marnagal Pro is the number of wires that you can have. And I think you can have up to something like 4,000 wires with this version, and something like 8,000 odd wires in a Marnagal Pro. And when you think of wires, you think, well, what sort of antenna has 8,000 wires? But no, you can build models. So there is a picture of a parabolic dish that's been made in the Marnagal Pro, and it looks like some sort of geodesic structure that's been built. So to model helixes at 2.4 gigs, I think that's very good.
Robert 2E0LBW says, if not covered, can you talk about including traps, please? I'm wanting a 20, 30, 40 half-wave end fed with traps for 20 and 30 meters.
Yeah, I can. I just wondered, do you want me to go to Marnagal and show you how to do it?
If you'd be very, very quick, Steve.
Let me give this a whirl.
All right, we'll let you do that. And say just one more little plug to remind you that we're coming. We've got about 6 or 7 minutes left. So if you're dying to ask a question, Steve, don't wait anymore. Just pop it on there on the YouTube chat.
Right, so I've got a Marnagal running, and it's running on a Mac here. I meant to say that someone did email me and say, can you run it on a Mac? And my answer to that was, no, you can't. Well, you can actually. Here we go.
Are you running this under a Windows emulation then, or Parallels or something like that?
Yeah, I'm using it with Wine. I tested it yesterday just to see whether it would work, and it does. So this is a trap dipole for 14, 21, and 28 megs. And you'll see we've got the wire. Let's have a look at the view, first of all. So it's just a wire dipole. But can you see, let me zoom in a bit. Can you see there we've got some different things at these points? You can just see little red dots probably. It's probably a bit difficult. But these are LC traps. So they're LC traps. And there's the value of the inductance. And there's the value of the capacitance. So the LC traps just made with 100 picofarad capacitors, and then coils as well. Q factor of 150. And basically you put this one is at wire 2 beginning, that one's at wire 3 beginning, that one's at wire 4 beginning, that one's at wire 5 beginning. So that's how you do it. You create these things, and then you put them into the design. It looks a lot better when you've got it on your screen at home, because all you can see is little red crosses that show you where these traps are. That's how you do it. And the other thing you can do with the Marnagal is you can actually, you've got a little thing called HF components, so LC match. So we can actually create traps using this program. So you tell it what frequency you want, and then you hit the LC button. There we go, that's the one. and it will actually generate the L and C values that you want for the traps. So it's a way of making manual traps yourself. Just close that to see. But let me just run the now. Well, so just calculate this at what should we say, 14.050. Good. Now if we do the far field, well, actually no, I want to do that one. So you can see that we can see the current distribution there on 20 meters. It's using the whole of the dipole. But let's do it at now 28 megs, and we'll show you the effect of the traps. Oh, that one. There we go. So now you can see that the current is just in the position of the first part of the aerial, but there's nothing beyond it. And that's because these traps here are trapping the current, if you like, at 28 megs and stopping it going any further. So that's how you do it. So so you put the loads in here as LC types. So it's
that's just for because we've got beginners watching this as an inductance and a capacitance.
Yeah, inductance is a capacitance of 0.312 millihenries. I think 0.312 millihenries. I can't remember if it's in henries or millihenries. I'd have to look that one up. And then 100 picofarads. And you can play with these values. I recommend that if you're doing anything with traps, you start off with 100 picofarad capacitance and then adjust this to get the inductance that you, the resonance that you want. But that's how you do it. And you put them at the beginning or end of the wires that you've described up here. I hope that's made sense.
Yeah, I think that's really good. I think Robert would be very pleased with that individual answer. We just wanted to go through a few more, though, if we can, Steve.
Okay.
Chris, G1JXS, says, I've got a small garden. I've not used my Marnagal. Will it model a nested Marconi antenna by G7FEK, which has an offset centre fade point?
I know the G7FEK. I don't know whether I've got one in here. Just close that one down. Yes, it will. It will model it quite well. Let's see, where is it? Don't know if I have. I haven't. Yes, I have. Look at that. Right, G7FEK.
We'll share that screen with everybody at home now.
Okay,
there we are.
Let me show you. So that's a G7FEK. It's basically 300 ohm ribbon up here, or 450 ohm ribbon. Then one wire goes out that direction, one wire goes out in that direction. And I can't remember what bands they're cut for. I think that one's cut for 80, and that one's cut for 40 maybe, or even 20. But so yes, you can model a G7FEK, but it's a little bit complicated to do. But I can't remember whether we included this in the book, because the book has a CD-ROM and it's got lots of antennas on it. It may even be on the CD with it. But so if we now take this and there we go, just do a quick run. Right, so it's not designed to work on 20 meters. Let's see if it's worked on 40. I think it is meant to work on 40. Start. 8-to-1, okay, and let's try 80 meters. This will probably be better because I think they are designed to work. No, it isn't. Look at that. But yeah, you can design G7FEK. Antennas, not a problem at all.
Okay.
You just have to, what you have to do is you have to produce the, if I do the view and then we zoom in on that, what you'll see is you've got, there we are, it's basically like open wire feeder in the middle there. And so you basically have to produce the open wire feeder, and then once you get to the top, one leg goes in one direction, one leg goes in the other.
Okay, we need to move on to a few other questions, Steve, but thank you ever so much for that. Mike G4CDF says that he's also used it to model Yagis with good agreement of pattern, at least with G0KSC data.
Yeah,
Ian says, thanks very much, Ian Munro. This is GM4VXM. Says, thanks very much for a very watchable introduction. Can you clarify what is meant by adding a straight bit of wire to feed an inverted V? I can't quite envisage what you mean.
Yeah. How can I draw that? Just see if I don't know if I've got. I don't know if I've got one in here. Basically, have the inverted V. We'll do it with hands. That's easier, isn't it? So you have two wires, comes through a tip, but they don't recommend in a Marnagal that you actually put your source at an angled joint. So just separate them out a little bit. Put a little bit of wire in between them, maybe 2 inches long. It doesn't matter, and then put the source in the centre of that piece there. And they said it works better.
Okay, Mike G4GUG says, I can't have an external aerial. I live in a park home wooden bungalow. It's 28 by 20, gutter height's 10 feet, approximately above ground level. How would a horizontal loop work, and what can I expect fed with CG3000, he says.
Wow, that's a question, isn't it?
It is a bit. There's quite a few bits of that question. If you could, can you cover that fairly briefly?
Oh dear, right. Okay, so your loop antenna, so not a mag loop, but a voltage-fed loop.
Yeah, it says a horizontal loop. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I think they know that you, as well as this program, I think they know you're quite an
Yeah.
antenna expert, Steve. So I think that's why they're slipping these in.
It needs to be maybe one wavelength at the frequency, lowest frequency you want to work. Then needs to be fed with open wire feeder to the ATU, not coax. Well, you could feed it with coax, you get losses. It would probably work okay. If it's near the house, it'll probably pick up a lot of noise. That's the only thing.
Okay. Stephen G. Sorry, I've got to move on though.
No
Stephen G7 VFY. When will we start seeing new, unique designs of antennas thanks to this sophisticated modelling software? Great question.
Well, we are seeing unique designs. I mean, Justin, just somebody mentions his name earlier, Innov Antennas has been using software to design his antennas for a long, long time. He uses something a little bit more sophisticated than Marnagal, but he's come up with some very unique ideas and antennas that work really, really well. Some of the Innov Antennas, Yagis, don't have any connections. They work by induction, so it's very, very clever indeed. And as I said, Callum McCormick at DX Commander has used Marnagal to, I think it was Marnagal he used to design the DX Commander, which is a multi-band vertical antenna, ground plane antenna that works very, very well. So we are seeing antennas being designed.
Something new being invented. Yeah, I mean, we're used to seeing all these rigs and things changing with touch screens and everything else and SDRs, but it's good to think that one of the most important bits, if not the most important part of your radio station, really is the antenna. So it's lovely to think that there are new innovative designs, isn't it? Tristan, by the way, says it also works great under wine. So as you've said. Bill GM4UBJ says, I've found antenna descriptions saved with the original free version of Marnagal do not work with the latest free version, so it's worth noting and sharing with everybody.
Okay.
So just be a bit careful with that. Eugene, HB9IAS, what is the effective height of my inverted V on a 5-metre mast on top of a 40-metre apartment building?
Well,
is there a quick answer to that, Steve? Because we've got about a minute.
Okay, 1 minute. It's very, very, very difficult to model because you've got an antenna 5 meters up, but then it's over a concrete and steel structure. So this is the problem I was saying, that antenna modeling software can't really model real life. It doesn't really understand concrete buildings underneath and things like that. So what was the effective height of your antenna? I would guess it's probably, if you try to work it out as if it was 45 meters or whatever above ground, that's a good starting point. But it isn't above ground, it's above concrete and steel, so that will have an impact on the antenna. But you do see some of the issues that arise here. Marnagal can't model, real life situations. You'd have to try and come up with a wire model for whatever it's put on, and that would be tricky. So I can't give you an easy answer to that one, I'm afraid. But it's more likely to be modelled at 45 meters than it is at 5, let's put it like that.
All right, that's a good bit of advice. Yeah. And finally, I mean, lots of people have said, thank you very much for a great presentation, Steve, as you won't be surprised to know. Chris G1JXS says, many thanks, Steve. I'm going to download my Marnagal and have a play right away. Great lecture, he says.
Thank you very much. I mean, I'm very pleased that if it at least gets people to play with it. I think the trouble with some software is you open it up, you have a look, oh my God, how does this work? But if you take it logically, it's quite easy to use. So there we go. Oh, we better not run over because we've got Jim next, haven't we?
Yeah, that's right. Many thanks, Steve. Thank you very much, Steve Nichols, G0KY. Thank you ever so much for a lovely presentation.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And that's it from Steve. We're almost coming up to our last presentation of the afternoon. Now, if you're expecting to see Peter Goodall right now for 4 o'clock for his presentation on satellites, I'm afraid Peter's not very well. He let us know yesterday, although we've known he's not been terribly well during the week. So tonight, instead of Peter, we have Jim Bacon, G3YLA, who's coming to tell us about why radio and weather go together. So that's coming up in, 4 minutes' time, something like that. On this channel, you're watching an introduction to on the RSGB online convention coming up to 4 o'clock. On the other station, as it were, on the other channel, you can take your CW to the next level with Bruce P N9WKE. But if you're staying here, we hope you're enjoying the online convention, and we'd love to get your feedback if you can. Just let us know. It's the sort of thing that for the future we may well do more online things at the RSGB, and we'd love to know what you think. Just follow this link, rsgb.org/feedback. And as I said a few times, I'll say one more time this afternoon, normally when there's a convention, we have a raffle, and the proceeds from that raffle support our DXpedition team. But of course, we can't have a raffle or anything this time. So if you feel you've enjoyed today and you can donate a few pounds to help that DXpedition fund, then go to the special link that we've set up, rsgb.org/donate. But that's about it for the moment. We'll just give a couple minutes break now before we join Jim Bacon in about 3 minutes' time. Let's have a go back, our final time probably, to the NRC now. And let's see what they're working. They've been really busy this afternoon. I heard there've been pile-ups and everything else. And a final reminder, if you have just joined us and if you want to know what frequency they're on, because you want to try and work them today, then just have a look on social media on the RSGB, either Twitter or Facebook, and they'll give you the latest frequencies that they're working on. And want to mention again to say that this is World Mental Health Day, and so never been better time to get on the air to care. So I hope that you'll be doing that. If not now, straight after this. It's a great hobby both for us and also for other people. It's really helped, I think, in these COVID times to be able to get on the air. Anyway, as I said, a couple of minutes' time, we'll be joining Jim Bacon, G3YLA, with why radio and weather go together. See you in a moment.
I'm actually sat at the moment at the side of the door. Because of obvious COVID restrictions, we have the door open to circulate the air through. And the temperature at the moment, let's have a look. Temperature around about 13 degrees, which actually it feels that's actually quite warm by comparison to what I feel at this moment in time. It's going to be raining later on. In the next few weeks, it's going to be snowing, and we've got nothing but a thoroughly miserable weather outlook to look forward to over the next 6 months. And by the sound of things, you're just coming into summer, Gary. So you're making us very, very envious at the moment, and I can't even come back to you saying that we won the rugby. All right, Gary, I'll pass it round to you. The Zulu Sierra 6, Yankee India, Golf Bravo 3, Romeo Sierra.
Yeah. Okay, Dave. Golf Bravo 3, Romeo Sierra, Zulu Sierra 6, Yankee India, returning. Yeah, no, I don't envy the cold weather, that's for sure. Mind you, when it gets too hot, it's not pleasant either. And I've got a problem with my air conditioner, the electronic circuit. Nothing wrong with the pumps and the compressor. And I've got a very big one. It's about I think it's 40,000 BTU. It's a very, very large thing to keep the shack nice and cool or temperature controlled. And that, for whatever reason, a week ago, it just didn't want to switch on. So I've checked the power supply, that's all okay. So I think it's the main IC, it's got a very big peak. And I think that's decided to go walkie. So I'll have to replace the whole unit. I believe you can get a sort of a universal remote controlled unit. And then you just have to throw this out and put the new one in. So I'm waiting for this to arrive, and then we can get that going again, because by guns it's quite hot in the shack, 30 degrees Celsius. I bought 2 little digital thermometers. Oh man, they were about £2.5 or something, really very cheap things, but they work so well. They got 2 little.
Hello again. Thank you for joining us. This is the introduction to stream at the RSGB 2020 online convention. Unfortunately, we've had to postpone the original scheduled talk on getting started with amateur satellites by Peter Goodall, 2M0SQL, because he's unwell, but we hope to welcome Pete with his talk in a future Tonight at 8 webinar. So now we're joining Jim Bacon with Why Radio and Weather Go Together, and most of us accept that there's a strong link between radio and weather conditions. But what is the real relationship? Sometimes a little more understanding of the weather can help us get more from our hobby. And who better to give us the lowdown than a professional meteorologist and long-time radio amateur. So it's welcome to the RSGB convention to Jim Bacon, G3YLA. Hello, Jim.
Hello, David. Nice to be with you.
It's good to see you. And this is your second outing today. You were on the other side earlier, weren't you?
Yes, I've just got to try and remember not to do exactly everything I did this morning. But this is kind of like a revision exercise, but it's going to be in a more user-friendly way. And I also want to perhaps later on attempt to go live into one of these propagation programs that we use to try and look for features that you might be trying to relate to the weather on the air. So tuning across the bands, sometimes just seeing what the bands look like is a very good way of relating propagation theory with practice.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to it. And this is just a good moment to tell everybody at home now that you're watching this. It is live, and any questions that you've got for Jim or comments, please ask them as soon as you can on the YouTube chat, because we don't have very long at the end of Jim's talk for questions. So just enter them as you go along, and we'll either read them to Jim during the talk or straight afterwards. But now back to Jim. Let's find out how weather and radio go together.
Thanks, David. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I'm sorry to burden you with too lots of weather. I always used to say you never have too much weather. And for a weather person, you never actually have a day off, because every time you walk out the back door, there's weather out there. And there's been quite a bit of weather about today, some heavy showers, some thunderstorms, things like that going on. So in a weatherman's world, that sort of stuff is quite exciting. In an amateur radio world, it kind of has its ups and downs. So it's not uniformly a good thing necessarily. One person's good weather is another person's disappointing weather. So we're going to cover a few of these sorts of things. And along the way, I want to kind of address this in a form that's accessible to folk who maybe in the last year during lockdown have started to experience amateur radio for the first time. You're maybe thinking about why the bands behave as they do, why certain bands open at certain times, and none of that is magic. In the old days, when you got on the air, you had quite a prolonged period as an SWL, and you learnt to read how the bands were behaving. So you understood propagation perhaps a little bit more than you do these days as a modern amateur, because there's a trend towards people starting off on the VHF bands as opposed to HF. Not uniformly true, but it does tend to happen quite a bit. And therefore we're missing that sort of library of information that can help you make more of a hobby. And it is a hobby, but it's also a hobby that benefits from a bit of extra knowledge. So I want to try and steer you into that bit that makes it fun, and hopefully we'll be able to get you enthused to try some other parts of amateur radio. And incidentally, best wishes to Pete, and hope he's fit and well soon, and be joining the RSGB at 8 sessions, because that was a talk that I was looking forward to as well. So the only disappointment now is to admit, as I did this morning, that I missed the breakfasts from the in-person conventions. Those were always a high point. And also I notice I'm missing a talk about CW as well. So being a CW person, I might mention that a couple of times during the course of this, but it's not mandatory. But if you do get a chance early in your careers, have a think about putting CW on the list as well. Okay, so weather is your friend. Well, of course it is. It can be a good friend. Areas of high pressure, and you get fine weather, sunny weather, skies like in that picture there. That was an old 9-element tonner on stick with half an element broken off and generally on its last legs. A weather station in the background, and a neighbour with an aerial in the background beyond that. And so several things that we have to get used to in the modern amateur world, and some of those things are to do with propagation and what happens to us as we tune across the bands. Some of those things are actually to do with the environment that we're faced with. you know, whether it's produced by the weather or whether it's produced because you happen to operate in an area where there are lots of strong signals on a band that you want to be on. They're all things that you can work around, and just by knowing perhaps another band that might be open, understanding how they work, it's possible to do a bit more with it. Anyway, let's have a look at some of these other elements on here that well, good. Thunderstorms, are they your friends? Well, they can be. If, for example, you worked on the gigahertz bands, and some of you will probably have read John G4BAO's column in Radcom. Gigahertz bands, very susceptible to rain scatter. Fascinating mode to look at. The whole reason we see rainfall radar now as part of our forecast on television is because it's such a good a way of getting a signal reflected or scattered back from raindrops in clouds. Jet streams, well, we didn't hear much about those until the last 20 years or so. But when I started in the hobby, nobody was talking about jet streams in the context of amateur radio. But now we're talking about it both in terms of weather and how it drives our weather patterns, but also in terms of some of the propagation modes as well. Mountain waves, they sound interesting. We might have a look at those as well. So lots of stuff that we can take advantage of. So I'm classing those as potentially good things. So what could possibly go wrong? That is a picture of the field at the back of David's location, David, who's running this session. The Norfolk Radio Club has this we have a field day, HFCW field day in the back field there, and this is a picture shortly before we tried to zap Roger with lightning one afternoon, and that's a very severe thunderstorm behind there. It doesn't look quite as dramatic as some, but lightning is not a good friend of amateur radio operators. You need to have your wits about you with things like that, and you do need to be aware of forecasts and not only what the forecast is, but actually think about, it's not just, as we say in Norfolk, looking black over Will's mothers, and I'm sure you think that in other parts of the country as well. It's quite a common phrase, but what you've got to think about is not that it's black over there or over there, but you've got to think about which way is it going, and is the storm coming towards you, and so on. And lightning can take place quite a distance away from the center of the storm, but it's important to be aware of it. Loads of apps online and on mobile phones that you can go to for seeing where these things are. So there's no excuse for being caught out, but you do need to have a think about what is good practice in terms of operating a station during severe weather like that. Not many of us have to deal with snow on field days, although some of us probably feel that it's on occasions been cold enough. I think the point about this is if you're one of the fine body of folk who go up the top of mountains to do these SOTA events, I just love chasing those stations, and you get some incredibly fit and agile people take whole stations, albeit fairly small ones, but they're working with low power up to the top of mountains tops and operate. And sometimes the difference can be quite significant between the valley at the bottom of the hill and when you go up to the top. The difference between the car park at the bottom of Skiddaw and the top is something like 9 or 10 degrees if you go to the Lake District. So you might be dressed for a coolish day at the wrong time of the year down at sea level and find that you're looking at temperatures well below freezing on the top, and also with a strong wind, so the wind chill is not good either. So weather can do nasty things, and ice, of course. Well, snow and ice have a similar effect with feeders. They can cause shorts. They can cause, one of the things is a very slow ingress of water as either snow or ice melts. Normally when rain falls on an antenna outside, the rain drop will hit the wire, it'll spread out along the wire, wind will blow it and it'll flick off, and the wind will dry the wire pretty quickly. But where you've got snow building up on the surface, even on a doublet a centerpiece or a dipole centerpiece or so on, a chunk of snow and ice on the top there can sit there for a long while and just melt very, very slowly. So it gives plenty of time for the water to run down the feeder. So you do need to pay attention to your feeders. Also, it's quite heavy. There's many pictures of very fine looking quads from the Midwest in the States that have been afflicted by ice loading and so on, and the wires have all collapsed. So weather can go horribly wrong. Obviously, weather is something you think about at home, but it's also something which you have to deal with when you go out portable. Top left is one of our popular events. We're not doing these things nowadays, of course, but the picnic that the club runs in the summer up on the cliff tops near Cromer at West Rumpton. We have a nice little portable session there, QRP. It was a cloudy day that day, but just along the coast, we also have our own version of Summits on the Air. Your last speaker is in the top right-hand picture, and there he sits on the top of Beeston Bump. We slogged our way up there.
Do you think you want double money, Jim?
I beg your pardon?
Do you think you want double appearance money?
I think he will. You'll have to pay him twice for this, because he crops up later on as well, actually, I've just realised. Anyway, the point is, it is important if you're going out, say, for a long trip like this, to be aware of weather conditions, because it's a long way back down to the car park. Field day I've mentioned, and various clouds like the one in the bottom centre, thunderstorms and so on. But look at how this, I've included the one with the snow on it, just to show you how wet, sticky snow can accumulate on a centerpiece of an antenna. And that's just an antenna hung from a bedroom window, a 20-metre dipole. But just look at how well the snow settles on that. So if you had any imperfections in your sealing of the coax, that water would melt down and cause a mess in that. So you do have to think about these things. Incidentally, just immediately to the left of that loop of coax, the choke, you'll see what looks like the end of a VHF array, and that was the tonner that's on the picture just to the left after the wind blew it down one day, and it's sort of unceremonially propped up against the garage. Anyway, can't think why I put the one on the right in, but that's in there for some reason or other. So let's see what else we can say about it. You've got to try. It's all very well, we come on and do these talks and tell people you've got to learn this, you've got to learn that, but sometimes just a little bit of learning can make a big difference. So for example, if you're not familiar with how weather charts work, how high pressures look on a weather chart, what low pressure looks like, the bits that might bring you rain, those things are really important messages, and it's a good sort of symbolic shorthand, if you like. So big features like highs and lows tend to control where everything else goes, and highs can be obviously quite good for tropo. We've got used to hearing about that in the GB2RS, but also you need to be aware that lows can bring rain scatter, but also unsettled weather in a different way. They can bring stronger winds. Notice the high pressure, if I move the old mouse about here, just to the north of Scotland. There are big gaps between the isobars here, so the winds are quite light. But near the low, the isobars are very close together, so very strong winds. So if you get, I was going to say, if you get wind of bad weather coming your way, this is the sort of thing that it brings. And that's why every now and again, you do need to think about antennas. In extremis, you may have to even lower the masts if you've got one and just ride the storm out. But get used to looking at these and interpreting them, and you will save yourself a lot of unnecessary surprises. Field day. This is the field, the same field, but on a quieter day when things were less hostile. And this is the evening, just getting ready for the nighttime session. So several things that I remember feeling at the time were you can have a night like this, going into a night like this, and the LF band's starting to come alive. This is mid-evening, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock time, and you're hearing some really loud static on top band and 80. And yet clear skies. So bear in mind that static from thunderstorms can travel long distances. So you'll be picking up thunderstorms over France or for example, Spain or somewhere a long, long way away. So once again, you need to either look to satellite pictures or various radar sites to see where the nearest storms are. You can actually see lightning at night from miles away. I mean, and I really do mean miles away. In East Anglia here, on the eastern side of the country, in the autumn, winter, early part of the winter, you get some very big thundery showers rolling down the North Sea on on a northwesterly wind. And they will often produce thunder and lightning. And what happens is at night you can see lightning in the sky and you're not quite sure where it came from. And I've been able to copy that, if you like, visually in East Anglia when the storms have been over Denmark. So you can see lightning a long way away at night, but also you can hear the static from even farther away. So what else can you glean from this? Well, clear skies at night means that the ground radiates heat away to space. The ground gets cold, it gets damp, dew forms. So a good policy, I'm sure many of you who do NFDs will have done this for many years, but if you are thinking of going out for the first time and trying it, absolutely to be recommended. Brilliant fun, especially the CW NFDs, but any of them are great fun, just getting out there and having a bit of a mission outside. But bear in mind, the ground does get cold and it gets damp. So old wooden pallets, you know, make a great flooring just to keep your feet off the ground. The other thing that can happen, a particular set of conditions can bring you some good tropo conditions by dawn, by the end of the night. So if, for example, in the first week in July, you're on a VHF NFD weekend, you'll often find tropo conditions tend to pick up and improve as you go into the evening and overnight, and you're just getting into a run of good DX into France and Germany on 2 meters, and you can smell the bacon and egg cooking in the frying pan outside the tent, and you think, well, I'll just go and have some break. Don't. Work the DX until the lift goes, because these nighttime tropo periods that happen on NFD weekend in high summer are tending to be just during that nighttime dawn period. And as soon as the sun has been up for a little while, it'll evaporate away and you'll lose it. So have a late breakfast and just get the points in the bag first. An obvious thing, but a lot of people I've seen have fallen foul of that. Get hold of a forecast, find out which way the wind is going to blow, and make sure you don't put your door into the wind, because rain will find a way of getting in there. You can trust me on that one. Okay, there he is again. So that's double money for Steve. This is something which catches so many people out. If you're going out portable and you're going out in high summer, then for heaven's sake, remember to take your sunscreen. The one thing we have up on the North Norfolk coast is that the sea at this time of at the early summer, you know, you're talking about Easter into Whitsun into early June, you tend to think, oh, there's a cool breeze coming in off the sea, it's going to be fine, I can't possibly get sunburned. You can. It's not to do with how warm the air is, it's to do with how strong the sun is. So do remember to take your sun cream. Luckily, Steve had a had a large bottle with him. Right, okay, this is a very bad thing. This is a cumulonimbus cloud, and the classic shape is such that you get this anvil look at the top of it. And what happens is, in here, there's rising air in the center of a thundercloud, and the air may be going up these thermal air currents that take it up. Something like 100 miles an hour in an extreme, this won't be one of those, but say 60 miles an hour, very common. And when it reaches a stable layer at the top of the atmosphere up here, it tends to spread out and form this anvil of ice crystal cirrus cloud. But that's a classic sign of a thundercloud. Now, they can do several things to you. Obviously, you don't want to mix it with the thunder and, well, the lightning. Thunder won't harm you, but the lightning certainly could. But be aware that they can bring some incredibly gusty winds as well, and possibly, if you're camping, some damaging hail. Tents don't do very well in a hailstorm. So those things are good to follow on rainfall radars and those mobile phone apps, because they carry a whole bunch of bad things in a small package, and although they might not last long, they certainly pack a punch when they're with you. So get used to tracking those and making sure you're either not in the place where they're going to be, or if you are and you can't avoid it, then make sure you batten down the hatches temporarily. Okay, so we're just going to do a little bit of a primer about tropo. Now, this is some of the stuff that we did in the other stream this morning, but I'm not going to go into a great deal of detail, except to say for these next, what are we now? We're just into the middle bit of October. The autumn months are typically very good for tropo. So as we head into this first half of winter, you can get these, you know, these nights of mists and mellow fruitfulness, you know, the bonfire night smoke that goes up and then goes out horizontally underneath the temperature. All good tropo stuff. So we want to find out how to do that. So if you only just got your license and you're limited to the amount of power you can use, don't worry. Low power isn't a problem for Tropo, and certainly not a problem for CW. Anyway, things that affect Tropo are things that affect the refractive index of the air. Now, by that, I mean the refractive index is what changes how an electromagnetic wave, if you like, propagates through a medium. So if that medium changes, the refractive index, chances are it's changing as well. So the classic example is where you see a pencil into the beaker of water, and it appears to bend where you move from air to water. So that's the sort of thing we're talking about, but with VHF radio waves. So it can bend it if the refractive index changes. But it turns out that these three things on the slide here, temperature, pressure, and moisture, are the three things that appear in the equation for the refractive index. Now, pressure doesn't matter too much in the sense that at the place where we're looking in the region of an inversion, temperature inversion, pressure is pretty much the same just above or just below. But the changes in the temperature and moisture as you go across that inversion are absolutely crucial. So what we do, and this isn't me, but it's about the era when I started in meteorology in the late 60s. Here you can see a radiosonde balloon coming out of its shed, and there's a long piece of cable, and there's the radiosonde package of instruments, which are measuring those three things that I mentioned. Now the modern, that's an old one, obviously, but the modern one is about the size of a packet of 20 cigarettes, if anybody still remembers those or still uses them. So this is a, I think they're currently up around 400 odd megs or some such place. They used to be on 27 megs or somewhere near there, which was quite exciting at times for some of the figures that came back. So that gets launched, this goes up, the balloon goes up until it expands against the lower pressure as it goes up, then eventually it bursts and the package comes down. But all the measurements have been taken as the thing goes up. So what does it measure? Well, it measures these two things, these two curves here. So you've got temperature and you've got dew point, which is a measure of how moist the air is. So dry air is when they're a long way apart, and moist air is when the two lines come together. And there you could have cloud, or you could have, if it was at the surface, fog. And these are graphs which we call tephigrams. Now, they're not things that you'll see in general usage. They're meteorologists' sort of charts for plotting these things. They have a lot of other useful properties as well. So we're not going to go into that. But it does allow you to say, OK, we've got some inversions. And what I mean by an inversion is where the temperature decrease with height changes and either starts to rise or remains constant. That inverts or changes the normal falling off of temperature with height. So you might say, why is that going to happen then? We're going nearer the sun. Well, it's not that. The heat in the air comes from the ground below. So the ground is actually being heated by the sun. That warms the air, and eventually thermals will rise up and transport that heat upwards. Now eventually, it will go, if nothing else happened, if there was no moisture around, it would follow one of these lines going diagonally upwards like that. But usually there's other things going on to make it different. And one of the things going on to make it different is that high pressure areas, and this is why it's so important to look at where highs are, forces the air to sink over a large area, thousands of square kilometers. So the air is sinking, and that produces an inversion where the temperature here appears to be higher than it is here. So you get this temperature change, and that temperature change is a very stable thing. So what it actually does is it acts as a vertical lid, if you like, on rising motion. And the same thing can happen at night when the temperature at the surface here gradually decreases as the air cools. Remember our pictures of NFD with the clear skies? This is what your temperature will do at the surface on that NFD night. It will start off here and it will gradually cool, but because the air just above the ground is not touching the ground, it isn't cooling as much because air is a good insulator. That's why a pallet makes such a good platform to sit on, because there's an air gap between you and the ground. So here you have this nocturnal nighttime cooling inversion, and the surface temperature will be lower than the air temperature just above it. So the end result is we can have inversions just about wherever you like. They can form up here due to the high pressure, and you might see smoke going straight up and then off it goes at right angles. Could be layers of cloud. You could find cold air draining into a valley at night, and you'll get mist and fog, and then you'll get surface inversion. All sorts of places to see them. So this one on the left was a nighttime cooling inversion near the surface, and when I say near the surface, it's the bottom sort of 100 odd feet or so, 200 feet, and there you can see this bit is a layer of smoke from a chimney, house fire just drifting out through the misty and frosty morning. And here you can see the picture we looked at this morning of a frost and on the fields here, but also fog in the valley. So there's many good ways of finding out where the inversions are. And it can happen above the ground as well. Here's an inversion. These are clouds trapped under the inversion. Remember, we had that slide a little while ago. So things like this should make you think, perhaps there might be a bit of tropo. So the next question is to do with how do you take advantage of it? Well, you get on the VHF bands where tropo is more likely. We heard about sporadic E, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But tropo tends to work better on the higher frequencies. So 70 centimeters will have better tropo than 144 megahertz will, 2 meters. So the other thing that's really important to remember is that tropo events, when they happen, are quite long lasting. They happen for as long as the weather conditions apply. They're not very flighty, fleeting, brief things like sporadic E. So you've got bags of time. It's just a matter of deciding how to make the most use of it. So GM0 USI did, he had a cracking time because on 2 meters, he worked into southern France on the borders of the Pyrenees. And you can see this cross section produced by Marcus Walden, G0IJZ. And he plotted the signal path and the effect of the atmosphere on that distance. And the bright red colours on the left are the low loss, and here we have loss in dBs coming along here, which is actually, quite high. When you get into the blues, it's extreme, 250 dBs or more. But the interesting thing is you can see how it picks up the inversion. So when you've got a good strong inversion present, you can see signals projecting over very long periods. And it's a propagation mode that basically is as long as the high pressure area gives you the right conditions. So you could, for example, use one of the many wonderful websites. So we've got 2 that I look at. There's probably others, but these are the 2 which most of us will be aware of. There's F5LEN, Pascal's website, and there's William Hepburn's website. And they both plot for different parts of the world. You select Europe and it comes up with a plot. And it's, I think, about 3 or 4 days ahead. So you can see when the computer models are expecting tropo conditions. So how's that happening? Well, what these do, they're both plugged into mathematical weather forecasting models. And in the lower layers of the atmosphere, you have the ability, and certainly some of the models, to get quite a high resolution, and they'll be very good at picking up, in some cases, the nighttime cooling inversion, but also the subsidence inversions, which I mentioned. But you're going to ask why these are perhaps slightly at the same time, but they look slightly different. And that's because they're based on different models. So weather models are not all the same. Some of them might have different distances between the data points, different number of vertical levels in them. I think this one's got 105 and this one's got 84. But it doesn't matter if they've both got lots of levels at the lower layers where these inversions are important. But they're both very good, and there'll be a terrific guide as to what's going on. So for this one, both models suggest that you would get good propagation from, say, Norfolk up the east coast past Caithness and Flamborough Head and all the way up to the east of Scotland, say Aberdeen, for example. Slightly different in how they treat what's going on in the Baltic, so not quite sure what's happening there, but that's a slight difference in how the models run. But it's something to get used to using. And if you're limited in power, then having low power and a new license does not preclude you from doing DXing on VHF. And if you play the right cards by looking at what the weather's doing, looking at some of these extra lifts, if you like, I mean crutches, if you like, to give you a new idea as to what to try next, then you'll do very well. And not just FM, the other modes are equally good, if not better. So sideband and particularly CW. Need to get a bit more CW on too. Have I mentioned CW yet?
I think you once or twice.
Did I? Okay, well, I'll stop now. So let's just sum up the Tropo bit. And the Tropo bit, this is your sort of slide to go home with in a way, because there are several things to read from a weather chart. So let's assume you've decided you're going to start to look at weather charts more seriously. Then look for areas of high pressure which are fairly substantial in size. So an old high, if it's been around for a while, it means it's got a marked inversion over a wide area. So DX distances along the edge of this are particularly profitable. So that would take you from northern France or southern England all the way across into Poland or the Baltic and so on. So a really good bit of DX on VHF. Just beware that the second point, if you do beam across the high, the center, as a high gets older, what happens over time is that main inversion gets nudged downwards and downwards and downwards. And eventually what happens, it reaches the surface. And when it reaches the surface, you haven't got this narrow layer of misty, foggy, cool air below the inversion. That's gone. It's all dry air. And no moisture is not a good thing for making a big change in refractive index. So the next thing you need to look for is waiting for the high to drift away. And we always used to talk in terms of high pressure, and yeah, that's great, pressure is really high, should be a good lift. And there perhaps isn't quite such a good lift as you expect. But then all of a sudden, it starts to pick up. And usually it's when the pressure starts to fall, the barometer starts to fall. And that's because as the highs, and typically in this country, they tend to move away to the east. As it goes away to the east, it allows moisture in under this low inversion. And that brings you back this big contrast. Moisture is by far and away the biggest contributor to that change in the refractive index. Way more important than changes in temperature. The changes in temperature are actually just good enough to trap the moisture. So that's how that works. What have we got here? Close to the low, strong winds destroy the inversion. Well, you all know how windy weather works, and you don't very often see inversion type conditions. Well, you don't see inversion type conditions then. Air from the southwest brings the surface moisture as the high fades away. We've done that bit. A new high you might see on a chart popping up, and sometimes they're fast, well, relatively fast moving. They're not these static things like this one, but they move along in between the lows. And then behind a weather front, you can sometimes score extra points in NFD if you see a front going across and decide to beam parallel to it just behind the front. Because actually what happens in the upper atmosphere, a weather front, is going to behave a bit like what we've just been talking about, this sort of temperature inversion with a contrast of warm, dry air and cool, moist air against each other and so on. So you can get inversion conditions which can give you a temporary lift. Anyway, so that's Tropo. Then we're going to have a quick look at sporadic E. Now, this is one thing where I do really honestly think as a new licensee with limited power, you should have no fear, because sporadic E will see you through the summer months. It's just a fantastic mode. People have variously said you could put a screwdriver in the back of the aerial socket. I don't recommend that at all. Martin Lynch has probably fallen off his chair now. But anyway, you can put a screwdriver in the back of the aerial socket and you can hear sporadic E. You can. They're terrifically strong signals. Single hop sporadic E is one of the more exciting things you'll work. So just imagine you're listening on, well, 6 meters, but even on 2 meters this happens. You've got a quiet band, lots of background noise on 2 meters, say, and then all of a sudden it's full of Italian signals. And you just cannot understand how this can be. It can go from a flat band to Italian signals all over the place. Sounds like 20 meters, and it's sporadic E. And such low loss signals are just incredible. And then almost as soon as it happens, It's gone, because sporadic E is a very fleeting, flighty business. So you've got to get in there and work it quickly. CW is, oh, sorry, I mentioned it again, but it is a very good mode for it. But particularly in latter years, FT8 has become a go-to mode for sporadic E as well. And that's a particularly good one to use as well, because you can get better, well, you get more openings, because it needs less of a reflection quality than you get with than you need for CW and SSB. Not much in it, but anyway. So new licensees with restricted power levels, don't worry about the summer months. You'll do very well on 10 meters. Is a great band for sporadic E. You can cut yourself well, I'll tell you what's a good thing to do. Make a slim gym out of ladder line, 450 ohm ladder line, and make a slim gym. There's loads of websites about where you can get the dimensions. Slim gym for 6 meters or a slim gym for 10 meters. You'll have a field day. It'd be fantastic. I think I worked about 45 countries on 6 meters using a slim gym with ladder line on one of these fiberglass poles. Just absolutely amazing things to do. Signals booming in. You know, you don't even need the radio switched on to hear them. It's that good. Anyway, so let's have a look. It's complicated, so I'm not going to do a lot about the complication bit, except to say the interest as a new licensee should be in when to listen. And when to listen depends upon the time of day, and it depends upon what the weather's doing. And this is where the weather comes into it, because it turns out that a lot of the things that determine where sporadic E happens are driven by things in the weather world. So, and it's all because those things then go on to make wind shear in the upper atmosphere. Now, there's a lot of misquotes about all of this. You do get wind shear in the lower atmosphere. Airfields, airports will have wind shear detectors. So when aircraft come into land, they can detect sudden changes of wind. And that's very important for aviation. But we're not talking about wind shear at ground level. We're not even talking about initially, well, we are. We'll talk about in a moment, wind shear, say where the jet stream is, but where sporadic E is, up there at 110 kilometers, 100 kilometers above the ground, there is wind shear. And by that we mean changes in wind direction. Now this kind of looks like what it is. It's either a crazy out of control rocket that's gone up and whooshed about and not known where it's going, or it's what happens to the vapor trail once it gets up into an area of the atmosphere where there's wind shear. And you can see some very classic signatures here for wind reversals of direction. Now, it doesn't need to be an exact opposite, but that directional change is really, really crucial to making sporadic E. And it's only very occasionally you get evidence that that's what it looks like up there. So this is a schematic of how you make sporadic E. It's basically the neutral winds up in the E region. If they're going in one direction at one height and in the other direction at another height just below it, they will either converge ionization into a thin, dense layer, or they'll separate it. So you'll get movement away and you'll get movement too. And sporadic E forms where they move together. And there's all sorts of other winds that get involved in this. So there's the neutral wind, there's tidal winds up there, which follow the sun around, which is why sporadic E tends to happen at certain times of the day, because as the world spins, then the sun's heating the air and it changes the winds up in those regions. But it's where that all interacts with stuff coming up from the weather bit down below that alters how these ions move. Ionization. This is what happens when meteors burn up in the upper atmosphere. So you've got meteor showers as being a crucial diary note in the sporadic E operator's calendar. And as a new licensee, you should be thinking about what the meteor shower dates are and book your holidays. It all happens because if you move a charged particle, which is what this ionization is, through a magnetic field, it will be deflected. And it's that deflection in the presence of the Earth's magnetic field that will actually cause the ionization to converge into a dense enough layer to reflect your signal back down again and give you a sporadic E event. they're quite narrow, as we heard from the talk this morning, and they are very flighty in the sense that they may not last long. On the higher frequencies, they may not give you the geometry for a particular station for very long. They can do in a big event, but on a typical event, they might not. There are other things to have in the back of your mind about sporadic E. Once it's formed, it will tend to decrease with height. So what you've got to do, if you assume that the higher it is, the geometry is such that you get a longer path between the two ends, then you want to be in when the band is just started opening up. And as you go through the opening with time, that path will be less because the layer is lowering. Any road up. Thunderstorms, find out where they are. That's a good place to look for sporadic E, but not as good as looking for jet streams. And jet streams are by far and away the most important things to look out for. So here we can see jet streams. Well, we can't. We can see sporadic E and the satellite. I've just looked at the clock and frightened myself. Here we can see the cloud, but this is the only one that looks really interesting. Can you see these linear lines here? And this is where the main event was. But all of these, what's going on there? Jet streams are going on there. So if you had to follow one single thing, follow jet streams on a weather map and note where the meteors are. This is a very useful chart from, it's put on to me by John Worsnop, G4BAO, who does the gigahertz column in Radcom. And this is from a paper which looked at 2 years, 2011 and 12, of meteor count data. The day numbers along here. And this is the summer. And this correlates with the 24th of May to the 6th of September. You could choose another value, but it's interesting that it picks out the season. Some years, though, you get values totally out of context, out of season, but also big differences from one year to the next. So that's why sporadic E is such a variable feast. Early January looks quite good. This period in here, that I've highlighted in green, produced a lovely opening, 6th of October. So how good is that? Totally outside the normal season. But again, on FT8, it was doing a roaring trade. And I managed to work a couple of stations on CW on 6 meters as well, down into Italy. They also did a very nice piece of research to show you where sporadic E happens typically. And this is based on GPS satellite network, and a very important study in terms of the climatology of where E's typically occurs. Amateurs are very good at finding out where these things happen. So using amateur data to try and fine tune all of those many factors I showed you, we've got this on our website now, which you can have a look at. And you put your postcode, you put your locator in, and it will plot 2 radial rings, typically half distance somewhere in here. And that will be the direction to go, looking for an ease patch. So it's not whether it will happen or not. It's if it happens, this is the direction that you want to go in. So this is what we covered earlier on.
Just to mention there, sorry, Jim, you said it's on the website now. Which website?
That's PropQuest, which I'm just about to come on to.
Sorry, okay.
And what you can do, there's a test version which we're using now, which is using 2 locators where you can put in the start, put in the end, and see where the half distance goes, and it's proving to be quite interesting. So there are examples coming forward now where we might be able to look at an event and put the details in and see where the ease is likely. Now this is having an event reported on a cluster, but these charts are available each day for the next 24 hours. So you can see 12 hours before time and 12 hours after time, and you can move the slider and see where the intensity is, and it condenses all of that. So as a new operator, you've got a lot to worry about, a lot going on in your mind. Just look at that index during the ease season, and you'll see if you can piece together paths that come up with those. Rain scatter, loads of radars to have a look at if you're into the gigahertz bands, and you can use those. And then the other thing to use is PropQuest, which is this this website which a colleague of mine at work, Dan Holly, produced. He's done the programming work for me. He took pity on me, and he's done a really good job of this. So you get jet stream charts every day, so you can have a look at those. and every 6 hours, so you can see where the jet streams are going. You've got FOF2 indices, so you can see how NVIS conditions might work. The purple dots are FOEs, so you can see whether they're sporadic E. Sometimes you get very good examples of sporadic E, but remember, these are all in southern Britain or the near continent. You want something like this halfway between you and the DX, but it's great for seeing how things go. And when the band fades away, you know not to be on 14 megs after this point. You want to be coming down in frequency. So as a new licensee, just be prepared to have a look at this website now and again and see which bands are open and why they're changing. Because as the band fades, you'll find that the bands, these frequencies here, as the conditions fade, 7 megs will go out, then perhaps 3.5 will go out. So the only thing that's left is once you've had your local into G net and you can't hear the other people in your radio club, all that you can hear that's left are the signals that are farther afield. And these distances along the bottom here are the skip distances for what's still there. So even though this one has gone below 5.2 megs, this one is still above it. So that means for a 1,000 kilometer path here, you could still have conditions, propagation. So this is the one to use, NVIS, and this is going to give you those 3 parameters that will determine whether you can have a local net. And then something just that's flagged up from this morning when I dug it out was that at the beginning of a sporadic E season, the paths tend to come up to a peak in the middle of the day, and in the high season, in the middle of it, they tend to have 2 peaks, one in the mid-morning and one in the late afternoon and early evening. Now, what I want to do is I want to just have a look at PropQuest now. And let's put that on here, and we can see, if I just refresh it, you can see here that the FOF2 at 5 is 5.1 megs, so we should be doing good trade at frequencies below that, providing there's not D-layer absorption.
So can I just say, Jim, because I'm not sure everybody at home can see the absolute detail on there. This is live now and for today, isn't it? Right now.
Yes, it's live. If it may be a bit clearer if I make it a bit smaller on the image. Can you?
Yeah. No, I'm sure that they might be able to. I just wanted to clarify that because there's a lot of information on that screen.
PropQuest.co.uk on that tab there will tell you exactly where what the conditions are like in any one of these 3 stations. You just click on whichever ionosonde you want and refresh it, and it shows why earlier on today I was hearing signals coming through very strongly on 18 megs. Let's just see what's happening over here on
so that's your software-defined radio. Oh yeah.
And that's DL. That's DL. I think it was DL6WT. Now, let's have a look and see what the FOF2 is. The FOF2 is 5 megs, so we shouldn't be able to have a close-in QSO on 7 megs because the skip has now gone too long. It's below. See, here's the green line for 7 megs here, but we're hearing a DL who's probably going to be about 500, 600 kilometers away, which is why his signal stands out on the band as being really strong. And this is what you find when you listen to the band and look at one of these. You'll see when the conditions explain, if you like, why the conditions are changing. So let's find another one, see if we can see who this is. Oh, well, they also... I'm just giving a QSL 599. Let's see what else is going on. No, I don't think we're going to be lucky here. No, see this one. No, we're not going to be lucky. But what can happen is when you're on the band and you hear the band fading, you know, suddenly you're working a load of locals around G-land or in one of the RSGB 80 meter CC contests. Suddenly you can't hear many G stations and you only hear, say, the GM folk up in Scotland or Irish stations from EI land or Europeans, and the band goes long. It's because as you approach sunset, all these curves start to come down. Really fascinating. Learning how bands work by doing this. It gives you many years of SWM.
Can we see a close-up of that screen again, Jim? Make that bigger for us. Thank you. That's great. Yeah.
And the tooltip will allow you to hover over and see what the different frequency parameters are. But you can also have a look and compare another date. Yesterday we had a dropout, but let's do a compare. No, we can't do that because that was with the wrong day. Let's go back to the 8th, and you can see how one day compares to another, and you'll find all sorts of variations. So let's be really mischievous now, and let's go to February. And there are quite big differences between where we are in the red curve, which is today, of course, and February earlier on this year. You can see the ionization levels, the FOF2 was much lower at that point. So it's amazing what you can actually look at. The NVIS conditions you can see here as well. They're just coming down through 5 megs for the FOF2. FOEs did get up here to about 4 megs for a time, and then we had the averages, but this is the bit we want to show you. And this is going to be, it's just got to go off and get the data. I'm going to put my own locator in here. There we go, and let's see what we get. Have we got anything in there? Oh. No, let's come in there. Is that going to come up with anything? Let's have a look. I think I've exceeded my bandwidth now on this one.
I tell you what, Jim, I must just say it does fit in really nice that you're doing this, because David M0VTG says, I rue the day when the telly stopped using real weather charts. I think you doing this for us will be as close as we're going to get.
Let's just see if I can persuade something to happen there. Anyway, you can see we've got something there on that. Oh, no. Let me just go to that one, go to that one, go to that one, and then do that. No. So let's try this one. No, don't seem to have any way of making that. No. Okay. Well, that does work because we've seen examples of it, and I think the point about it is that when you're actually trying to second guess what the band is doing by listening to the signals you're getting through on the speaker, by actually hearing what is happening, whether the band is going long skip, whether you were hearing signals on 18 megs or even 21 megs earlier on today, you can actually, by plotting these, see roughly how it went. Now, you've got to remember when you're learning how to use these, that these are over southern England and the near continent. So you have to allow for the sun, if you like, or the earth to turn a bit more, for the path to open up going across to the States, for example, and so on. But you've got your sunrise and sunset here, and you can see exactly how it changes during the period. It looks like a very flat curve, but it actually is. I'm just going to see if that works with a smaller size. No, it won't let me do that bit today. It was working earlier on, which is always the same with these things.
Just a moment then, if I may, Jim, just to remind everybody at home, this is getting near the final minutes now, really, of today. So if you have a question or a comment that you'd like to send straight to Jim Bacon G3YLA, this is the time to enter it on the YouTube chat line. Right.
Well, the idea is, I'll just do the final thing here and just say, when this system is working, and it was working earlier on this morning, so I can only assume there might be a few people sort of going into it at the moment, which is giving it a bit of a challenge. Let's just pop that up there. it'll be possible to put in over the winter. Dan and I will be working on this, and he's done a fantastic job with this. To be able to put in 2 postcodes, you'll be able to get the locator, the call sign, you'll type that in, you'll know which band it was, what the date was, what frequency and so on, and it will be your log of the path and how it worked.
And this is all free, Jim?
Yeah. PropQuest, I have to say, big thank you to WeatherQuest for sponsoring it on their server. And we've used the data feeds to power it. And Dan and I obviously worked for WeatherQuest, and until I retired, it was much easier to be in touch with it. But hopefully this will continue for a very long time to come, and it's the sort of thing which will port across to any server if it needs to. But
so again, once again, it's propquest.co.uk.
Yeah, it's propquest, propquest.co.uk. Okay. And if you go on there, and if, as I say, during the sporadic season particularly, if you click the EPI tab, you'll be able to see where the hotspots are, and you can see whether there's anything in the right range. At the moment, this is a test version here, but you can put your own single locator in. So whichever part of the country you're in, you come to this EPI page, put in your locator, and then it'll draw your radial wings, give you a big option, and we're eventually going to narrow that down so you can fine-tune it. But if you were looking at, say, why a station in Sweden was working someone in Ukraine, you could pick one end or the other from the DX maps.listing and put that in and see where the radial wings go, and you'll probably find one of these areas. Tends to be yellows is good enough for FT8, and at the moment this reddish hue is about right for CW or SSB, but only at the right time of the year. It tends to, I think it's only been running for about 4 weeks, so we're just feeling our way through it, and next year will be really useful. So all I'll say is enjoy exploring propagation, because it's interesting and it's what makes your hobby work, and try and use all these resources to build up that knowledge, which if you haven't, say, spent a long while as an SWL, don't be afraid of that. Don't worry about it, because there's a load of things you can find out about. And it's the one area where amateur radio can contribute to knowledge. If you work somebody, go onto the wonderful DX maps and the many other clusters, Make More Miles on VHF, ON4, KST, loads of them. Submit your logs and put your QSOs in, so the people who look at these things can study it and will eventually refine the algorithm. I know algorithms have not had a good press lately, but this one is under development, and we're kind of looking at ways to make all of those complicated things on the schematic sort of distill into just one simple map that you can use for.
It's like they say, isn't it? A picture's worth 1,000 words, Jim.
Oh gosh, yeah. It's such a joy to see it happening. I'm just disappointed in the real world we couldn't get a link. It's probably because I left the link open for a long while and it's binned me out on this machine.
All right. Well, it's great. We've got quite a few questions for you. Normally at this time we wouldn't have been allowed to go to quite this late, but of course you are the last speaker of the year, and I'm sure everybody at home will forgive us for overrunning slightly. So we're not going to lose any lines or anything like that. So these are the questions. Peter, GW4ZUA. I use aluminium poles to support my antennas. Highest is about 8 meters. Is there a safe height that won't attract lightning, do you know?
No, lightning, you're in the lap of the gods with lightning. You tend to find tall things are very good at attracting lightning, but there's no such thing as somewhere that isn't very good for being hit by lightning. The whole business of this is if there's a low resistance pathway through the air because of moisture or mixing of air mass and things like that, you'll find the lightning will want to find a way. You know, in the days you used to hear in the high summer when we had these very active thundery storms coming up from France, the French imports, very, very good thunderstorms in the sense that they're massively active, but they can carry a lot of lightning with them, the summer heat thunderstorms, and they have very high cloud bases, so you can see them from a long way away, but the lightning will find a path to Earth somehow or other. And you used to see tales in the news bulletins the day after of loads of cattle being killed in a field because of lightning. And that's probably because they were they were standing around their metal feeding bowsers where you know, they put over there.
They're within a metre or so of the ground, so there is no safe height.
No, well, the other thing is that the problem is the cow's front legs and back legs are a long way apart. So the thing is, if lightning struck that metal railing, then there'd be however many tens of thousands of volts where it hits, and then as it spreads out through the earth, the resistance will mean that the voltage drops. So as you know from your REEs, when you do those, the voltage drop will mean a difference in voltage between one end and the other. And if you've got a difference in voltage between your front legs and your back legs, then that'll pass a current through, and that's why the animals, if they formed a ring around the feeding trough, they'd probably be all right because they're a bit more similar voltage. So when we're out there in the middle of a field and you're not a high point, you ideally want to crouch down on one leg. I can't do that now, my knee would probably, but you don't want to make yourself the highest point.
I think the safe thing is just to keep out of the way if you've got that, really.
Absolutely.
Olwyn G8DOH says, I often find nice tropo when Hepburn F5 LEN shows no enhancement. Would you encourage people to use the most up-to-date surface pressure charts as well as the tropo prediction sites?
That's a really good point, and fantastic presentation from you earlier on, Olwyn. That was really interesting, and a lot of thinking to be done there. but that point aside, the thing about those tropo prognostications are that they're defined by the vertical resolution in the mathematical model that's used to power them. So if it has a layer, think of the globe as represented by an onion with loads of different onion skins, and each one represents a layer of data in the mathematical world. And models can resolve better weather or resolve weather better if they've got lots of onion skins. So you've got more detail, more resolution in the vertical going up. Now, in the modern world, the tendency, well, when I was a Fortran programmer at Bracknell on their supercomputer back
that was
in
at the Met Office, I think, wasn't it?
Yes, in the Met Office.
Yeah.
The model then, one of the early models, had 10, it was a 10 level model, 10 layers in the vertical. These modern ones, as I said in the talk a minute or two ago, they're 70, 80, 90, over 100 levels in the vertical. They tend to concentrate the layers a lot where they're more important, like at the height of the jet stream and down near the surface, but they won't all have the same number of layers. And the other thing to bear in mind at the moment, it occurs to me, is you know how when aircraft go across the Atlantic and so on, they're measuring data, positional data, temperature, wind data and so on, and moisture content and stuff. Now, the captain isn't taking his hand off the steering wheel and phoning up with the observation. What's happening is it's automatically being interrogated by satellite, and it goes back into the global network. So all these mathematical models get lots of data on very busy routes, a bit like in the old days ships would send weather data back to, and a lot of our good CW folk have no doubt done that in their careers in the Merchant Navy and the Royal Navy, been sending weather observations. And as ships became bigger, ships became fewer. So you don't get so many observations. So satellites were then used to fill in the gaps. Well, now, during lockdown and the lack of transport usage, I suspect that the mathematical models maybe are having occasions when they have a bit of a wobble because they haven't got the density of data along jet stream paths where that can be quite important. So it's all about how many layers in the vertical these models have. They will be different. They won't have enough to properly represent these surface inversions. I'm just trying to think. You know that picture I had at the beginning of where we had the picture of the Welsh Valley with the fog in the bottom of the valley? I don't think the models will know much about that necessarily. Some of them will, some of them may not. And therefore, it's quite possible that you could get, you know, tropo appearing through one of those situations that doesn't appear in the prediction charts. I know when I went to see very nice folk down at the Blackwood Amateur Radio Club. This was back in the 80s, I think. And they told me of this is South Wales, for those of you who don't know where it is, South Wales valleys, VHF conditions in the bottom of a South Wales mining valley, virtually nil, except up and down the valley, because the steep sides for VHF aren't good. But in the summer, when the sea breeze comes, it brings in cool, moist sea air up the valley and forms a perfect tropoduct, such that the GWs in South Wales would use that to work down past Cornwall to northern Spain. And they'd have tropo down to northern Spain, but just when the sea breeze coupled this wave guide up the valley. So these local, very shallow things can be important. Even walking up the cliff path at Folkestone or somewhere, or where on the south coast or on the east coast at Lowestoft or somewhere, just going up and down the cliff will alter your propagation chances of going across the North Sea into PA0 and so on.
Mike G4 CDF says, do you have any comment on how to understand conditions for troposcatter?
No, I'm not a troposcatter person at all. We've got one amateur up this way in northeast Norfolk who I think did a talk either last year or the previous year's convention at Milton Keynes. But troposcatter is a very good mode to use if you're into power and weak signals and presumably integrating over long periods of time and all the rest of it. But I'm not an expert at all on that. Everything will scatter. It's just a matter of how much you throw at it and how much you get back, I guess.
Okay. I've got Chris G4IIX in York. This is a great question. What's the approximate weight of a large anvil thunderstorm cloud?
That is such a good question. I'll have to park that and go and find out.
It reminds me when you were on Eggheads a few years ago, wasn't it? It's the sort of question that would have come up there, I reckon.
Well, it is kind of like that. But let's just start with one thing. You can get many tons of water aloft in a thundercloud. So if you think in the middle of a big supercell sort of cumulonimbus cloud, there's vertical air currents going up at over 100 miles an hour. Now, if you put a tank of water up there, it wouldn't be able to hold the tank of water, it crash down. But if the water is in droplets, then 100-mile-an-hour wind can easily keep loads of droplets up there, which is why in these big shower clouds, so showers produce heavier rain. It's not by accident they produce heavier in terms of intensity of rain. It may not last as long, but it's more intense. It's because the upcurrents can hold bigger droplets of water in suspension before they come down again. So the answer is it'll be many, many hundreds of tons, I would think, in terms of the water contained within the cloud.
Okay, so it is a rough estimate, but there's a lot. Now, as several people have said, is there a book available on the subject you're talking about with Radio with Weather? And before you had a chance to answer that, our mutual friend at the RSGB HQ, Mark Algar, has said that Jim has said, you know what he's going to say, don't you? Jim has said, when I can send the shipping forecast on CW, he will finish the book. Be careful what you wish for, Jim.
Well, no, I'd gladly do that with that deal. I don't know how the Morse is coming on, Mark, but hopefully it's doing all right. It's got quite a lot of complicated text in it, the shipping forecast. But no, I have started. Tell Mark I have started it, and now I've retired pretty much. This is my job during the next year, is to I've nearly finished getting the shack in order.
We're all the same, really. We just tidied this up for the day.
The only thing good to be said about the construction bench is that it is a construction bench because I made it, but I haven't actually cleared the rubbish off it yet to actually do any construction. Anyway, point is, the shack is nearly done, and I've started writing the book and putting headings and done 1 or 2 paragraphs. So it has been started, Mark, which is a better sign than all of the last 10 years of you badgering me at the real proper
You
convention.
keep him up to that promise of he's going to send you the shipping forecast in CW, won't you?
Yeah, you've got to actually send it to me over the air, though. I mean, that's got to be...
I've got several comments. I mean, lots of comments saying they love the talk, and there's a few here. Ian M7IGN says, this is a terrific session. Thank you, Jim, for translating jargon for we beginners and for taking a technical topic and turning it into something easy to understand. It's useful and encouraging. And he also adds, it's the first time he's understood sporadic E.
Excellent. Well, the best thing you can possibly do, and there's one, and I forgot to say it in the talk, I don't know why, because it's the one thing that I say when I trot around the place doing this talk about sporadic E. During the summer months, and by that I mean the peak of the season, I don't want you wasting too much time doing it when there's Troppo to be playing with and CW and things like that. So in the months of May through to the end of August, when you get home, if you're still working, but if you're not, you can do it anytime. But if you're at work and you say, I haven't got time for sporadic E, if the first thing you do when you get home from work is switch on 6 meters, 10 meters, or 2 meters, or 4 meters, and look for sporadic E before you have your evening meal, you will, I guarantee you, work lots of sporadic E in your very first year.
So it's tea time, actually at tea time.
Yeah, well, it's a generic sort of anything from about 5 o'clock in the evening till about 8 o'clock in the evening in high summer. The chances are you will hear people talking of sporadic E or be able to hear some yourself. And if instead of saying, right, I've got home from work, I'll just cut the lawn before I have my tea. Don't. Go in there, put the rig on, do that, and the lawn will still be there.
All right. We've got Essex Hams now. They do. So I know you know Essex Hams. They do great jobs at training people online, which has been so important in these COVID times. And they've got a couple of questions. Sporadic E for newcomers. What is the average duration of a lift condition?
Okay. Well, an opening can last for 2 or 3 hours, but it's not usually to the same station. So when it's a really strong opening, you might hear one station working a few people, and you might hear him working or her working maybe a dozen other signals. And then that one will fade and another one will pop up. And the one thing I would say is that SDR radios, like I showed you on the screen a while back, are just the greatest way of dealing with sporadic E, because some of them you can have multiple slices. So the flex, particularly, you can have you could have transverters, and you could have a look at 10 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters, and 2 meters.
Yeah.
If you've got them all kitted up. But even just 10 meters and 6 meters, you can see how the openings are moving from 10 meters. That's the other thing. Sporadic E starts on the lower frequency bands and works upwards. Don't be surprised if you hear, well, people don't talk about this very often, but they should. Sporadic E affects paths on 80 meters. You can have lots of good local CW nets on 80 meters, and sporadic E will help you when those graphs that I showed you, the FOF2 graphs and these, have gone below the band that you're on, below 3.5 megs. You'll be getting 5 and 9 plus signals from your mates up the road. And that's because of sporadic E on 80 meters. But the sort of stuff we're normally talking about is not this NVIS stuff locally, but this single hop, which tends to be to about, I don't know, 1,000 kilometers out to 2,400 at the extreme end, and that sort of range. Really strong signals, and yeah, you'll definitely work it in your first year if you just listen at tea time instead of cutting along.
Second part of that question from Pete M0PSX from Essex Hams is any good websites for newcomers for lift condition alerts and predictions? Is there any specific sites for that?
Well, during the summer months on let me just I'm just going to go back to my screen here for PropQuest. If I go back to this, and if I do this, in the summer months, I write a blog here every single day from the 1st of May to the end of August. And that blog talks about where the jet streams are and where they're likely to be most productive. So it's a heads up, if you like.
So head off to propquest.co.uk, really.
Yeah. And this one, when it contains the data, it looks like the model didn't come in today to do this, so that's obviously not good. I can't.
That's okay, Jim. That's given them a great deal of help. Another, the second and last question from Essex Ham. Another question we get from newcomers: how much of a risk is lightning to a shack? Is it old wives' tales? Should we really unplug our antennas and put them in a mug? Any protection advice from you as a weatherman?
Well, I mean, the thing is, over the years, I've never really done anything specific myself. That's not a recommendation to say do as I do. I will occasionally switch the antenna changeover switch to dummy load, so the rigs aren't connected. unless you're going to go around and unplug literally everything. If it strikes the house, it'll be through the mains and through the equipment and so on. Aerials are out there. You can't lower them every time a storm passes by. I've had storms logged on here within a mile away from me and haven't caused any damage. But there's always going to be one time when it does.
So not old wives' tales, really. Just do take precautions.
Well, don't sit there with headphones on in a thunderstorm.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there are common sense things you can do. I know we tried to see Roger off in the last year's NFD when we sat him in the tent in a thunderstorm. But I think realistically, you just need to have your wits about you. If there's a storm nearby on any NFD or special event station, things like that, don't put yourselves and your fellow operators at risk by ploughing on operating through a thunderstorm. There's nothing wrong in saying QRX, we've got a thunderstorm nearby, we'll be back on in 30 minutes. And you can use the radar on the phone apps and things, WQ radar, Blitzorg, loads of them out there, and they will tell you when the storm's moving away. So just be sensible about it. Don't take unnecessary risks. To be honest, sitting in a car, if you're out on a field day site, sitting in a car is actually not a bad thing to do either, because you're in a Faraday cage, and providing you stay in that while the storm comes past, you're probably going to be as good as anything.
Okay, Essex Ham's up. I know you'll share with me the wonder of, and the wonderful news here. Essex Ham sent a message to a Thomas W who's watching, and he asked him how he got on with his foundation course today. His exam, and he passed, which is fantastic. Excellent. So congratulations. Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations from Jim and me and everybody here at the RSGB convention, Thomas. So we look forward to hearing from you and hearing you on the air as well. What else have we got here for you? Some of these are obviously messages for other people there. Good job, folks. Also explains why hearing good signs on 17 metres at 2 p.m. in Derbyshire on indoor home brew with a £5 mag loop.
Excellent. Yeah, you see, it's right there on that screen, isn't it? If you look at the 3,000 kilometre F2 muff, it was 24 megs. So it nearly got up to the other watt band, pretty much. So yeah, it's a great thing, and you can see the transition during the day. And if you go over here to the left, I don't know if it's on the screen.
Yeah, we can pop that back on the screen, Jim. Yeah.
So here's the peak during today up here, when at about 12:30 or so it got to. Bearing in mind this is a middle of the day thing in Europe. So if you're waiting for the States to come on board, that's going to be this afternoon while we're talking and so on. But the point is, you can see when it changes, and especially if you're doing these contests like CQ Worldwides and the RSGB, DX contests and all those, you can see when the game is up, when it's gone below a certain band, and you can use this to plan your when you look at the averages, which we did before. So let's do an average for June, which is when HF CWNFD is. You can see how it varies through the 24 hours, and you can see what the FOEs is like and things like that. There's all sorts of interesting things you can do.
I know, it's wonderful, Jim, and thank you ever so much for sharing that. And indeed, thank you very much for your talk, because we have run out of time now. We're really grateful for you, not only for the talk you gave the other stream, learning more about this morning, but also for this talk which you came in at the last moment to do for us. We're really grateful. And I paraphrase everybody who's put comments on here. It's great to have someone like yourself who can explain this in terms which we can all understand. And we certainly now know why weather and radio are related. Jim Bacon, G3YLA, thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks for all your questions.
Thank you, Jim. And that was Jim, and that's the last presentation from us here at the Introduction to Stream. And I hope that, like me, you've had a really enjoyable day. Let's face it, it's not as good as meeting in person as we usually do, but hopefully it's been the next best thing. The whole convention will be up on YouTube very soon, plus we'll be breaking up the talks into individual videos in the next week or so. And just like to ask again that if you've got any feedback at all on the convention today, we'd love to hear from you, because it will help us shape other events that we might do online or other things in the future as well. And you can leave us feedback at rsgb.org/feedback. And if you can, don't forget to donate to the RSGB De-Expedition Fund, who usually depend on the convention raffle, but of course we can't do that this year. And we've created a special link for you to help with a few pounds to donate to that. It's www.rsgb.org/donate. And finally, this is World Mental Health Day. So what better time tonight after this to get on the air to care. Thanks to all the team at GB1 NHS for all they've done. It's helped lots of people get through this last 6 months or so, and I'm sure this hobby is going to help us all get through the next 6 months or so as well. So thank you very much for your company, both from me, David G7URP, and someone you haven't seen, but she's here. Maybe we can see your hand, Tammy. Tammy M0TC, who's my XYL and has been sitting, and believe me, doing lots of work, controlling the sounds and the pictures and all the feeds and everything else for this beginner's stream on Introduction 2. So we thank you very much for joining us. I hope to see you again soon on a future RSGB Tonight at 8 webinar, which I host. But for now, this is goodbye from me, Tammy, and I leave the final word to the RSGB President, Dave Wilson, M0OBW. Bye-bye.
Hello again. Well, I don't know about you, but I thought that was really great. As we come to the end of our first and hopefully our last online convention, I hope you've enjoyed the presentations as much as I have. I'd like once more to thank all the people who've contributed to make this such a great day. There's the excellent presenters who've joined us from around the UK and across the world to give us the benefit of their expertise. There's the technical teams who've guided us through the day and managed the live streams. Then there's the volunteers and crew at the NRC who've given us the chance to see GB3 RS in operation. And then there's everyone else in front of the cameras and behind the scenes who've worked so hard to provide this event for every one of us to enjoy. That just leaves 3 important things to do now before the end of the day. So get yourselves ready to raise a virtual cheer for the winners of 2 of the Society's prestigious trophies and this year's 2020 RSGB construction competition. Firstly, I'm delighted to announce that this year's winner of the Rotax Shield, which is awarded for outstanding and consistent DX work, is Peter Baker, Golf 3 Zulu Sierra Sierra. Congratulations to Peter. Secondly, it's the G5RP trophy, which is awarded for the greatest progress in the DX field made by an RSGB member who's resident in the UK. And this year it goes to 16-year-old David K, Mike 7 Delta Whiskey Kilo. Again, congratulations to David. Now we come to the results of the RSGB 2020 construction competition, which has been sponsored by Martin Lynch & Sons. Many thanks to them. The entrants were of a very high standard, which made choosing the winners very difficult. So with that in mind, all the entrants will receive a £10 RSGB voucher, in addition to any other prizes they're awarded. There were 5 categories with 1 overall winner. So firstly, there's the beginners section. The winning entry here was a set of satellite antennas built by Eric Stammers, M7 Echo Juliet Sierra, who, by the way, only got his license in June this year. The next category is construction excellence, and here the winner is Nick Brooks, Golf 4 Bravo Mike Hotel, for his CW transmitter, which he built during lockdown. Innovation is the next category, and the winning entry here was Ancanis. What's Ancanis, I hear you saying? It's an adaptive noise cancellation and information system, and this was entered by Gwyn Griffiths, Golf 3 Zulu India Lima. In the software category, the winner here is Heather Lomond, M0HMO, for her mapping system. And finally, there's a category called Lockdown. The winning entry here was the beautifully engineered Virus Perplexed Bug Key, built by Roy Bailey, Golf 0 Victor Foxtrot Sierra. Congratulations to each of those winners, who will each receive a voucher from Martin Lynch & Sons and a copy of the new RSGB handbook. The judges were also impressed by the Slim Jim antenna built by Sarah Raza, MW7 SRA, and the Mark II capacitance meter, which was built by Alistair Watt, G3ZBU. Sarah and Alistair will each receive a copy of the RSGB book Raspberry Pi Explained. So now we come to the overall winner of the RSGB 2020 construction competition. The winner receives the Pat Hawker G3 VA trophy, and I'm pleased to say that the winner is Gwyn Griffiths, Golf 3 Zulu India Lima, for his Ancanis project, which clearly addresses a topic of major importance to the amateur radio community. Gwyn, as well as receiving the Pat Hawker trophy, also receives a £100 award from the RSGB. Thank you to everyone who submitted entries and gave the judges such a difficult job. More details about the projects can be seen on our website, www.rsgb.org/construction competition, and they'll also be featured in the next issue of Radcom. As we draw to a close, whether you've just passed your foundation licence or someone who's enjoyed amateur radio for many years, I hope you found something in today's presentations to enjoy and challenge you. As I said at the start of the day, we'd like to hear your thoughts about the events, so do please take a couple of minutes to complete our online form, which you'll find at www.rsgb.org/feedback. So, it just remains for me to say thanks to you for joining us today, and I hope that we're all able to meet in person again sometime soon. Bye.